Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of Shan and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning crew here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton running the Odyssey app, Fan Cam, and Twitch. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and a rare night off in the sports world. What did you take in?
The Jody Hildebrandt story.
Who's that?
Oh, man. Do you remember Ruby Frankie?
Who's that?
She's the Utah mom.
The Utah mom
who was YouTube mom who beat her kids.
Yeah, she had her kids like locked up in the basement or in a safe room, tied up, hogtied, because she was disciplining them. And it was all, I mean, it was kind of boring. It got more into the, boy, we were sick. We're like, man, we want to see the kids stuff. It got more into the religion.
Why?
Well, I wanted to see why they did it, what they were doing. I wanted to see more about the father who was gone. They kicked the father out of the house like a year and a half ago. I wanted to see more about like what their interrogations were. All they did was go down the whole religion aspect of it, and I was like, well,
that was the reason.
Yeah, don't care about that.
But when
I want salacious.
But when you said you wanted to see the reason for why they did, that was the reason.
Yeah. Okay. Go. I don't need the history of the LDS Church from 1830. Okay, I need the now.
So what religiously would cause them to think that
nothing. They misinterpreted, I'm sure. Okay.
Spare
Old
the rod
Testament
misinterpretations.
The Old Testament said to do that.
Yeah, I believe they misinterpreted what they were supposed to do. But no, I wanted to see more. Like, I wanted to know what happened to the children. Like, how, the day to day, like how long they were done. They kind of glossed over that. And they spent most of the time on
how did they get saved? Like, how did the people?
So one of the kids got out, ran to 5 different houses, and this is like an area where it's called Ivins or whatever, Utah. It's the
Utah.
Side of, yeah, it's the side of a mountain.
There we go.
It's the side of a mountain, and these houses are spaced out, but they're all like $4 or $5 million homes. Right? They look like they're just built into the mountain.
No, like my neighborhood,
right? And
no,
he goes knocking door to door, and he finally comes up with this one house, and like nobody answers. But then they finally, it's an older couple. They come to the door, and he's this 12-year-old kid. He's got no shoes on. And he's like, can you do me a favor? Can you call the police? These guys are abusing their kids. These guys are abusing their kids.
Last thing I kind of watched like this, and I waited too long to do the recap, but I was worried about spoiling it. Unknown on Netflix, about the mom who was torturing her daughter in high school. Her daughter was dating this kid, and she kept getting harassing text messages over and nasty.
Oh, yeah.
Vile.
Michigan, right? In Michigan.
Disgusting things, and it ended up being the mom. And they're like, did you want to date the dude? I actually thought they did a bad job of getting the why, which I was interested in knowing. But it was this mom who was tormenting this daughter and her boyfriend, eventually causing a breakup for years and years.
Yeah, there have been, what's that condition where the...
Munchausen's.
Is that what it is?
Munchausen's?
Where the mom, like, for sympathy will, like, make their kids sick or, like, harass them or do whatever else. Honestly, when there's stuff like that, it seems better this day and age. I like a lot of different documentaries, but it does seem better this day and age. Just go to YouTube and, like, look for some YouTuber that has done the deep dive on it and then made their own 30-minute video on it, and then it's like, all right, I get a 30-minute documentary out of this where it's going to explain why Ruby Frankie hates her kids or what happened with their... Some of the YouTube, like, shorts editors, they're really, really good.
Hey, what did you take in? What'd you do?
So I played some video games with my friends last night. I was on there for about an hour and a half, but I got a problem, I think, in my neighborhood. So I've been talking about it for a little bit. I've talked about before, is they're doing construction in my neighborhood, right? They're putting up the sidewalks. I guess this means they have to dig, 5-foot deep holes into each person's yard. Well, a tarp over that does anything, but yeah, I'm worried that that's going to be an issue, and then I just feel like they're going to blame me somehow. They're going to say, well, it's on your property, sorry, it's out of our control, but
so
I should be safe.
The pipes are exposed.
They're exposed. Now, it's a small portion of the pipes, but I mean, it's the...
Do you know what it is? You know what it's for?
Oh, it's sewage line. Yeah. I mean, they're big, thick pipes. I imagine that's sewage. Yeah,
those don't burst. That's been the recommendation everybody this week. They said if it freezes, the sewage lines are the ones that don't burst. So
just go to Laguna Beach. What'd you do?
I watched 11/22/63 while we built an entertainment center. Well, hold on, I should not say we. While Kristen built an entertainment center. I watched 11/22/63 with James Franco, which is the old Hulu miniseries, the 8-part one that they came to Dallas and filmed. It's like it's a Stephen King novel.
Is James Franco, was it you guys saying he's been blackballed?
Yeah, he's been canceled for about like 3 years now.
For underage?
He had, I don't even know.
Accusations
of just being like, I don't even know that there was any criminal accusations. I think it was all just like super aggressive kind of stuff. Like, man, he was super aggressive on the set of this movie, or he hit on me. But I mean, Seth Rogen, who's been his best friend since they were teenagers, like Seth Rogen won't work with him anymore. He cut him off publicly.
Whoa.
Which I have always wondered. I don't know. I guess you got to look and see what the exact specific accusations are and what's behind there. But it's like, if you knew him this whole time and he was really this person, I would think you would have already seen some of this. So this feels like a public signal of why you're not working with him anymore, which seems a little lame. But
I spent my.
By the way, people are saying if it's the sewer, like you said, you can't freeze. It's all backflow or gravity.
There are smaller pipes, though, there, too. I guess that's sprinkler line as well. So there are smaller pipes in there as well, but mainly sewage.
I spent my entire day and early evening on a generator search. Spent my entire day with generators yesterday.
Yeah.
Called a reputable company to come over again, third estimate. And I was like, everyone's quoting me like $10,000, $15,000. I just want to have some heat, and I want to have like 2 rooms on and like an outlet to charge the phones. I don't need the whole house to go ahead and kick on. And they're like, okay. It'll be about $7,000. And I was like, all right, what generator should I buy from you? And they're like, oh, no, you have to get your own generator.
Yeah.
You have to get your own generator. And I was like, okay, can you do it by like Friday? And they're like, yeah, we can come Friday morning. So I was like, all right, give me the exact generator. I go to 3 different places.
Like hardware store type places?
Yes.
Yeah.
And these things were flying off the shelves and gone like bread and milk.
Uh-oh.
Gone.
I was going to get one today.
You go to the, well.
You were going to get a generator?
I was going to get like a little portable one in case we got knocked off, because we're going to have to park one place.
Is your apartment complex not responsible for kicking the power back on?
I'm sure if they've got, but I mean, like if the whole unit, because so what Delka said last night was he said this is expected to be about half, which is still a ton, about half of the Valentine's Day hit. He said in terms of severity, he expects it to be about half of what Valentine's Day was 5 years ago. So if that happens and they get knocked off, they have no, like, I mean, they'll just have no way to control to turn it back on. I would just want like one of those
where
portable.
Are you going to turn your? Where are you going to?
You can get one of those. You can get one of those portable ones that you can just kick on and then have power with.
Yeah, I think a lot of like smaller. So, where's my notes? All my notes here.
You were note taking with the generator guys.
I was to get, at the very least, a 10,000 watt generator, 50 amps, 240 volts, and I went and.
Well, they had to put a new plug in.
A lot of things they're putting in, apparently, because the generator cost ends up being $1,000 or $1,300
just for the generator.
And I said, "All right, why are you charging me $7,000?" And they're like, $6,300 for like the labor and the electronics. And I was like, that does not seem right. So I go to one store, they don't have it. I go to another store, I end up buying this $1,300 generator. And 13,000 watts power. I'm
Do you know what that means, Peyton? No clue.
I'm on the phone with the electrician. I'm like, is this the right one? And he's like, well, just make sure that it's a dual power generator that you can do gas or propane. Mm-hmm. He's suggesting propane, cleaner, not have to worry about the gas, refilling the tank.
Right.
Just get some propane tanks. I pay the $1,300. Boom, they tell me it's only for gasoline. So I reverse that transaction right there.
Oh, nice.
Then I go to the third store, and I'm sitting there breaking everything down. I go ahead and get it. But because I think I'm getting ripped off by the $6,000, I have another company coming today around 1 p.m. to see if I can go ahead and get a cheaper price.
Do you think you will talk to more generator installers or buy meat slicers?
Great question. This will be the 4th. I think I got 4 slicers, and this will be the 4th generator installer.
Neck and neck.
Wow.
But what's so frustrating about this is all the different opinions and information. I put this on Facebook last night, and it sent my head into a tizzy. And my wife will be like, why are you changing your mind? Why are you always doing this? Because I'm getting 15 different pieces of information. This guy's like, oh, it'll be plenty. I walk him through the house. I'm like, this is what I want on in the house. He's like, you'll be more than good for that and what you want. Keep the pool circulating a little bit so all those pipes don't freeze up. And then I got people telling me on Facebook, that's not that'll have your fridge and freezer, and that's That's it. Just go ahead and get the $11,000 one. You're going to have to wake up in the middle of the night, which I would in this instance if I lose power. I guess I got to go and do a re-walkthrough on how to open up the garage doors in case that is the point. And then I buy 3 propane tanks. Well, I've forgotten the price of propane tanks.
It was like $40.
Nope.
Ah, that was the last time I bought one.
Yeah.
Maybe it was 60.
It was 60.
60.
It was high 60s. And, of course, if you exchange it, then it'll be like 20.
Yeah, then
20,
it's, yeah.
But
you got to buy new ones.
I didn't take my empty tank. So $200 in propane tanks, $1,000 generator, and hopefully not $6,000 in maintenance. And this is from a reputable company. I didn't try to go ahead with the cheap with it. So I am worried about that.
Well, the good news is somebody on the fan text is saying you can call their company and they'll do it for cheaper.
Awesome.
No, see, this is the way you do it. You just you put the plight out there, and then the listeners always come through. The Tolos come through.
Yes. So I still can't get over Bobby writing left-handed.
That doesn't make sense.
It's weird because there's so many other things that I do that are like super anal and like you know how I am. Super like detail oriented or whatever, and then yet I just allowed somebody to stick a pen in my left hand when I was 5 years old, and then I never switched it.
And then I had people laughing at me like, "Ha, that's a portable one. What are you hooking up, dumbass? You don't even know that." Well, I'm getting like switches and
It's gonna, I mean,
AFCI protectors, surge protection, all these different things.
I mean, you'll be if you get one that they can, outfit it to heat your home.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great because nobody knows. If you're down power for 6 hours, it's fine. If you're down power for 6 days, that's a problem.
But here's the thing, like, thank you, Bobby.
They say they'll do it for cheaper.
Okay. Is that a 7 or a 1?
7.
He does. You don't do the
7.
Do you do the line? Do you do the line in the middle of the 7?
I did the line.
No, I do not.
I didn't put the line
should.
until I was like 30.
Here's the thing.
I get my 9s and 4s mixed up by people sometimes.
Well, I saw your signature, so that's not surprising.
No, it's not. It's very caveman-like.
Whenever you're like, my friends outside of Texas are like, what are you doing? You're in Texas. Well, it seems like we are doing this every year. We talk about a freeze, or once every other year, something's going to happen where you could end up losing the power. I'm out by a bunch of trees. I'm hanging power lines. I'm like, give me a little peace of mind. And then my wife finally comes home, and I'm exhausted, and I'm like, this is all because of you. I blame her immediately. And she's like, no. And I said, yes, every other day, you're dropping your little hints, your breadcrumbs, like, what are we going to do? I just don't want the kids to freeze, and how are we going to this, and how are we going to that? And then when I tell her everything I went through, she gets mad because I let the electrician come in the house with it not cleaned up. And then she's like,
that's a big woman thing.
I just wanted a little one that we could work an iPad on, and I could just charge a cell phone. I said, no, you didn't.
You wanted heat.
You wanted heat.
You wanted to get through the winter.
No, I just wanted a little thing I can plug in some space here. So now all of a sudden she's Bear Grylls, and we can just survive off of that. And she's like, you have to go big and over the top.
See, this is where Kristen loves the most information possible and being the most prepared possible. This is where I always will say to her, I was like, there reaches a point where information overload. It's a problem, and you just need to make a decision. And
I'm like Kristen.
Yeah, where it's like, I need to make it. I always tell Kristen, I was like, I'd rather make the wrong decision and then like.
Sec 3, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Every single day in the National Football League, it's been the Cowboys offseason for a while, is providing me great entertainment and joy to be doing this job. Hopefully you are right along with us on the Odyssey app, Fan Cam, and Twitch. It's Shan RJ on 105.3 The Fan, a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock Expressway after the Payload with Philip Russell at 6:40. The Dolphins, according to Todd Archer, have requested permission to speak with Cowboys assistant special teams coach Carlos Polk for their special teams coordinator opening. No word yet on if Miami has asked about quarterback coach Steve Shimko, who is Jeff Hafley's OC at Boston College. And if I was another team, I'd be wanting to speak to the assistant special teams coach instead of the guy in charge as well.
Does that, and this is something that I guess we haven't talked a lot about, does it concern you at all that as bad as the special teams was at times last year, it seems like Shoddy gave Sorensen a pass, and it's somebody he's worked with in the past, so maybe he feels like, are you worried about buddy-buddy relationship there?
Tell me what was, I have a couple answers, but I want to hear from you. Tell me what was wrong with special teams.
I think they were just really undisciplined in a lot of instances. It was dumb penalties. It was, and he would talk about it during his press availability that he said, I remember specifically, I think it was a Flanoy penalty that had happened, where he said there was a really bad illegal block in the back, and he's like, hey, Flo, you can't do that. And he goes, I didn't do it. I did this. And he's like, and then we went back and we watched the tape, and that's not what he did. And so we had to tell him, okay, that's not what you did. I'd rather you not block anybody than do that, because now you're causing. And so I know he was frustrated at times. So maybe Shoddy looks at it as like he's trying to instill discipline. It's just a reckless group that we're trying to get under control. But it was not a great unit. And then, I mean, they did have problems in the return game at times. And the Kavonte Turpin, do I fair catch or not?
There we go. I thought, the two easiest answers from a fan standpoint is Aubrey with misses towards the end and Kavonte Turpin's judgment. If those are your answers, my follow-up was going to be, okay, well, how much are you really going to blame Sorensen? Can it be an easier fix? Now, you need to coach Kavonte on all those bad decisions and judgment, but can that be an easy fix if you somehow, some way move on from Kavonte Turpin? And then what are you really going to say about coaching up Brandon Aubrey? But Schottenheimer at the end of the season press conference talked about flags and penalties. And I guess I just didn't watch and remember their special teams throughout the year saying, oh, my God, all these things are problems because I was too busy focusing on Kavonte.
That's what you focus on with special teams. Like, you focus on the return game and the kicker. That's really it. Maybe a little bit.
And, like, how many times did you get your punt blocked?
A little bit of the punter. That's it, right? That's what you're focused on. You don't necessarily focus on.
Like, where do they land in terms of special teams penalties on them? We do return yards. We do punt return yards. We do block punts. We do how many did you block? Felt like Sam Williams, was responsible for an okay amount.
Marquise Bell had 7 penalties on return game this year.
Oh.
And 3 of them were declined because they would happen on like a punt and somebody would be like, nah, we like the field position. But that's the kind of thing where I think in years past he had, for his entire career, the first 2 years, he had 5 penalties total. He had 7 just on special teams last year. So, again, that may not be on Sorensen. That's at some point, it's players got to play and players got to do what they got to do. But it feels like there's a lack of discipline on that unit at times, and that would seem to be Sorensen.
I feel every time I watch a return of, and it doesn't go just for the Cowboys, it's any team, I'm basically holding my breath waiting for a penalty.
Yeah,
it's just like, okay, because it just seems like, when it's a holding penalty, all right, you know what happened. It seems like on the special teams penalties, it's like, okay, it's a matter of did they see something or not.
Yeah, because it's the only touchdown, it's the only play in the NFL generally.
It's a scatter drill.
Where when you score, the first declaration from the announcer is no flags.
Yeah.
They don't typically do it on an 80-yard touchdown run or anything like that. But if it's a return, you just assume, well, somebody must have held because flags are always thrown on big returns.
It's hard for me to call for Sorensen's job and overreact after 1 year, after we've had like respected names like Bones Fossil here, and there's plenty of times I was not happy with that unit. So, assistant special teams coach wanting to be interviewed by the by... Who did I say it was by?
Dolphins.
By the Dolphins. The Vikings have signed Brian Flores to a new contract, but, according to Ian Rappaport, he's still a candidate with the Steelers and Ravens head coaching jobs. So basically they said, we got you in place as DC, but if the Steelers or Ravens hire you as head coach, you take those jobs. So Flores right now remaining in Minnesota, which always made sense. It's like, why is he talking to the Commanders and these other teams about defensive coordinator? He either has to be unhappy with some aspect in Minnesota, maybe feel like the head coaches in those other cities are going to get pushed over the ledge, or they were just going to pay him that much more.
Yeah, and talking to some people the last couple of days, I was trying to figure out, like, okay, why wasn't Dallas kicking him around? I had heard Dallas would have been interested in him, and Dallas would have liked him. And apparently that's what it came down to, is Dallas just like, we know he's not going anywhere. Like he's either taking a head coaching job or he's staying in Minnesota. Basically, they had gathered that anything he did defensive coordinator-wise was not a legit interview for them, and they were just like, yeah, we're focused on this because he wants a head coaching job or he'll just go back to the Vikings.
Cowboy fans will be jealous because the Packers are interviewing defensive backs coach Al Harris for their defensive coordinator job. And Jake Ferguson, new Pro Bowler, right after our segment yesterday. And by the way, that does not make our segment wrong.
No, it doesn't. It's just funny timing that like 4 minutes later, the Pro Bowl's like, yep, him. He was good enough.
Yeah.
But Ferg, he's not doing enough work on his grandfather?
No, Grandpa is a problem out there. His grandfather, for those of you that don't know, is none other than legendary Wisconsin coach Barry Alvarez. And Barry Alvarez was talking to ESPN Wisconsin.
To be a legend and win 9 games a year.
He was talking, just like if you would have won 9 games up until Signetti, you would have been a legend at Indiana too. But Barry Alvarez was talking to ESPN Wisconsin, and they had asked him, hey, who's the guy? Who should be the guy here in Green Bay? And he says, if I'm Matt LaFleur, I'm going to go get the best coach I could get, and that's Jimmy Leonard. Ooh, he calls him Jimmy, so he's got the connection. He said, I think everybody's recognized his ability. They respect what he's accomplished, his knowledge. If they can get Jimmy Leonard, they need to go get him. And it's like, hey, Gramps, how about you get out of the way? Like, do you not want your grandson to have the best defensive coordinator candidate possible, or the guy that if they want to hire Jim Leonard, stop trying to actively hire him for the Packers. That just seems like you're subverting family a little bit there.
Yeah, that's just full on Wisconsin right there. That is.
They are. It almost seems like, Wisconsin above everybody else.
State over family. Mm-hmm. Milk over family.
Florio says there's a sense in league circles, man. Talk about just underwhelming, that the Browns will end up promoting Jim Schwartz to head coach. As one source puts it, the Browns ultimately have to weigh promoting him against potentially losing him. So they're too afraid of replacing him at DC to where they're like, well, we better just go ahead and promote him the head coach and lead this entire thing. Otherwise, he'll be gone.
Right. You can't lose games 20-10. You got to lose them 13-10.
Is it the worst thought process, though, if you think you're going to lose him, like, yeah, we'll call him head coach, but he's going to run the defense. And we'll just bring in a coordinator, and we'll basically have co-head coaches, and that guy who comes in, he'll make sure that the offense is humming.
Well, what type of person? Jim Schwartz has done this before. Mm-hmm. It sounds like he's got a rough around the edges personality. You still have to have the person addressing the entire football team.
Yeah, that's the aspect of it that probably is a consideration where you're like, okay, why would you commit to this? But because his whole reputation is a little bit of, like you said, gruff and not quite Greg Williams, but he wants to. His defenses want to hurt you, just not for money, I guess. But he, maybe it could work out if the defense is just really committed to, and I imagine if Myles Garrett is like, I like him, I want him to stay, y'all make sure he stays, they're going to do anything Myles Garrett says as well.
The Chiefs agreed to terms with Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator, and now I think we're going to reopen the whole conversation years ago when we were talking about Bieniemy getting screwed with no head coach interviews, offers, and jobs. I'm out right now on Andy Reid as the brilliant offensive mind. So it'll be interesting if that Chiefs offense all of a sudden returns to explosiveness. We have that conversation.
If it comes back.
Who was it really?
If it comes back, and despite it being Andy's book and plays that he's calling, but if the offense starts to, kind of cook again, does he go right back to being near the top of the league in terms of next head coach in waiting? Is there any chance this puts him back in that pool of names?
I don't think
we haven't heard his name in 3 years.
I don't think so because of his personality. I saw an Adrian Peterson clip the other day, and this is something I think you want from a position coach. I don't know if it plays for the entire team, just how hardcore he is with his interactions. I mean, I can easily see a group, players, a team not loving that.
Have you seen him lately?
No.
Boy, the coaching searches aged this man. He's white, just full on Santa Claus beard.
Looks like Kyle Shanahan.
No, but I can't remember what it was, Aaron Schatz or Seth Walder, one of the analytics people. They were talking about Andy Reid at the end of the season, and they were like, the game passes everybody by at some point. There reaches a point where coaches are no longer keeping up, or they're dedicated to certain things that don't work anymore. It happens to everybody, and the concern for a lot of people who look at the analytics and different things like that is they're worried that's Andy now. Is that Andy might be kind of not adjusting as quickly as he needs to, or coming up with the right answers. Just like it hit with a lot of people feel like Belichick at the end was just, he no longer had the answers that he previously did. But yeah, I mean, if Bieniemy can come in there and jumpstart anything, that would obviously change the equation a little bit. They also need weapons in Kansas City, and not the ones that, their players carry in their laps.
People are thinking that Travis Kelce is coming back now after I thought he was retiring, because he's like, it'll be great to see Bieniemy back in the building, and he was talking like he was going to maybe be a part of that. So we'll see what Tay ends up deciding. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 here on DFW Sports Station. It's not the robots, it's the elephants that have turned against us. The Payload with Philip Russell is next. But I love this idea and messaging from
favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax. Enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday at 6:40. It's time for another Payload edition here every single Thursday at this time. And guys, let's get right to it. We've heard of killer whales, killer bees, RJ the Killers, Mr. Brightside. That's like one of your top 5 songs, right?
I would not say that's one of my top 5 songs. But I'm familiar with their work.
But have we heard of the killer elephant? I have not.
I've seen this.
I have not heard yet. You guys have seen it. I'm not going to obviously put the video up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, but an elephant in a small city in India for the last couple of weeks has been on the loose for almost 14 days now after turning against the people living there in these smaller cities in India and has killed over 20 people since it started going mad. And you can see there's a handful of videos out there on social media. You can go look for yourself, but the elephant is just running around a field, trampling people to death. And as of last night, the elephant was still on the loose and had not been taken down or captured yet.
Why don't they shoot it? Why don't they tranquilize it?
They've tried to.
They've tried to?
They've tried to.
You
It's
tell
not
me
going
the thing
down.
is bulletproof?
I mean, this
Very thick
this
skin.
thing is
Very thick
massive.
skin. Very
Is this
thick
like is this like a primitive village? Do they not have? Are they just trying like blow darts and stuff? Is that
They
the
have the
problem?
bow and arrow still, I believe.
Okay.
But, yeah. No, I'm not sure exactly what they've been used, but yeah, they've called wildlife officials, and they believe that the animal is a subadult male in must, which is a hyper-aggressive hormonal phase, and it may be lashing out while trying to find its way back to its mother herd. But yeah, this thing has gone wild, and it's just stomping people and running around. It's like anything in its way, it's gonna kill you.
I think one of the questions they would ask before they shoot it is like, is it in town, or are you on a safari in their turf? Which I disagree with because all this turf is my turf. Okay, I don't believe in animals' turf. I believe in humans' turf.
You tell them that.
I tell the animal where they belong, not me. But if you're on their turf, they may not. Maybe a little bit slower to take them out.
So this is elephants historically will get like super aggressive at you in certain circumstances. There's this one video. I remember I showed it to Chop, and he was like, "Don't ever show me things like that again. That's disgusting." Where it was just some guy like in India who was like whipping an elephant. And the elephant just got tired of it and eventually just went like, "Hey, come here," and like pulled him over and then just stomped on him and was like, "All right, you're done, and now you're out of here." And so they will, if you get close, they'll usually send you like a little bit of a warning, like they'll kind of stomp at you, but they'll attack. I don't know that I've heard of one who does this where they're just basically bundying it up.
I'm seeing the elephant in like city atmospheres.
And it needs to go.
I'm seeing open field, and I'm seeing a ton of people.
I saw the open field one. I was like, all right, are they on safari in his area, or he's in the city?
Yeah,
he's in Mumbai. Let's take him out.
And maybe it was at the time, they didn't realize it, obviously, but because it was just running around the field. So maybe now that's on the loose, they're like, okay, we have to kill it now. Like, you've taken down over 20 people, probably hurting more as you're running through woods or forests, wherever they are. But you also have people claiming that the elephant had been abused, so maybe that's why it's gone mad.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's no way to prove it. And residents around the area obviously been told to stay inside till they can capture the elephant to avoid any more deaths. There has been a search team out there trying to locate this elephant before it kills more. But after watching the video, it reminded me a lot similar to like Cocaine Bear. How it's just gone mad. There's no stopping it.
Would an elephant be the top animal of? This is loose in your neighborhood and killing people that you wouldn't want to hear is running around? Or would it be something more
the tiger, lion.
I would just think the size of the elephant, though, would be like, this thing could get in anywhere that I could hide, basically.
Polar bear.
Any bear, I think. Yeah, polar bear, black bear.
Nah.
Black bear?
Some of them can.
Black bear, you know what? You just get big, yell at them, clap.
Yeah,
black bears you can scare off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in India, they're still trying to capture this thing. But yeah, text in 877-881-1153. How
Trump
was
is sensing weakness. He's like, they can't even take down an elephant.
Yeah, I'm taking over India.
I'm taking over India.
How would you take down this elephant if it was running through your neighborhood or village? All right, it is Payload every single Thursday at this time. Look, I knew inflation was bad, but apparently in New York, it's so bad that they're eating baked potatoes for meals with nothing on them. They're just going up like you're getting a slice of pizza up there in New York. In upstate New York, you're going to get a slice of pizza. They're just getting baked potatoes because it's so expensive for some people to get meals out there, and they're calling it raw dogging the potatoes. There's nothing on them, no salt, no pepper, no butter, no nothing. They're just eating the baked potato.
Are they saying that's an upcharge to get the butter?
Yeah, add in, it's saying regular baked potato, nothing on it is $4. If you want to go sweet potato, there's people eating the sweet potatoes, $6.99.
Sweet potato more expensive.
I have no idea why. I guess it costs more to grow it, maybe. I don't know.
My wife
more flavor?
Loves baked potatoes. Loves them
too. Yeah,
they're good. There's they've started these like food trucks and stuff that specialize in just doing this, where they're like, "Hey, come through. Yeah. We'll cut open the potato. It looks good." Art. Yeah, no, like a baked potato, you get everything done right with it. It's really good. Yeah. A plain one, I'm not eating. I'm not just going to eat regular ass potatoes, especially for $4 a pop.
I don't need much on it. You know, I'm not going to go full on. I don't do loaded, right? I don't do the loaded ones because I don't like sour cream. But you have to have butter on it at minimum. At minimum, you have to have butter, salt, and pepper.
I think the number one thing has to be salt.
Yeah.
If I had one condiment on there.
You get one condiment.
Like cheese gets lost a lot of times in it. Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah.
Like, the cheese is more for me to see a gooiness. And I'm like, oh my God, this has cheese, but butter, salt, pepper. Yeah, go classic.
Yeah, the baked potato is one of those. It's got to have something on it. You know, you can't just eat it without anything.
And how does everyone cook theirs? This to me is always kind of a conundrum. I get the timing always off with them. Do you put it just straight in the oven for 45 minutes? Is it in the microwave? How do you do it? How do you do your baked potato?
I've always done microwave.
You have for how long?
I mean, my parents did it, so I always did it just microwave.
But how long?
I think I hit the baked potato button on the microwave, so hopefully that does it.
Kristen does the America's Test Kitchen way that she saw, which is they tell you like jab holes in the top, then they say to like basically rotate the thing in a brine, just a salt water thing, and then you put it in the oven, and you're supposed to, I don't remember, I think it's like 50 minutes in the oven or something.
That's a lot of work. Potato takes 5 to 10 minutes to microwave, depending on its size. I'd be afraid of the explosion in there.
Yeah, I have no idea, to be honest with you, how a baked potato is cooked.
Yeah, and they can take forever.
Yeah, I assume it's in the oven.
Well, I know Brian Bross doesn't believe in the like popcorn button and baked potato button because it was during a Cowboys post-game show. He put popcorn in the microwave and just put it on like 10 minutes.
He did not put it on 10 minutes.
He put it on something because it was burnt here. It smelled up here for the whole show, and we were like, what's that smell up here? And I think I took a picture of it and sent to you guys. It was black popcorn.
Yeah.
Because I was like, Brian, there's a popcorn button on the thing. He's like, I don't listen to that.
The number one worst smelling burnt food, I think it has to be popcorn.
I think it has to be popcorn. I don't know. There's a number 2.
Popcorn's bad. If you burn broccoli can smell pretty awful.
I mean, broccoli regularly cooked.
That doesn't smell great either.
Yeah.
But Bobby, I destroyed the spring training house in Arizona one year. Mike Vasquez never let me forget it. I put some fish in the oven. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened for the whole entire week. It was awful fish smell. And I don't know where it went wrong.
It polluted the rest of the food too, didn't it? You ended up tasting it in the food.
There's no doubt. I think it was salmon.
Yeah.
Maybe it's salmon. And it was in a tin, one of those like deep tins, those 2-inch deep tins, 3-inch deep tins. And I think it spilled. I think some of the juice spilled when he took it out.
Did y'all know Broadus doesn't say salmon?
He says salmon?
He's a salmon guy.
See? No.
Can't do that. All right, guys, last story here on the Payload every single Thursday at this time. Do you guys know your alphabet?
Yeah.
ABC.
Mm-hmm. And backwards? Can you do it backwards?
ZYX to be VUT SRQ PONMLK JAIHG FEDCBA.
Congratulations, alcoholic.
That is a talent right there. That is a talent right there.
Just in case I get pulled over.
Do you still know the Greek alphabet?
Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, iota, and I'm done.
More than I could do. Well, there's been a viral incident and video going around where a dad who is a current U.S. Army sergeant was seen on a neighbor's doorbell camera at an apartment complex beating a 3-year-old boy. And when the dad was arrested, eventually his excuse was the kid refused to learn his ABCs. Was trying to teach him schoolwork there. The kid said, "Screw you, Dad. Screw you. I'm not doing this." So Paul's the dad's name, and he said he was just disciplining the boy, but he's not the father of the kid, actually. Paul recently moved in with the mom and child at this apartment complex. The dad did say, though, he did apologize to the kid later on. He did apologize.
Thank God,
But now you have this incident going around where he was seen beating the kid, and now he's in jail. $200,000 bond.
That's super depressing.
Yeah.
And
Maybe don't call him dad.
Yeah, and I'm worried for that kid's future. Tied to the alphabet, not nearly as depressing as beating a 3-year-old. They've changed the alphabet song in schools.
Yes,
they're
they
starting
did.
to. They're not doing the normal ABC rhythm that we grew up with. Now they're doing like A B C D E F G H I J. Like they're doing that. It's like, nah, I don't like
Really?
that. Yeah, there's some schools that have changed the tune you sing.
Do you remember it better if it's like that? I feel like I
feel like the first time they taught me the song, I knew the alphabet.
Right.
Like I don't feel like it takes that long.
They never taught me the states. Did you guys see who do the states song? They never did it. We never did the states song.
Oh, where you can say it alphabetical order?
Yeah, we never did that.
Do you know it?
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas,
Yeah,
California,
we never did that.
Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware. I gotta say it with the tune, but yeah, it's all the way through. We learned it like 5th grade.
No, I never knew the state song.
Yeah, I never did that. They just told us to memorize the states.
Ollie has the countries. He's got a song for the countries,
Oh, my goodness.
the continents. He can crank that out. Very impressive.
How does he get Algeria in there to rhyme?
Animaniacs did a song for it where it's like, it's Algeria, blah, 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 and they like go through the whole, they did the whole thing.
877-881-1053 as we try to get you to your frigid, cold weekend, even though it's 60 degrees today and yesterday, as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. A Charlie Puth ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock Expressway Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Are the Buffalo Bills making Jerry and Stephen Jones look better by the day? A press conference for the ages next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, promo code TOLO, and that'll get you $75 of bonus entries. You make your first $5 fantasy entry, and you can make plays every single night of the week. Aussie Open. You can make Aussie Open plays.
Wow.
All right, how about tonight? Steph Curry, higher or lower than 27.5 points. They come to town. Of course, you got the NFL postseason, and that's what we love to do. We love the National Football League. Drake May, higher or lower than 223.5 pass yards. Make your plays on Underdog.
So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station. Got the entire morning crew with you, Shan RJ, Choppy, and Bobby Belt. And we will hook you up with a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway coming up in the 720 commercial-free expressway. Also, the Neighborhood Watch, where I'm pretty sure I will get all my gas cut off to my home after that segment. And we'll enjoy some ice cream in 30-degree weather. My day is not made until the Buffalo Bills make news.
Man.
This is amazing. You talk about a little quiet old feel-good organization exposing themselves. And Jerry Jones has to be sitting back saying, ha ha ha, y'all don't have it so bad in the Metroplex, do you? This is Brandon Beane, GM/president and owner, Terry Pegula, explaining why they fired Sean McDermott.
My decision to bring in a new coach was based on the results of our game in Denver.
Oh.
I want to take you in the locker room after that game. I looked around. First thing I noticed was our quarterback with his head down, crying. I looked at all the other players. I looked at their faces and our coaches. I walked over to Josh. He didn't even acknowledge I was there. First thing I said to him, I said, "That was a catch." We all know what I'm talking about. He didn't acknowledge me. He just sat there sobbing. He was listless. He had given everything he had to try to win that game. And looking around, so did all the other players on the team.
So their devastation in the locker room and a bad call, they based it on the results of the game. Yeah. Pegula and the GM both saying it was a bad call, and you allowed that to lead to the firing of Sean McDermott.
Right. It's look, the Bills, man, they showed yesterday they are the Dallas Cowboys that nobody cares about. Like, that's what they are. This was a disaster. And did I read somewhere? This was the first time in like 6 years he did a Q&A?
I don't know.
He hadn't done. I had never heard him talk. After listening to this, I wonder where he got his money from.
How the hell?
Huh?
Fracking.
Mm-hmm.
What? Take me through the thought process of watching the guys devastated in the locker room and Josh Allen ignoring him twice. That leads you to believe and think Coach has to go.
Yeah.
How do those two align?
It doesn't.
You got to anger fire somebody for being ignored, and it's not going to be the quarterback, I guess. But I mean, the fact that also, like, did he really go up to a crying Josh Allen and go, "Hey, that was a catch, buddy. You got screwed"? It's like clearly doesn't feel like the time or place to go like, "Hey, just so you know, you definitely were screwed out there." So
that was a
if you
catch.
feel bad,
That was a catch.
gosh.
Here's the truly viral moment, though. They were asking about the wide receiver core. It's weak. Does Josh have enough weapons? Keon Coleman's second-round pick has been a disappointment. And Brandon Beane is talking about player personnel. The owner interrupts.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice.
Ooh.
That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Guys, we do have breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The
Your
Bills
home.
have traded Keon Coleman?
Keon Coleman is still on the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, all right.
He's still on the team.
I don't know how.
Little reminiscent of Jerry, kind of like throwing Diggs and Steele under the bus at training camp. But this is the owner sitting up there saying, we didn't really want him.
We didn't.
The GM didn't really want him. He's still there.
Poor Keon Coleman just sitting there hanging out, minding his own business. And he just, I would love to see his phone yesterday just blow up.
Yep.
And I feel bad for him. I mean, this is a kid that the system has completely failed. He did not assign his name on his contract.
I know.
The system completely, they just passed him through.
He's like an autograph?
Failed him.
And the Buffalo personnel guy or contract guy is like, your signature. And it was not landing.
Yeah.
He's like, initials? He's like, however you sign your name. And he's like, okay. Well, the internet went and dug up draft evaluation film of Brandon Beane scouting Keon Coleman. We take you inside the Bills' war room.
Basically, when I went to bed that night, I was like, it's Keon unless someone just blows us away. We didn't feel anything was attractive enough for us to pass up on Keon.
Barring someone offering us something stupid, we'll take Keon Coleman.
Then he's at the combine.
Vontae Mack, no matter what. That's what that is.
He's at the combine, and they're asking, like, one of the scouts, hey, any surprises? And he's like, Coleman ran a little slow. Brandon Beane goes, good. That'll make it easier to get him in the second round. So there's Brandon Beane. What's his name? Brandon Beane getting busted, even though I think he tried to follow up a couple times like they do in the Jerry pressers. And he's like, just to let it be known, guys, like, that was my pick.
Yeah, he said specifically his quote was, ultimately, I'm not turning in a pick for a player that I don't believe in. Keon's issues have not been on the field. They've just been maturity things, which he owns. So Keon Coleman, the big reason why this came up even was by the time the playoffs rolled around, I think he had fallen to like 6th on their depth chart.
Yeah.
And he had had issues. He had gotten benched or suspended or something by the team in November. So he's had his issues. But for Pegula to just stand up there and tell people, like, hey, let me cut you off. These jokesters that I have as head coaches and assistant coaches, it's really their fault that we have this trash player that's currently on our roster that we're rolling forward with.
The amount, you have a horrific press conference when you have to do all this clarifying. Later to the Associated Press, the owner said, I wasn't referring to McDermott, like not wanting him. It was another coach whom he declined to name.
So you're giving the power in your draft room not to your head coach or your general manager. That sounds like you suck, Terry Pegula. Even if that's true, which it's clearly not. Brandon Beane wanted him. But even if that's true, that sounds like you just blow off chain of command anyway.
Then he blew off the opinion of his other players. They're like, hey, what about Jordan Phillips? What about all these guys who are taking to social media upset over McDermott being gone and the culture that he built? Pegula said, everybody has their opinion. We can all speak. I don't look at that stuff, so I don't even know who those players are. Trust me. I don't look at what everybody is saying. I made the decision, and it's my decision. At least Jerry comes on here and is aware of like what the players have said. I know Tad in the PR department is like, hey, they're going to ask you about this. So-and-so went on social media. And Jerry never dismisses them totally, But here's Pegula being like, I don't even know who those guys are.
I know that's worse than Michael Parsons.
Yeah, this
is bad. This is an awful look. This is an awful look for the Bills. The good news for them is that nobody cares about them. Like, that's the really good news. This will vanish. This will vanish like a toot in the wind by the end of the day.
This also feels, there are Jerry parallels, but it also feels almost like Dumont-like Dumont and Nico, like some of the ways they flubbed things after the trip, where it's just like, do you realize what you just said?
But is this how the rest of the country, this is 1 week for them, is this how the rest of the sports world looks at us?
Yes.
Every week?
Guys,
every month? Is this how they look at us?
I listen.
We're laughing at this, and we have a Jerry on twice a week.
We all listen to a lot of. We all listen to a lot of sports news stuff, national radio. They all say every time, "Why is he still doing radio interviews?" They say that every single week. Why is he still talking?
Yeah.
And then this happens. Now, this guy obviously is quite out of practice because. He sounded as clueless. I mean, I think, generally, if you've risen to success at that level, you should be able to get up there and, meet the media.
Corporate speaking.
Events. It's like Joe Shane hyperventilating. How do you get that job? You can't speak to the media. These are 20 beat writers. These guys wear Bugle Boy jeans. What are you doing? You can't speak to them? And this guy here, whatever the hell that was.
Buffalo fans have had enough as Pepe has been spying, not just on Filthy, but apparently on WGR in Buffalo. Gina's not happy.
I then move on to a statement that Chris Brown made, and I can't quote him, but what he did say about the refs is inconsistency breeds conspiracy. So put a boot up their ass and get them the hell out. Now, on to Sean McDermott. Sean McDermott, if you were standing in front of me, thank you. Thank you, Sean McDermott. I believed in the process. I believed in you, and I believed what you preached. Faith, family, and friends. Most of all, faith. I wish you well, Sean McDermott, because wherever you go, you will be a success. And I hope you win a Super Bowl. On to you, Brandon Bean. You better show up. You better show up, because the wrong man got fired, in my opinion. You better show up. All my eyes are going to be on you. You think you got in Terry Pagula's ear? You may have, but I don't have the rest of my life. I want a Super Bowl right now. So thank you, WGR. Go Sabres, and Brandon Beam, I'm watching you.
Oh, baby!
That's got to be GBAG of the day. That's amazing.
I guarantee you, she's an amazing bowler.
I mean, I feel like most people live in Buffalo, probably.
She has.
You think she was called with wearing her glove?
She wears the glove. She got the fingertip grips. I mean, she is a 220 bowler.
You just hear flicking a cigarette, going, "You're up, Marge."
Yes,
that was awesome.
She keeps score. She keeps her own score. She doesn't use the.
She's got her own bag.
She's got her own ball. She brings the old little.
Is her bowling ball in the back of her car?
1,000%.
If you're a Buffalo fan, though, you're waking up this morning like terrified about, this organization is not as stable as I thought it was.
Yes,
and I would
feel like Dayball's at the top of a list.
I was thinking I would feel like walking out of this, even if I was in favor of firing McDermott at the end of the year. After I've heard everything, I'd be like, they might have fired the wrong person.
Totally, I'd be like, Sean, can you come back? Can you come back? Look, so that has brought me great joy. And so has this. I was sitting there driving back from one of my 3 generator appointments yesterday.
Wow.
And the GBAG Nation was making me laugh update by update, because the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator job is toxic. Nobody wants to come around it, apparently. Diana Rossini, the Eagles are conducting their own OC search with the understanding that Brian Daboll wants the Bills head coaching job. If he doesn't land it, he's expected to wind up in Tennessee as the OC for Cam Ward and the Titans. Philly was even willing to give Daboll and Mike McDaniel, Chargers, full autonomy over the offense, according to Jeff McClain. So this is reading as if Brian Daboll would rather be the offensive coordinator in Tennessee than Philly. They interviewed Matt Nagy yesterday, who nobody wants. Rossini says the position is not viewed as an attractive opening. Quote, I think coordinators on this list are aware that navigating that town is difficult, not the easiest place to step into, especially if you're looking for a successful few years. And this, of course, is marking the 5th OC search in 5 years under Sirianni. They don't want it. It's amazing.
If you've got if you are a up and coming, nobody knows your name, right? You need a little bit of a boost. You're going to get known. Like, you will get known.
Yeah.
Your name will be out there.
Yeah.
But if you are somebody who has options, why do you want to deal with the fans?
Or Hurts.
Part
of this is
Hurts. That's what I'm thinking. Hurts is who I'd be terrified of working with.
That goes without saying. But the fan base, like that, a normal fan base, you would probably get a little bit more grace.
Would you be more
normal fan base?
Would you be more afraid as a head coach working with Brandon Bean at this point, or an offensive coordinator working with Hurts? Like, about your stability moving forward?
Oh, that's a great
I feel
question.
better working with Bean.
I think so, too.
Bean did it, yeah. I mean, they held McDermott down for 8 years.
Right.
It's just now you look at it and go like, you've clearly exposed yourself as somebody who will throw people under the bus and lie.
So that's everything happening in Filthy and Buffalo. My NFL offseason enjoyment cup is runneth over here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Let's go back inside the Star. A guy who has been getting Cowboy picks correct over the years has his latest Cowboys mock draft. Who are the 2 newest players joining America's team? We go commercial free in the Expressway with a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, it is, of course.
105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial free in the Expressway every day at this time. No commercials to get in your way here on Shan and RJ Neighborhood Watch coming up at 7:40 on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On with Shan Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Mel Kiper with his latest mock draft.
Yeah, the great Mel Kiper, the legend, the forerunner who nailed his best call in recent years is nailing Tyler Smith months before anybody else.
How much did Mel stain his own name with the Shador fiasco last year? It's hard for me to get that out of my head. Before it was, oh my God, long time legend, and a guy who doesn't have a cell phone, you got to call his landline, and all these weird quirks. Todd McShay with amazing stories. It's hard for me now to let go of the Shador state.
So I would imagine
and a lot of these media people are now getting called out for being compromised, by the way. It happened with Ryan Clark, David Mulugheta representation for C.J. Stroud, and then that clip going around from Get Up where everyone on the panel is like, not Josh Allen's fault. Josh Allen's the man. Josh is Mike Greenberg was like, there's no quarterback that I've seen play the position better. Rex said best player in football, but all those people are represented by CAA, who is Josh Allen's agency. So, internet sleuths are now checking out the representation, and that's where people are trying to figure out, what's the tie? How did Dion get to you, Mel?
Pelissero and McCarthy. That's we've also had that one recently where it's like, well, you seem to be going out of your way. That one we've known for several years, but I don't know if it damaged him with the generic fan who just turns on the TV around draft time and listens to Mel Kiper talk. I don't think when they see Shador fall, they think, boy, Mel, you were wrong. Like analysts and other people who cover it probably are like, Mel missed there or Mel was clearly good. I think instead they just look at it like, oh, outrage. Shador should have gone earlier because Mel said he should have gone earlier. And so so I don't know that it's a credibility hit with your average fan, but somebody who follows it definitely, I think, was like, okay, you're compromised. But he does have his sources. He does have his people that he talks to, and he's hit on some calls early before and stuff related to the Cowboys. So he's got his new mock draft out, and we can see leading up to 12 what happens ahead of the Cowboys. Now, I think heading into this right now, it feels like most Cowboys fans right now are on board with, hey, the dream scenario would be Caleb Downs. Like last year, it was Tetairoa McMillan was kind of one of the dreams of if he could slide to you, that'd be a great pick. This year, it feels like it's the Ohio State safety Caleb Downs is the guy that everybody is just crossing their fingers can fall. First pick, Las Vegas Raiders, Fernando Mendoza. He says that's an easy one. That's the direction the Raiders are going.
So they traded for Lamar.
Yeah. Number 2, New York Jets, Arvell Reese, linebacker, Ohio State, who some people view as an edge rusher, some people view as a linebacker, just depends. Cardinals at number 3 take Francis Maui-Goa, the offensive tackle at Miami, the right tackle, who's a really good player. Number 4, Tennessee Titans take David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech, who is my favorite pass rusher in the draft. I think he's really, really special. Number 5, Giants take Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State, who's top receiver in the draft, but
Golden's brother, nephew.
Yeah. You look at you've already invested in Malik Neighbors. You got Jackson Dart. I understand they've had but I might consider some secondary or some trench stuff if I'm the Giants.
John Harbaugh's like, come on, you couldn't get me a receiver in Baltimore. Let's get another one now.
Because the report came out when he wanted Hopkins out of the draft.
No, Puka.
Was it Puka? Was it Puka that he really wanted?
Were you talking about DeAndre?
I thought the report came out that he wanted DeAndre out of the draft, initially.
No, he wanted Puka.
Okay.
He wanted Puka. But look, those types of stories, by the way, there's 50,000 of those where someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong. The coach, if you want him that bad, did you want him the second round? I don't know. He was drafted in the 5th.
Broadus said you got to fight for these guys if you're in the room.
That's Terry Pagula who said that, right?
Look where Broadus is now.
I know. He fought for Andre Wadsworth.
The Cleveland Browns at number 6 take Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle, Utah. Number 7, the Washington Commanders, the second NFC East team, Ruben Bain, the Miami edge rusher who was wrecking shop throughout the CFP. Number 8, New Orleans Saints take Jordan Tyson, wide receiver from Arizona State.
If Bain fell to 12, would you be doing backflips?
Yeah. Bain's a good player. I would take Bain.
But there's no way he drops, right?
I don't think so. There was a time where people thought he might. I don't think that people think he'll go there now. 9, Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, goes to the Chiefs. So we're talking about we're through 9 picks, no Caleb Downs yet.
Could you imagine the Chiefs rolling running back at 9? Now, it's like you could get away with it from the you're a ready-to-win team, but not when you don't have any receivers.
The Cowboys are going to end up trading up and giving away the other first for
Jeremiah Love, for Downs.
Number 10, the Cincinnati Bengals take Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State.
Oh, no.
Number 11, Keldrick Falk to the Miami Dolphins. That's the defensive end out of Auburn, who is kind of a unique case because he's considered like, man, yeah, that's a top 10 player. And he consistently throughout his career gets about 2 sacks a year. But it's because of what he's asked to do at Auburn. He's similar to Michael Williams, who we talked about at Georgia last year, of just it's upside, and, well, he's not asked totally to do what we would have him do in the NFL, so we're projecting out a little bit. And then it rolls around to the Dallas Cowboys and what has become the most popular pick for them at number 12 to this point. Number 12, the Dallas Cowboys select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. And this is the write-up.
Sexy pick.
Said if you wanted to score points in 2025, all you needed was a matchup with the Cowboys defense. Ouch. They allowed 30.1 points per game, the most in the league. This is another spot where Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, the corner, could make sense, though Deron Bland will be back in 2026. And I think Keldrick Falk could fit here if he's still on the board. But Dallas could really use an impact player in the middle of the defense. Styles is a former safety, and it's no surprise once you see his speed. He can close on ball carriers and pass catchers in a flash. With 174 tackles over the past 2 seasons, he's a top 10 prospect for me. He is super young. He's 20 years old. He is considered...
He's very tall.
He's 6'4". He's like 240, and he used to play safety. So he is fast, and he's got coverage ability and is a really smart processor. Still raw playing linebacker, but a guy like measurables and projection for his ability and the football character, being young. I mean, a lot of boxes are checked for Sonny Styles.
He's the most common name being projected at 12.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there's another one that I've seen in second place that I can think of.
No, lately it seems like every big mock that's come out has him at 12. And it's obviously an easy fit. They need linebacker really bad, and he very well could be the best player left on the board.
Yeah, the one thing that always scares me about this, or that would scare about this, and he's got amazing pedigree. Right, he was like the second overall player at the position out of high school. He was the top overall player in the region. So, like, in general, he's a true blue chip player. When you've got 3 studs on defense, like one's behind you, one's in front, I always wonder, like, are they all 3 super studs, or is one getting kind of deficiencies covered up because the other 2 are so great?
I mean,
it's a fear. That's it.
Yeah, I think at linebacker. Like safety and linebacker, you absolutely can get deficiencies covered up with other good players. Like, for instance, a linebacker can be covered a little bit if he's got a ridiculously good defensive tackle in front of him, because that guy's just keeping him clean. He doesn't have to get off blocks. He can just charge in there, do whatever. I think Sonny Styles is a good player. I think that's going to be a safe pick.
Is there a comp?
It's not in terms of like maybe with a little bit better coverage ability. Like Van Der Esch is not awful. Like, that's not a bad comp. So thinking Van Der Esch type of player, like similar build, really good athlete, and somebody who...
Was Van Der Esch that big?
Van Der Esch was 6'4" and 235 when he was drafted.
His neck was 60 pounds.
Yeah, he had that Takeo Spikes neck for sure. Okay, so you dress linebacker. So if I tell you you've got linebacker... Just in your head, you're automatically thinking pick 20 should be what position?
Corner, DN, safety.
So safety, now that Caleb Downs is gone, not really many left. So safety, you're probably looking at going, okay, if I want a safety, I'm going to have to trade back. I'm looking at the board now, and I'm saying the top edge rushers are all pretty much gone. They all went ahead of me. I can get somebody at 20, but that may be more a pick that fits for the back end of the first round. So would I need to move down? Corner, you're in good shape, because corner, the top 2 are still there. It's Mansour Delane from LSU, and it's Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, but McCoy obviously hasn't played in over a year. The Rams, the very next pick, take Jermod McCoy from Tennessee. So that's off the board. You get down, you get a receiver taken by the Ravens, tight end by the Buccaneers. Ty Simpson finally goes to the Jets at pick 16. And then you get to pick 18 and the Minnesota Vikings. They not only took your defensive coordinator, they took your corner, and they take Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU. So now that you've slid down a little bit and you get to pick 20, you've got what I think is a really strong pick. I just don't know that it makes you that much better next year. Cowboys take the other Miami edge rusher, Akeem Mesidor. Miami lost in Monday's national championship game, but did you watch Mesidor? This is from Kuiper. He had 2 sacks, bringing his total to 12.5 for the season. He's been around college football for a long time. He absolutely has. His first year was the COVID year. He will be 25 years old the first time he plays an NFL snap.
Out.
You're already out on that?
Yeah, he is old. He is an old man.
Now it's a big concern. It is.
Because the real concern here is he is 25, A, but B, it's, he fits the mold to being a great college football playoff transfer portal guy. He was a guy that had very few Power 5 offers. He had offers from like Delaware and Buffalo and schools like that. And then now he had some for like Big Ten and SEC, but it was Indiana when Indiana was still Indiana.
If he was 22 years old and he didn't have the injury history he does, which is bad. There's a reason he's 25 and eligible to play. It's because he's had injury issues.
What are the injuries?
He all over. He's dealt with. He has been fragile. He's dealt with injuries all over his body. He's had some shoulder stuff. I think he had a knee. So he's dealt with a lot of different things. If he didn't have the injury history and he wasn't 25 years old, he would go in the top 10. That's the kind of ability he has. If you want to talk about just advanced, ready, looks like an NFL player in terms of the way he rushes the passer and knows how to do things, that's Mesidor. Mesidor might be the top guy in the draft.
Yeah, he was balling out the other night.
So he's super advanced.
Can't do it at 25.
And that's the thing. He's 25 years old. Now the Cowboys, what are the Cowboys often guilty of? Their personal experiences. They let hey, this worked, so let's do this. Or we know this guy.
We drafted a 25-year-old back in 1991.
Does Jerry just start thinking, I remember when they said Terrence Newman was 25. And look at him. He played 15 years in the NFL. He was a good player. He made some Pro Bowls.
He came in at 25?
He was 25 years old. He was 24 or 25. He was old. Because I remember...
very odd back then.
Little ball of hate.
Yep.
Just could not stop saying enough bad things. Jen Floyd Engel just could not say enough bad things about Terrence Newman at the time. But... Mel writes that taking Sonny Styles at 12, then Mesidor here would help the Dallas defense in a big way, but Jerry Jones would have to figure out the secondary on day 2 or in free agency. You don't have a day 2 pick, Mel. That's yet another hole on that side of the ball.
Pick.
And that's the thing is that I think as you approach, we talked about the success rate of free agent edge rushers has been decent. I think that's why you've got to look at, all right, maybe we go ahead and we just address edge through free agency, and we really focus on secondary and linebacker in the draft. And we try to find that corner or that safety. And look, if you don't feel good about Jermod McCoy's health and Mansour Delane doesn't fall to you, maybe you start looking to trade back from 20. And you just say, all right, let me get back a little bit further and pick up some extra picks, and I'll find a day 2 safety like Dylan Thieneman from Oregon or go sort of that direction. So I think Akeem Mesidor would be a really good player here if he stayed healthy. And the other aspect of it is he going to play enough right away with a heavy defensive line rotation to justify that that's worth the 20th pick when you have as many holes as you do? A safety would come in here and play damn near 100% of the snaps right away.
No, not at 25. You got a 5-6 year career. If he gets the second contract,
he's
already 30.
He's an old man.
Can't do it.
You got guys. This is like one of the problems that baseball has. You have free agents getting to free agency at 29 years old. You don't want that.
I don't even think I'd take him in the second round because of his age.
He was, I'm trying to look at this. Yeah, so when he committed in college, this is how long ago it was.
Although I guess what? Average age, what's the average length of career for a first-round defensive end? I guess if you got 7 years out of it, you'd be okay. It's shooting too high for the moon to say 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, generally
maybe. I don't know, man. I that's to me is the benchmark. If you're going to draft a first-round guy, my benchmark is this guy's going to be here 10.
Maybe they're so, and maybe they look at it like we're so win now right now, don't really care. He can be here for 5 years, and we'll run him into the ground, and he'll get us double-digit sacks, and that's all we're worried about. He committed to West Virginia initially. That's where he went. He committed to West Virginia to play there while Tom Brady was still playing for the Patriots. That's how long it's been that Akeem Mesidor's playing. In fact, he played his first game at West Virginia before Brady had ever played for the Bucs.
I guess I take back my second round. I'd get him the 32, 7-year career, but they don't have a second-round pick.
No.
Trade back from 20 and then take him in the second round.
There you go. Yeah, and I mean, look, there's a chance I think he could go earlier than 20 if somebody falls in love with him. I also could see teams being worried about the injuries and the age and just letting him slide a little bit. That would not surprise me.
All right, there it is. Mel Kiper with the latest mock draft here on the home of the Cowboys, commercial-free in the Expressway. 1080 KRLD meteorologist Dan Brunoff will be in studio to kick off Neighborhood Watch in 5 minutes to let you know how bad it's actually going to get tomorrow and this weekend. But the Darren Woodson Hall of Fame push continues.
Yes, and the Dallas Cowboys are all over getting out front of this. This is something where I believe I've heard we likely will be getting him in San Francisco for Super Bowl because he's out there doing the push again. But Darren Woodson...
Which, by the way, I believe when he showed up with us last time, he knew already.
He knew.
Mm-hmm.
He already knew. And imagine going through that interview as if it was still up in the air.
Well, because I think... Nobody's told me this, but I think the knock thing is actually kind of like performative theater. The little here's your knock. I think they already know when they get that knock that they were
really.
Yeah, I think that's the theater in a lot of ways.
Ask Jerry.
I've said this before.
That was an all-time great knock moment.
I've said this before. My favorite quote about Darren Woodson came from Nate Newton, who said, "We didn't have sub packages. We had Darren Woodson. Darren did everything else so everyone else could do their jobs." And that's the way he was. He changed the scope of their defense, the way it looked. This was a cool video that the Cowboys put together, and this is a little bit of Darren talking, but mostly Michael Irvin, Dave Campo, other people who have been with Darren Woodson throughout his career, just explaining to you how special he was as a player.
Darren Woodson would lay a hit on you, but also had the ability to take a tight end out, to play slot receiver.
He's a warrior. I mean, that's another word we throw around too much.
Seriously, think about it. 6'2", 228. He's covering Jerry Rice in the slot.
Why not do it?
And Woodson goes all the way in for the score.
And that should be the club record-setting tackle for Darren Woodson.
He deserves it because you add character, his leadership, what he meant to a football team that won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. When he put that helmet on, played with his heart, he set a standard for all of us. All of us.
The Dallas Cowboys all-time tackle leader, 5-time Pro Bowl selection, 4-time All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champion, and the Bart Starr Man of the Year.
There's no gimmies in life, trust me on that. And there's nothing that I feel like I deserve, but I do feel like I left something that's Hall of Fame worthy.
It's good stuff, and I hate all you need to know about Darren Woodson. And it's wild to me that if there's all this influence, it hasn't resonated with the voters yet to this point. When Gary Myers tells us Parcells calls him every year to say, what are we doing about getting Darren Woodson in? And when you hear Nate Newton gets mad when it comes up that he's not in, he gets really angry. He's like, it's such disrespect to the way the game was changed by Darren Woodson. And you see some of the reaction. Brian Urlacher told you guys years ago when you guys had him on, he said, my favorite player growing up was Darren Woodson. That guy, it's ridiculous that he's not in the Hall of Fame.
I'll give it unpopular. I'll be the unpopular one here.
Oh, no.
With some outside perspective.
There's the wrong Woodson's in the Hall.
Oh.
Tell him that when he sits down with us at Super Bowl.
Bobby.
Rod?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bobby.
Look at his face.
I mean, listen, I just...
Bobby loves Rod Woodson.
I do love Rod Woodson.
Is he your all-time favorite corner?
No, but I think he's really, really... I think he's behind Dion is probably the next best one.
You're just going off of Michael Irvin's opinion, RJ?
Have you ever met a receiver who was like, yeah, he was good? Him. Yeah, they all say, they say every corner across from them is trash. They all do it. Just like Jalen Ramsey said, Josh Allen sucks. Aaron Rodgers, awful. Like, that's what they do.
I don't know. Look, I heard soft. I've heard the word soft.
So that's it. You're just taking it from Mike.
Yeah. That's it. I'm taking it from Mike.
Here's what I'll just say. Here it is. Irvin calls Woodson soft, 2009. Just growing up, and this is in Maryland, but, it was Redskins country. Darren Woodson was never. It's like I had to come to DFW and educate everyone on how people thought of Kevin Garnett versus Dirk. I think Dirk passed Garnett with the last part of Dirk's career. But early on, I think everyone had KG over Dirk, probably outside of DFW. Darren Woodson was never a guy, and this is being a 14-year-old football fan. Let me qualify. Teenager. Darren Woodson was never a guy that resonated like on my radar on that national scale. You'd have Steve Atwater, Ronnie Lott. I'm trying to think of any other safeties at that time.
Which those two are great safeties who I think you could make an argument would be above Darren in history.
And they also had like an easier marketing play, like Ronnie Lott, no finger, the hardest hitter of all time, Steve Atwater dropping the hammer on you.
Pinky.
Huh?
It was a pinky.
That was a pinky that he lost. But I never was like, oh my gosh, Darren. And I think it also gets lost with the greatness of those Cowboy teams because all the media focus was on the triplets.
Which did you right? But and
Ken, I remember Ken Norton nationally, Charles Haley nationally.
As an outsider, though, didn't you think? And maybe not, but didn't you think at the time he's better than Leroy Butler? Like, I've never met anybody who thought Leroy Butler was better, and he got in, and I don't know why. Right. I still don't know who was the big advocate there.
Let's get to the neighborhood watch here on The Fan.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
On the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now is the man who keeps us warm and educated on the news. It's Dan Brunoff, meteorologist from our sister station down the hall, News Radio 1080 KRLD. Good morning.
What's happening, guys? I love your little studio. We're right next door, and it's the first time I've been here, so it looks fantastic.
You haven't been in here?
No, I have. I've stalked you from the window.
Yeah, you got little right. How bad is this going to be?
18 to 24 inches.
God, the Weather Channel putting that junk out there. My gosh, I saw that. I haven't commented on it. I haven't posted it. It's hogwash.
I haven't released a statement.
We're getting the first comments right here, exclusive. Get that, Josh Clark.
Well, you know Harold Taft. He was a big TV guy here for years in Dallas and Fort Worth, and I remember as a kid, I remember him saying, "Don't forecast snow totals until it starts to snow." Right?
Do you have a rivalry with someone?
Not
you got
really.
weather beef with somebody?
No, I don't think we're very competitive here across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I don't think we got all great meteorologists and stuff like that.
You guys don't think take shots at each other?
No, Evan Andrews and I are pretty close. So we go back and forth with our forecast, kind of pick each other's brains about stuff. And he just retired recently, but he's filling in at a local station here this weekend until they get their new people trained. And now he's stuck downtown for 4 days. He retired and now he's in the mix of it all.
He only doesn't have the rivalry because Bob Gooseman left town. He doesn't.
Yeah, Goose is still around. He and I chat every now and then. But
what are we looking at,
I'm
Dan?
here now. Yeah. So again, we're okay right now. Beautiful sunrise out there, and temps will get near 60 today. Tomorrow we'll wake up with some rain moving in from the west. Temps will be in the mid 40s when we're on the way to work. Everyone's going to get home from work and school tomorrow. That's the cool thing about it. Unless you work that third shift or work evenings through the overnight into Saturday, that's where the problems will happen. North along the Red River. Right, Gainesville, Sherman Denison. That's where the transition from cold rain to freezing rain to sleet will happen first, sometime after dinner time tomorrow. And then that frozen precipitation line heads towards I-20 towards midnight, and then down towards Corsicana, Hillsboro, Granbury towards daybreak. So then it's all sleet. That's the little pellets that hit your car and kind of bounce off. So a little bout, maybe a quarter inch of freezing rain coating power lines and streets. Sleet could be an inch or two around here of sleet all day Saturday, maybe even some thunder.
Are we going to get thunder sleet?
Heck yeah.
Oh, baby. Yes, sir. You never see thunder snow.
So I was texting Jim Cantori, who's a buddy of mine.
Yeah. Tell him I said hi.
And I will.
Does he know you? Yeah, remember we did his calls, and he had me on. He played the calls on the Weather Channel. Oh. My Legends calls.
Yeah, cool guy. I used to work with him about 25 years ago. So that being said, he said yesterday that Dallas is on his top 3 to come to. I bet you he comes here, which will be really cool. But he freaks out with thunder, snow, thunder, sleet. That could happen. And then I think we're going to get a 2 to 4 inch burst of snow from 6 a.m. Sunday into noon. That'll make all the kiddos happy. But the temperatures are the other story. This is going to be some pipe bursting, dangerously cold weather. Hopefully the power grid will hold out. If we get any power outages, it would be due to some freezing rain south of I-20, early Saturday into Saturday afternoon. But then 2 to 6 inches of snow and sleet combined, okay? From I-20, probably 2 inches. You get up to 380 Denton, Decatur, McKinney, maybe 4 to 5 inches total of sleet and snow, and then 6+ up to a foot up towards Oklahoma. So we're not going anywhere. Temps falling through the 20s Saturday, 22 for Sunday afternoon, and then 5 degrees when we wake up Monday with a clear sky, 28 Monday afternoon, and then 15 to 36 on Tuesday. That's when we finally get above freezing. So we're stuck for a while here.
All right, so you need a doctor's note when you miss school because of the flu or whatever. Are we going to need a meteorologist note on Monday?
Yeah,
Are we going to be able to drive in?
I've got a notepad in the other studio, so just let me know what you need. I'll just sign a bunch of them for you.
Will Monday at 5 a.m. be brutal to drive in here?
Oh, dude, you're going to be at home Monday. You're not going anywhere.
There you go. Hear that? That is the doctor's note right there.
So I'm not a school closer, but everyone's cool Friday. But Monday, people aren't going anywhere. Even Tuesday, because if anything slushes up in the afternoon Monday when we get up close to freezing with the sun out, and you get that much sleet and snow on the ground, it's going to refreeze instantly with temps back in the teens Tuesday morning. So I think Tuesday afternoon will get better, and then Wednesday, Thursday will get better after that.
Last thing for you real quick, Dan Brunoff, 1080. If the one 5 years ago was a 9 in terms of how bad, this will be?
Oh, probably a 7.5 because the power outages won't be as great. That was huge. That was a 10+ back then.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Dan Brunoff, News Radio 1080 KRLD in the Neighborhood Watch. That's a lot worse than what I was looking at online.
He was he did not say. I mean, that was very confident that y'all are going to be at home on Monday, broadcasting from home.
And where are you going to be?
I'll be. I don't know which apartment we're going to stay at yet.
So we have
to pick one. I know, but we got to pick one. I mean, assume we're going to be. I'll try to drive in here, but I would assume it sounds like from Brunoff, it sounds like he's giving us the doctor's note. So I'll take it. From ice to ice cream. What you gentlemen have in front of you. I wanted to shout this out in Neighborhood Watch because I like I like local, hardworking business owners, and since we moved to Louisville, we recently realized that down in the town square over there's this ice cream place called Gilmore Scoops, and I paid for these. I bought these for you guys. These were not just gifted. But Gilmore Scoops of this ice cream shop down there. Her name is Tanya. She runs it, Tanya Gilmore, and she has been fantastic to the girls. Kristen was like, you got to talk about this place and tell people like this is perfect, like community type of old school ice cream shop. Very like nice design. It's good. So Choppy's got the butter pecan. Sean's got the chocolate. Peyton, what did you get? Chocolate fudge or something?
Peanut butter fudge.
Peanut butter fudge as he clears. But very, very good stuff. And they have this one. They have these seasonal flavors there. They had key lime pie, which it tastes like a key lime pie.
I love key lime pie.
I got a pumpkin pie one right here. But Gilmore Scoops, very cool. Kristen says she's like, tell everybody it's the cutest ice cream shop you've ever seen. And the design, you can definitely tell when you walk in there, this has been somebody's like passion dream to like create something like that. So if you're ever in Louisville and you find yourself down there, go say hi to Tanya. They're very cool. Addison's got a really bad peanut allergy. And so they're always worried about, she gets anxious about cross-contamination with scoops at ice cream places. And so every time.
The creaminess of this.
It's so good. And
it's so creamy. There's something, I have the chocolate, and I don't know, they put some type of extra chocolate in here that's not, it's not crunchy or anything, but it's smooth.
It's so good. And so the ice cream distributor is Beth Marie's from Denton. And then they've got the shop. It's so good, and no, but she's great, Tanya. Whenever Addison walks in, she wants vanilla ice cream. She scoops it from a separate box out of the back to make sure that she doesn't get any cross contamination. So when she walks in, so awesome people and an awesome ice cream shop. So go check them out. Now, Sean, we went from praising people to you're about to destroy some people, and I think Peyton wants to jump in on this. I don't understand any of this as a homeowner, or as a non-homeowner.
Yeah,
I have no idea how much this struggle has been for you guys, but you guys are all complaining about this now.
So the bill usage, the amount of money that I've spent as a homeowner when it comes to bills, electric bill for my AC was always number one. And then television, then maybe water, and then gas. gas has always been like $4. Well, over the course of the past like year and a half, it has now gone water bill, gas, electric, television. And I'm like, why is the gas bill? I'm like, do I have a leak? What's going on? I have, a light switch fireplace that we don't use very often. I used to use it so much more in the last house, and my gas bill would be like $35. Mm-hmm. My gas bill now is easily triple digits, and yesterday I just got the latest from Atmos Energy, and it has matched my AC bill.
Damn.
It's matched it.
Really?
It's at $248. And I haven't been cooking outside. I use a propane tank outside, and then we got like a pool fire feature that I got from my pops, and if I put that thing on for a while, I know I'm going to get dented, but I don't. It's been freezing cold. So I don't even know where I'm using the gas. A $243 bill from Atmos Energy. So I call Tola, help me out. I'm like, I want to switch companies.
Something's wrong, man.
I'm going to switch companies. Well, I go online, and people are complaining about Atmos Energy, and their gas bills are going through the roof. And this Tolo said, you have no option to change. There's nothing else. And I was like, I thought monopolies were illegal. How do I get antitrust? Roger Goodell involved in this. And then I see a story from WFAA that Atmos is actually not just price gouging right now. They're looking for an increase. They're looking for a vote to increase, I think, 10%. So my campaign right now has been against the water companies, and now it is against Atmos Energy.
It's not you don't have a heated pool, right?
No.
Okay. Because people are saying you got a leak. Because look at this is my Atmos bill.
I would smell a leak.
And it only goes up in the wintertime, and it barely goes up.
Now, but this may be Atmos Dallas as well, that they're seeking for another increase. I don't know whether it's been a Dallas thing. Yeah, you got a $30 bill.
Yeah, now that was without heat, right? Because we don't usually turn the heat on. We barely turn it on. We barely turn the heat on ever. So we just turned it on, and it went up. It went up this past month like $100. But that's usually, I guess last year was up to $180.
It's criminal.
In the month.
It's theft. February. It's criminal.
Fantext they're very insistent on the Fantext. They think you have a leak. And 817 says a heated pool will suck it.
Tolo Chris just sent me his $315.
Mine's $285. And I had the same story last year.
Do we all have leaks? No.
I had a $400 gas bill, and everyone texted and said, you had a leak, you had a leak. Someone at Atmos texted in. Tolo said, hey, I work there. Let me come out there and check it. He sent someone out there, and they checked it. They were like, you don't have a leak, dude. You're just using an S-ton of gas. And I was like, well, how do I not do that? I'm just turning on the heat because it's effing cold outside. But I can't. 30 days of having the heat on is going to run it up almost $300, $400. There's no way.
I just think it should be illegal that there's no other option to switch. So they can do whatever they want.
So they
can do whatever they want.
Summertime, my electric bill is in the $4s.
Yeah.
So the heat, the Atmos should be way cheaper, right? Because gas is supposed to be cheaper than electricity.
1,600 square foot home from the 817 says $224 gas bill this month. 1,400 square foot home from the 972 said theirs was $194 last month.
See?
So those are.
I'm telling you,
there.
something is ridiculously wrong, in my opinion, with the company, and I'm sure they will cut off my gas.
One last shout out real quick from Joseph Smith, one of our local HVAC listeners out there who works on it. He wants to remind everybody, have your filters changed. Your HVAC filters don't wait till it freezes and your heat cuts off. And he says also be sure to thank your HVAC techs, which are going to be driving through this over the weekend.
So change my filter like today?
He said he would change the filter in advance of the ice storm.
We are apparently down to two final sites.
For
the Mavs new arena, and how you can hang out with RJ Choppy tonight while watching Cooper Flag next on
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Even LeBron James, NBA governors could not stand him. Good morning, Metroplex, 8 o'clock hour here on Shan and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton running the Odyssey app, FanCam, and Twitch, and of course, Aiden Butler out there as well. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and you can hang out with RJ Choppy tonight.
Ooh. If you're lucky enough to be in the same level. Yeah, you can.
Same donor level?
What?
The
donor level?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a political joke. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Sarah got tickets for tonight's game. She's like, do you want to go? And I was like, well, I mean, not really.
Hey, it's 6:30 though.
6:30 start. I was like, Jimmy got hurt, and Anthony Davis always hurt, and Cooper Flagg, he's rolling ankles left and right. I mean, it's a nighttime game Thursday night. Want to get some sleep? We got to prepare. But I can't say no to free tickets. I can't say no.
Not in a suite.
And these are in a suite.
Ooh.
So I was like, all right, yeah. You pulled my arm, twisted my arm. You talked me into it. So yeah, we'll be down there. So we'll make the rounds. We'll make the rounds. Especially if you're
Prime Video. I wonder, maybe Dirk will be there. The set will be there. I don't know.
Do they? Yeah, they usually go.
No.
Not to every game.
No, they'll be in studio.
I hadn't even thought of this. Is the is Luka's return to Dallas this weekend going to be just destroyed by the weather? Is nobody going to be at the AAC on Saturday night?
People will go.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just going to brave it.
People don't care. A lot of people just don't care.
They can crash at Reitman's place, and then they can walk.
Reitman's got a sweet setup over there in terms of the rooftop.
It is nice.
That little fireplace.
Hey, the TRE down.
Amazing charcuterie boards at the Reitma residence. But Warriors Mavs tonight at 6:30 at the AAC, and apparently enjoy the games there while they last, because the Mavs have narrowed their search for a new arena to 2 potential sites.
Ooh. By the way, the new arena, I don't know if that's a rendering of what the building's going to look like, or just they just did an AI say, give me any arena. That looks cool.
That was Dallas, Texas TV, I think, did that. The rendering that was out there. And if the Mavericks really did that rendering, if that's theirs, that's bad. Because they have on the jumbo video board a Mavericks player wearing 77.
Oh.
So if that's really them, that's them shooting themselves in the foot, and I would hope they didn't make that.
Dallas Morning News says it is going to come down to downtown Dallas and the former Valley View Center property. A decision is not expected until around July 1st.
Yeah, it's like the old everybody wants their stadiums downtown versus in the suburbs. But I guess the heat map of the city, so they love to say the heat map, it's not necessarily downtown. Where is going to bring in all 8.5 million people? Now, the problem is that the downtown arena is going to have the ability to get public transportation. Whereas at Valley View Mall, the TRE isn't going there.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're looking for where can we draw everybody into the same spot, Valley View Mall is not the area I think of first. I don't know how much stuff has closed down over there or how much stuff they'd be bulldozing to be able to create space, but that does not feel like a place where you'd have a whole lot of parking and space.
Look, when we go to Phoenix or other cities with the arena right there, it's cool. I've been a little bit jealous of it. The problem and difference to me is it's not a naturally populated area where people are every day, where the AAC is.
Right.
It's people aren't just around there all the time. It's not a place that's always bumping. Like uptown over downtown, however you want to define where the AAC is. It's not. It's just. It's not a natural place of traffic.
Right.
It still feels like, all right, I got to make that extra effort to go there. And then, of course, I always think parking and getting in would be so much more of a nightmare when it is downtown,
sure,
when it is in the middle of the city.
Look, I mean, NFL stadiums, how many NFL stadiums are actually downtown? Because you need a huge, massive parking lot for tailgating, right? So it just doesn't, lend itself
like
to
Indianapolis
that.
is.
Indianapolis is, and where do you park?
right?
Where do you park at the Colts games?
Yeah.
So yeah, because I guess the Colts game is technically like it's just a little. It's like here's the square center. It's like kind of like just a hop over the highway.
And I hated when you said at Volunteers games, because of stadium location, you got to tailgate in parking garages. Man, that sucks for tailgating. At least in Arlington, you got an awesome tailgating spread out setup. Yeah. You can't have that in the middle of the city.
No, you can't. If you're on campus, you're on top of a parking lot.
You're not tailgating for basketball and hockey.
Right. You're tailgating on top of on the top floor of a parking garage or on these student parking lots that you got to find, which they have them, but it's just difficult in a downtown setting to find good parking.
I did ask ChatGPT just now. I was like, give me just an artist rendering of what you think the Mavericks downtown arena should look like. That wouldn't be bad. I'd like it. You got the water fountain walking up to it. It's
looks
cool,
like SoFi almost.
Futuristic shape. Yeah. Looks good. I'm down with it.
The Commanders' new one looks awesome.
It does.
It looks awesome, but they're all complaining. Like a bunch of fans are complaining because of what Choppy was just talking about, where they're like, there's no place for us to like tailgate out there. We wouldn't be able to be by the stadium and do anything.
But did you see why they built it where it's kind of like, looks like it's built like a saddle where it's like it's lower in the middle, and that's to keep the sight line of the monument and the Capitol in the background.
Cool. That's cool.
Very cool.
Cooper Flag finished with 366,881 fan votes for the All-Star game. That ranks 17th in the Western Conference. He finished with 21 player votes, which ranks 17th among his peers. Did not receive any media votes. Overall, received a weighted score of 16.25, the same score that Sanguine got in the armpit.
And he's climbing up the charts of the jersey sales. Now, you mentioned the Warriors will be in town. That's the number one selling jersey in the NBA right now. Still Steph Curry. Wow. After all these years, he's number one, which seems stunning to me. He doesn't quite crack the top 10. He's at number 11, though. Cooper Flag is at number 11. The Mavericks as a team are the 9th highest selling jerseys in the NBA right now, which I would imagine is a lot of people rebuying apparel after they burned it or got rid of it and are now like, all right, fine, I'm back. A little bit, I mean, if you care about the jersey sales. Little bit disappointing that the other two in the top 3 are your former Mavericks. It's Luka Doncic at number 2 with the Lakers, and then it's Jalen Brunson at number 3 with the Knicks, and then rounding out the top 5, Victor Wembanyama and LeBron James. But Cooper Flag just starting to hard charge up there on the list of jersey sales.
LeBron was not voted as an all-star starter.
It's so sad.
Did not happen. Last time this happened, what was going down?
Last time this happened would be the 03-04 season, which means the Red Sox still had not won a World Series in about 100 years. The last time LeBron wasn't in the All-Star or didn't start an All-Star game.
And my mom was still buying Heinz ketchup.
This means the back-to-back NFC East champions drought was shorter than LeBron's stint between missing the All-Star game starting lineup between that first year and then now. But I guess this makes sense now why they're giving him the patch. Like, they're like, hey, look, you're not going to start in the All-Star game. That's going to be really tough for your ego. So what we'll do is we'll give you a picture of yourself to put on your jersey all year. And he's like, all right, fair trade. I'll take that, number 23. But, I mean, the fact that 03-04, that's February of 04. I can't even – I was 14 years old is how old I was the last time. And I'm 36 now.
Now let's get to the juice. And that is the Baxter Holmes piece from ESPN.com on the Bus family blowing up and selling the team for $10 billion. And the thing making all the rounds and headlines is this. Team sources told ESPN Jeannie Buss even began to turn against LeBron. Ooh. She privately grumbled, people close to the team say, about what she felt was James' outsized ego and the overt control that he and Clutch Sports had over the organization at times. She didn't like that LeBron was considered a savior for a floundering franchise when he arrived in 2018. That was the truth, by the way. And that it was he who chose the Lakers rather than the team's leadership, Magic, receiving praise for landing him. Team sources have been adamant for years. LeBron's camp told the Lakers as early as 2017, I'm coming to you when I'm a free agent. It's happening. The distance between Jeannie and LeBron widened after they traded for Russell Westbrook. They had made the trade in an effort to appease James, but the acquisition backfired in catastrophic fashion. They went 33-49, missed the playoffs. LeBron seemed to wash his hands of his role in the acquisition. Jeannie privately bristled about what she felt was his lack of accountability and the way James would shift blame onto others after the Westbrook trade. In 2022, in the aftermath of the trade, multiple people said Jeannie Buss privately mused about, I'm not going to give LeBron that contract extension, and I'm even going to have trade talks, as the Clippers floated out as a possibility. That was before LeBron got a no-trade clause and got a 2-year, $104 million contract. And then when they drafted Bronny, Jeannie privately remarked that LeBron should be grateful for such a gesture, but she felt that he wasn't. That summer, as she discussed a new contract for James, Jeannie seemed more resigned to the fact that they'd have to do it, almost begrudgingly accepting they take a PR hit by not doing so. So, under the leadership, the team had been through dysfunction, distrust, increased isolation, and discord, and LeBron James was the object and eye of much of her dissatisfaction. Excuse me, I can't read. And then Jeannie came out with a statement yesterday to The Athletic saying, this is an unfortunate piece. It's not right that LeBron is being pulled into our family drama. It's completely untrue and unfair.
I love having this context now, especially for what is one of my favorite LeBron memes of all time, which is him sitting courtside, walking up courtside to Linda Rambis and Jeannie Buss and going, first off, before I say anything else, happy International Women's Day. And then Jeannie Buss goes, oh, and like leans on. Now knowing this tension exists, that's an even greater moment in history to me that he walked up and just went like, I know how to smooth this over. Happy International Women's Day. This will clean things up. But Jeannie Buss is way more, I guess, kind of a shark than I guess I anticipated. It should make sense, like, given what she's been around and the fact that, you know, she kept, like, Phil in her pocket for forever. I guess it makes sense, but, man, she comes off as just like, yeah, I would not want to cross her necessarily.
And I believe all this.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't care about her, you know, rebuttal. And I understand. I disagree with a little bit of it. Like, the Lakers were floundering, and LeBron going there. Wherever LeBron was going to go, he's doing that team a favor. Like, let's not get it twisted. He was doing the Lakers a favor, and I don't know why she has to get all butthurt about it because LeBron got the attention for making another decision. Magic got some props, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Lakers have always my first thought was that the Lakers, she's upset that she allowed the Lakers to kind of sell out. You know, like that is...
Like her pops, people in this article are like, Jerry Buss would not be happy over the way this fell apart.
No, he wouldn't. Because, you know, Jerry would not have, I don't believe, drafted Bronny, just do whatever she had to, you know what I mean? Like, he was not going to let... They were going to view it as, I'm bigger, I'm the Lakers, we're bigger than any player. We're not going to acquiesce to what a player wants. We're the LA Lakers.
Yeah. All right, so there it is. Little recap around the association. RJ Choppy at the Mavs-Warriors game tonight. Got to finally get to this story because plenty of people and kids have been freaking out that this video game is not a reality. Bobby Belt has good news, and RJ Choppy will detonate the fan text. Which side do athletes actually lean politically?
Oh, baby.
Most dangerous topic of the week after this on Shan and RJ. Speaking of danger...
614 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt, coming up at 8:40 on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And RJ Choppy with what I think will be a very dangerous subject and topic.
You know, you got to just lean into it, right? You just lean into it.
Lean which way?
Hey, there you go. Well, I mean, we can go by position groups if you want to. So Vote Hub, I don't really know what that is, did a study, survey, really, of...
You know what all the hubs are? I heard you make a noise.
This is top 5 on my list.
So it asked people, their perceptions of the political leanings of each league, and it actually asked a lot of the athletes in each of the sports where their political beliefs lie. And they went down by league. So, and they actually even showed the number of players that they asked. So they asked 950 voting eligible Major League Baseball players their political leanings. They asked this to the NFL, to the NBA, to the NHL, and the WNBA. Would you care to guess the most right and the most left leagues?
I already know the most left.
And that is?
WNBA.
It's not even close. About 60.
Hang on. Name the leagues again.
WNBA.
Okay.
NBA.
Okay.
NFL. NHL. MLB.
All right. The most left is going to be the NBA.
The NBA?
Yep.
And Bobby, you say the WNBA. And Peyton, you say?
I would say NBA 1. I'm going to go MLB 2, though.
In terms of?
Left. Towards the left.
Okay. The NBA is not number 1. The NBA is number 2. The WNBA is the runaway number 1. 67.5% Democrat, 30% registered independent, 2% Republican. So I think that was
Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham.
It was like, I think it was like 5 people.
What's unrivaled?
I don't know. I think that would lean to the same way because it's a lot of the same players.
Sure.
The NBA is the second,
just faster and better.
The second most left-leaning, 43%. 46% is actually the majority. That is independent. 10% Republican, and an other is 1.2. I don't know what the other would count for. Do we have the Federalists?
Yeah, some anarchists.
The Whigs?
Yeah.
The Whig Party?
The Whig, absolutely. Blake Griffin had said in an interview that the NBA has way more Republicans than people realize. Because he was like, yeah, they all got their money. They're voting for their money.
Right.
Blake Griffin said, yeah, there's a bunch of Republicans who they're making bank, and so they want to keep their money.
All right, Bob, let's see if you can go 2 for 2. Which league is the most right?
So the 3 left are NFL, NHL, and Major League Baseball.
I'm going to say the most right-leaning is the NFL.
Peyton, you got a guess?
I'll go NFL, too.
I'll go NHL.
Okay, of those 3 remaining, the NFL is the most left-leaning. 34% register themselves as Democrat, 44% as independent, and 20% as Republican, with 1.2% again other.
If you're telling me you're registering as an independent, though, I think there's a good chance half of those are Republicans who are just not going to tell them that they are.
We need to chat GPT that. What is more likely, an independent voter?
Well, I mean, let's just talk realistically. 2016, that is how they underpolled Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of people were just like, I'm not telling them who I'm voting for.
Gotcha.
Is that you're more likely not to tell somebody what you're... And that's just a psychological thing why I would say I think half of that independent probably is.
All right, so next 2 are the NHL and the Major League Baseball. Do you want to guess or we just give it to you?
I mean, I already guessed.
You did. You said NHL, number 1? It's actually MLB. 54% Republican, 8% Democrat, 36% independent, and then others 2%. And then the NHL is 44% right, 6% left, and then 49% registered as independent. But they actually broke this down even further. NFL position by position.
Ooh, the quarterbacks are going to be super right-leaning.
Honestly, the quarterbacks are probably the most middle of all of them. I wonder if they're trying to be they're trying to be team leaders and play both sides. But it's 48% in the middle, 33 on the right, 20 on the left. The most right-leaning position is the long snapper at 61%.
They broke it down into the individual group.
Yeah, the long snapper. Now, technically, it is punter because there's not a single punter that leans left. It's 57% right, 43% center or independent. The most left-leaning position is defensive back at 51%, and then 46% on the independent, and that would leave 3% on the right, followed by linebacker, defensive line, and then running back are your most left-leaning. Punter, long snapper, kicker, tight end, quarterback, O-line are your top right.
Boy, specialists. That's that's a lot. That's good though. Like, we now have a way to code political discussion on the air. We can just talk about the real WNBA, or that's a punter for sure.
All right, there it is. RJ Choppy with some of the athletes letting you know which way they lean. Bobby, video game news.
Yeah, this is good news. Now, Peyton, you're probably familiar with this meme that's out there. Grand Theft Auto 6. It has been the go-to meme joke about video games in the last year is can't believe we got XYZ before GTA 6, or can't because they've just delayed the release. I can't even remember when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, 10 years ago or something. It's been forever. But you get the whole wow, Mike Tomlin, you can look up Mike Tomlin left the Steelers before we got GTA 6. We're going to have World War III before we get GTA 6. Well, that is not true for one young man. And this is actually a nice story. I like this. So a man who he's a developer for Ubisoft in Toronto, Anthony Armstrong, he reached out to colleagues and peers at Rockstar Games about a month ago and asked if they could help a member of his family who had been given, quote, the worst possible news and could very well lose their battle with cancer before the highly anticipated sequel release for GTA 6. And so his big wish was, I want to play the game before I go, and I don't know that I'm going to make it to November, which is the alleged release date. And sure enough, Rockstar came through. Rockstar ended up giving him exclusive access. I'm sure there were NDAs involved and hey, just make sure you don't leak any gameplay or anything else. But they did accept the request from the terminally ill fan, so he has a copy of Grand Theft Auto 6. He is the first one, and he will get the chance to play that and get access to that before his time's up. So
one game I won't let the kids play.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
Too violent.
They don't need to rip a woman out of a car and assault her. They don't.
All the overnight dances.
They don't need to do that.
I loved San Andreas. That was one of my favorite games. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was really, really good.
Yeah, look at how you emulated things.
Yeah, my 13-year-old would think that's a real thing that he can do. So,
good for you.
Yeah, that's the one. I don't say no to them on
anything.
I'm let them make their own mistakes. Let them do their own thing. I don't want them to do that.
Hey, did you ever play the game?
No. I didn't like any game that wasn't a sports game.
Bond.
Bond. Bond was great.
Halo?
I never played Halo.
Oh,
Super Mario. I love Super Mario. I love Bond. And I liked Contra only because I knew the up, down thing.
Street Fighter?
Never got
Mortal
it.
Kombat?
Never liked them. Never cared for them.
I could not do. I just don't have the nerves for the first-person shooter. Those are so Halo and other things like that people play, or Call of Duty, that. Oh, get the sights up and shoot. I just get oh crap, and I just start I can't do it. I need the broader perspective back behind me to actually play in those spaces.
Choppy, let's knock out some Diamond Calves here on the home of the Rangers, below the belt, coming up at 8:40.
I've got a brief and ferocious message for CBS Sports and Matt Snyder.
Fire, Romo.
So, all right. So yesterday, obviously the Hall of Fame gets announced on Tuesday night, and that brought Wednesday's articles.
Our phone has been lit up by text messages after that political discussion.
Really?
By a former baseball player.
Oh boy, wonder who that could be. I don't even know.
So Bassick texted at 7.
Sorry about Jim Schwartz.
Bassick was Bassick texted at 7, I think, correcting Peyton over Calvin Booth, Utah Jazz 2001 stat. But this is not Bassick.
So With that Hall of Fame being announced on Tuesday, yesterday came all the articles of which current Major League Baseball players are on the track heading to the Hall of Fame, right? Which ones are on the track and where the others stand. And I was surprised by one omission, and that is the omission of two-time World Series MVP Corey Seager. Not that Corey is a lock to get in or would get in or even should get in if his career ends today. But I do think that he is closer than what our Hall of Fame perception of him is, because I do believe that precedent for these voters matters. He's one of 4 two-time World Series MVPs.
Touchdown.
The other 3 are in, and they're in without really a question.
Who are they?
Koufax, Gibson, Reggie Jackson.
All better than Corey Seager.
All-time greats. Like, there's no doubt about it. I heard Costas even saying, like, even Reggie was one of the guys that was like, all right, he wasn't even a lock, which it's crazy. He's 560 home runs. But
Seager's 289 career average, 221 home runs.
So if you go back,
which is a lot. Like, I mean, his pop for the shortstop position specifically is strong.
Yeah, so he needs to get to 400 home runs, which is what Cal had. But also, he will have, I believe, the requisite WAR that an average Hall of Fame shortstop will have when his career ends. That will matter. But they put him in the category. So they broke it down into categories of obviously the locks, the guys who are just maybe on the come up, and then on the cusp. He's not on the cusp. On track, he's not on track. Work to be done. He's in the work to be done category, but it's even below that. It's in the would take a late surge, along with Matt Olson and Matt Chapman and Correa and Trey Turner. You cannot say that Corey Seager and Trey Turner are on the same Hall of Fame tier. Okay, they're not. One's a bum, and the other one's Corey Seager. Okay, but to put him on the would take a late surge, you're not understanding the sport. All right, he's not behind Marcus Semien, yet he's behind Marcus Semien on this list. Yeah. He's not behind Xander Bogaerts. All right, and I'm sorry for all you Francisco Lindor butt kissers out there, but 10 out of 10 times you're taking Corey Seager over Francisco Lindor. No player
Shot fire
is more overrated and overhyped in the sport than him. He's got a good smile. Cool. He's the Chris Webber of Major League Baseball. He's a loser. He's a clubhouse cancer. Not to say that Corey Seager is some great clubhouse guy.
Yeah.
Okay? Because he is not. But Francisco Lindor literally fractured a clubhouse. We have a guy here named Brandon Nimmo who will probably tell you behind the scenes all of what Francisco Lindor does.
They'd be in that political study.
They would absolutely be in the political study, and not a single person in the world in a big spot would take Lindor over Corey Seager. So, not a single person.
So Sean 214 says, is Seager then the equivalent of Eli Manning?
Oh, I think that's a really good comparison.
2 World Series and 2 ridiculous postseason runs.
I think that's a really good comparison. Meanwhile, the Mets are making moves.
Who did they get? Peralta? You had this. Yeah, you
Freddie
saw
Peralta.
this. You saw this first one yesterday.
Yeah,
saw
Bobby
this
saw
one.
it. Bobby saw it.
So they made the move with Freddie Peralta. They also get Bo Bichette. They also signed Bo Bichette and then Clay. God, it's
Cody.
dad. Cody Bellinger gets 5 years, $162 million from the Yankees, which is probably maybe overpaying for him. But for him to get half of what Kyle Tucker got, that's insane. That's insane that he got half of what Kyle Tucker got. And I saw this that Bassick sent this in. That Kyle Tucker, his signing bonus is state tax free because in the signing bonus it goes to wherever you live.
Oh.
So the Dodgers paid out like $68 million of this $240 million in a signing bonus that just goes right to him. He pays federal tax on it, but if his main residence is in Houston still, he doesn't get dinged with the state income tax.
Good that Bellinger and Stanton tension over their shared woman wasn't too bad, I guess.
Why is Jason Garrett still defending your Cowboys? Next, and below the belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. But
vehicle? Get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Jason Garrett is mad as hell, and he's not going to take it anymore. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Jay Jeezy went on with Dan Patrick yesterday. Something Choppy and Jason Garrett have in common. Both guests of Dan Patrick. But Dan Patrick...
You think Jason avoided us when we reached out to him and then tried to get Laufenberg to get him on? You think he...
Yes.
Why, because of all of our interviews with him every Monday, you think he's got some bad blood towards us? Bad taste? Probably.
He came on with y'all once after, right?
Yes.
I
think it was to push
for.
his new Notre Dame job.
Yeah. So, I mean, wasn't he just as, like, almost like he was still the coach in terms of how little his answers were?
Yeah. He tells great stories when you get him into it.
Yeah. It's just
but he also has that smile like, yeah, I hate your guts. And he can smile while saying it.
Yeah. The one time I saw him, we've all seen it on All or Nothing. The one time I saw it in person of him just being like that other side of Garrett was we were out at training camp. This would have been 2019. We were out at training camp, and it was the afternoon practice. Remember, they had the 2 split practices back then. Afternoon practice, they're walking off the field, and Dalrymple and PR had media out there. Like, all right, they can grab players coming off the field. Well, they had done media earlier in the morning, but they've always been allowed to stand out there after the afternoon practice. And Garrett was not about it. And he's walking off the field, and he goes, what the F, Rich? What is all this? Why we're not doing this. We're not. And Rich is like, we do this what are you talking about? And he goes, what the F ever? And like just stomped off. I was like, oh, okay, that's the first time I've seen the crack and then the Jason Garrett edge or anger to him. Then I saw it yesterday when he got to talking about the Dez Bryant catch. So he was on there talking about various things. Hey, how'd your Titans interview go now that you don't have the job? What did you think of the Brandon Cooks catch, no catch, which he is vehemently in favor of. That is a catch.
Yesterday, a new angle came out.
From NFL Films, yeah.
The new angle showing improving. Did it change your mind at all?
No, not really. Okay, you can slow down the Zapruder film too. But I mean, the reality is what it is. Brandon Cooks is on here on Good Morning Football right now too, and apparently they're getting into Terry Pagula and catch and everything with him. So that may be interesting to hear about later. But Jason Garrett,
Cooks also didn't fight.
No, he didn't.
He put his head down.
He put his head down. Yeah, he put his head down like.
And I think after the game, he's like, I should have done a better job securing it and leaving no doubt.
Yeah, exactly. And Jason Garrett was asked about, hey,
that's what they call accountability.
With the context of the Brandon Cooks catch, no catch, which you believe is a catch, he was asked, hey, would the Dez catch rank right near the top of just the most painful moments in your career? And he said, well, it's 2. He said, it's that. He goes, and then it's Aaron Rodgers throwing that sideline pass in 2016. But that got him going, and you can hear, this is as detailed as I've ever heard him talk about the Dez catch. It sounds like he said this privately to people, but he went down the list of why that still pisses him off.
I was bothered by the call for a couple different reasons. The number of times I had heard prior to that play, how long do you need to catch the ball? Always this idea of, hey, all you need is time enough to make a football move. And the officials who would tell me this, they would say, hey, he doesn't have to make a football move. It's just time enough to make a football move. And if you look at the Dez Bryant play, he catches the ball just outside the 5-yard line. It was one of the most amazing catches, I believe, in the history of football. He catches it and he switches hands with it. He gets 1 foot down, 2 foot down. The third, he lunges. So he switched hands. He's gotten the feet down. Lunge is a football move. He has the ball here. He extends it. These are all football moves over the course of 5 yards. So he's essentially running with the ball to get himself down there to make that extension. And, for them to come back and say he needs to survive the ground, this thing that seemed to trump everything else, I'm like, how many times have I heard from you guys? He doesn't even have to make a football move. He just needs time enough. And literally he made 7 football moves over the course of 5 yards. And then the other part of it is it was ruled a catch on the field by a guy who was standing right there. And so for them to come into it afterwards and say, it's indisputable that this is not a catch, it was really a hard thing for me to comprehend.
And he's still sour about it.
What was the original call?
It was catch.
Yeah. So I can
make the case that the original call is catch, not enough to overturn.
That's what I was going to say. Hey, Jason's wrong on all the other fronts. I'm rewatching it right here. So he doesn't make 5 to 7 football moves. He takes 2 steps while going to the ground, and then the thing in this instance, and everyone chooses to ignore, and they don't want to be FAF like I am. With the Brandon Cooks thing, they're choosing to stop their judgment when Cooks has the football with his knees on the ground. And that's where you're making your mistake. And with this, Dez Bryant catches it, 1, 2, he's still going to the ground, and that stupid loosening of the football where Dez has to re-corral it while rolling on his back by the rule. And again, backyard, I think he had enough possession, like common sense rule, but that ball getting jarred while on the ground is what everyone chooses to ignore. At least in DFW.
He's surviving the ground. It's that simple. It's a common sense catch. It is a catch every which way you look at it, except for the way in 2014, or I guess January of 2015, the rule was written at the time. That's it. It's just the way the rule was written at the time. They made the right call.
Rank the 3 in order of criminal ruling. The Calvin Johnson touchdown, Dez, Cooks. Do you remember the Calvin Johnson?
Yeah, I need to see it again.
Look at it again.
So 3 in that I know
is Cooks.
Yeah, that I just don't think that was. I don't think that was an egregious one. I'm looking at the Calvin. My memory before I look at this seems to tell me I think the Calvin Johnson one was the worst.
Should have been a touchdown.
Yeah, I think.
I agree.
I think that's how I remember it. And I'm looking at it right now. Ball goes up. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I forgot how bad that was.
That's the worst.
I forgot how bad that was. I still believe Dez's is a catch, especially with it being called on the field
by
what
the
it was.
Rule?
By the rule, I think it is a catch. And because it was so, especially with it being called what it was. I don't think there's enough that we see.
No, take that out.
Yeah,
take out the original call.
I still think it's a catch, because to me it's like the ball is caught, he lands on the ground, and even if he's falling forward, it's still caught down, now falling. Like, to me, going to the ground was his feet touching the ground and having it, and then falling is a secondary part of it. So I still think
then we got into the 2 steps. Does it have to be 3 steps? Because now you can have the ball stripped from you after that second step where you had control.
That's one of the things that Blandino explained that really stuck with me is that, it is not 2 steps. It's only 2 steps if you're not jumping in the air. If you're running, it's 2 steps. If you jump, it's really 2 steps and.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's where the and gets in with Calvin and with Dez. The way that, again, both Dez and Calvin are catches. The way the rule's written, they were interpreted correctly.
Oh, I don't think Calvin's is interpreted correctly at all.
Let me see it.
It's just interpreted. It's just interpreted correctly. The way the rule's written, it's just interpreted correctly.
So, which one do you think is the number 1 catch?
Which one's the most like a catch?
Yeah.
Either Dez or Calvin. You cannot say the Cooks is a catch. I mean, he didn't come away with the football. At the end of the day, he didn't have the football at the end.
The Calvin one,
Calvin, you have to judge that he lost control of that versus I'm done with this catch, I'm putting the ball down.
I also understand the idea of whenever anybody says that's been a catch for 1,000 years, it's a catch now. Because the one that everybody always goes back to, did you ever see the Butch Johnson catch by the Cowboys in Super Bowl 12 against the Broncos? It's hilarious to look at it now. This was a touchdown catch in the Super Bowl years ago. Butch Johnson for the Cowboys. He's extending, and the ball is out of his hands as he hits and that was a touchdown.
Yeah.
And
that replay.
That's something where a lot of people look and go, okay, if we've been calling it like that for forever, we're just going to flip it up and change it. Garrett
This is the basketball. This is the basketball thing.
That'd be incomplete today.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That they feel like if we've called it a certain way or whatever, like we got to just have era consistency about what that is. Jake Ferguson, some of the rules are hilarious. So when Ferguson says, I got my foot down and my shin down in the back of the end zone, but they're like, no second foot or whatever. And he's like, it made me think, and we played the clip. He's like, if I catch the ball at the 1, like our 1, and I hop on 1 foot all the way to the end zone, and then my second foot steps out of bounds, are you telling me that's incomplete? Because I get in 2 feet down? Like, what's the technicality on the rule?
Never fun on this show to go to the Franklin Franco fan text on this subject.
972 guy says surviving the ground wasn't part of the rules yet. I believe that was with the Dez catch. 682, the ball never hit the ground on the Dez catch.
Yes, it did.
830.
Stop.
That's
You're just not saying you're being a homer. The ball hit the ground.
I think the
ball moved.
Yeah, I think they mean it didn't, like, it bounced up, but he caught it. So I think that's what they're talking about.
But it's still, the ball did touch grass.
The ball was forced, jarred loose or whatever.
830 says, how is taking 2 steps and lunging not a football move?
All right, I can't keep doing this.
All right, really quickly, over at The Athletic, John Machota ranks the likeliest to least likely candidate hire for the Cowboys at defensive coordinator. He's got his list. He's got his power rankings of what he thinks is going to happen.
And again, Brian Flores staying in Minnesota unless he gets the Ravens or what was the other job?
Was it Steelers?
It was the Ravens or Steelers job, yes. Al Harris interviewing for the Packers DC job, along with Jonathan Gannon. Florio thinks that the Browns are going to just promote Jim Schwartz.
Top 5 candidates from 5 to 1 in terms of most likely, according to Machota. Number 5, Zach Orr, who was the Ravens defensive coordinator last year. Number 4, Christian Parker, the Eagles passing game coordinator, after Vic Fangio was just named by the Associated Press the NFL Assistant Coach of the Year, or Assistant Coach of the Year finalist. Number 3, Durante Jones, passing game coordinator at the Vikings. Number 2, Jim Leonard. Number 1, the likeliest candidate, former Arizona Cardinals head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
Who drove over here?
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Ooh, this list just came out. See if you can guess all of the NFL MVP finalists and the college football apology the entire world has been waiting for. Final hour, Shan and RJ after this.
After that, Sally.
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Shan RJ, Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Aiden is getting it in the hallway with the app, the Fan Cam, and Twitch. Derek Eagleton, DallasCowboys.com, lighting us up over the Dez catch. That's why we can't start this.
You're right, Derek.
It's like getting a Twitter
catch.
It's like getting a Twitter fight throughout the rest of the day. And, of course, we always love the interactions with Derek. All right, final hour, Red Zone coming up at 9:20.
Quick question. Is that the take you would say is the one that gets you the most heat in your history of?
No.
No, was it singing to Jerry?
We don't even need to.
It's that bad?
Why would I relive it? It's like when people sit down. My brother would be guilty of this. Like, what's the biggest fight you ever got into as a couple? Like, what are your? And I always shut it down. I'm like,
okay. The
we're
topic,
not discussing it. There's no productivity. It will benefit me.
Okay, is the Dez one the topic
embarrassed?
that you're still willing to talk about on the air that catches you the most flack?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything of another one? The most flack. I think it's probably that.
I can't think of another one. I want to say there's a Rangers one, but I can't remember what it is.
Probably just
a Rangers one for me. There you have. You can't remember your own takes. There's no way you're gonna remember
y'all's
mine.
anti-Herbert sentiment gets you crushed pretty routinely on the fan text.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean it's just like
all the LA fans.
They don't know ball. What the hell are they doing? Just a lot of it's aggressive.
Only Bobby could argue after scoring 3 points. He's still right on that. All right. The finalists for NFL MVP. Did you already see it?
No.
All right. Name the 4.
4. Drake May.
Actually, 5. Now, it is right that AP NFL MVP. That's the one.
That is the award.
Okay.
So it's May and Stafford.
May and Stafford.
Josh Allen.
Yes.
Chop, you got one?
There's more than 3. I can't. There's not.
There's 2 more.
No, that's impossible.
Hey, you can guess.
Jonathan Taylor.
No. Good guess.
Are they all quarterbacks?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay.
You should be a ball knower.
JSN.
No.
Darnold.
No. Where's your little ball knower sticker or whatever the stupid thing is someone made for you?
It's right here. The T broke off. Now it's Bobby Bell knows
Dak
ball.
Prescott.
Bobby what?
Bobby Bell knows ball.
Dak Prescott.
No.
I'm gonna say.
And you guys can't
Trevor
even.
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence is 1.
Oh my God!
I done told you.
You guessed 8. You guessed 9 names.
No, but I don't. Remember we talked about Bobby that hit a good second half of the year.
That's disgusting.
Lawrence over Herbert.
All right, Knicks then Bo Nix or if Herbert's in there.
Non-quarterback.
Non-quarterback.
One left.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yep.
Ew, he had 3.8 yards per carry.
Bobby, go look up his fantasy
I
football
don't care.
stats.
3.8 yards per carry.
Yeah, but he's not a running back. He's a weapon.
How many times was Moose a finalist for the MVP? My gosh.
Yeah, you just launched into McCaffrey, I think a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, as what? One of the most overrated seasons, you said?
Yeah, he's under 4 yards per carry. That
What about the catches?
He gets 7 receptions a game.
Great. He that's 7 pass plays where they were more inefficient than they could have been throwing to anybody else on the football field.
Yeah, I knew that would set you off. Trevor and CMC in the final 5 for MVP.
They just needed representation for how amazing the 49ers season was. That's all that is.
Well, I mean, what they needed was a
dude-
guy that was healthy despite the electrical substation next door.
What a segue, RJ Choppy.
Damn
Thank you.
Jason Sehorn running back.
So we had mentioned this about a week or two ago that because there's this facility.
Oh, my God.
What?
Artemio, he just sent me a take. I'm sorry. I had to. You know what? Go ahead. I need to process this.
John Lynch reveals the Niners will, quote, look into the electrical substation, and they're called a conspiracy theory. First of all, it's not a conspiracy theory. Okay, there's actual evidence. It's not a conspiracy.
Conspiracy theories have evidence.
There's no conspiracy to keep the Niners next to the substation. That's not a conspiracy. By the way, conspiracy theories are like 37-0. So, whatever.
What? What did you just say?
They're like 37-0. They're on a heater. Conspiracy.
See, look at you. You just slowly come out of your skin.
Just on a heater.
You're slowly coming out of your skin.
But, so they're going to look into this. They're going to look into this.
I just love hearing them. I love hearing them. I don't believe them. I just love hearing them.
Oh, no.
And now they're 37-0.
Yeah, you say they're on a heater. Examples.
No. I don't even know. We should do an example. No.
So they're saying
save it for the podcast.
By the way, how the NFLPA has not already shut this facility down just to investigate is beyond me. You got to shut down.
What is the theory again?
Well, because the electrical substation is next door.
Okay.
It creates weakened ligaments, tendons because of the electromagnetic fields that are around it, and they have some data that shows that it does do that. And just on that off chance,
yeah.
You know, the NFLPA should have come in here at the moment and said, guys, just find a practice field at a high school a mile down the road. Like, you don't have to go and share a fence line with this. That's what if the NFLPA really did do their job ever, and they never do, but if they really did, then they should.
The Niners had 20 players on a reserve list this year, accounting for more than $95 million in adjusted annual value on their contracts. Highest amount in the league by nearly $20 million over Arizona, who Bobby gives a Jonathan Gannon excuse for. So they led the league in adjusted games lost, 141. A number that estimates the impact of injuries to teams. They also led the league in that category in 2020. I just give them credit because this makes me bitter about Jerry and the Curtain. This makes me bitter about Jerry and the Sun. Because this is their Sun issue and topic to me, and they're willing to at least look at it, entertain it, whereas Jason Garrett and Jerry love to lecture us on God's creation and get insulted anytime a player gets blinded and they're asked about it.
Yeah, I mean...
And put up curtains for every other event there except for, the football team. At least San Francisco's like, we'll look at it.
If they want to look at something, fine, look at it. The just idea that some people out there have been like, this is it. This is why, and it's negligence not to do it. By the way, the 34-0 heater, 37-0 heater,
probably more.
972. I knew RJ was a punter.
Well done.
It's a good callback. Good callback.
All right. So the other thing that came out of this, dude, the Brandon Ayuk story. I had to go read up on it because I was like, what happened? And I know overall what happened, but the details of it. Remember, Ayuk just got a new deal there.
Yeah.
He got a new deal, and the last we saw him, he was wearing the wrong colored shorts, and Kyle Shanahan was going at him on the practice field, and they had their end-of-season presser. Doesn't touch the headlines of the Buffalo Bills and that disaster, but Shanahan was asked, when's the last time you spoke to your receiver?
But I'd say it officially stopped for me when the last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. and then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an explanation because it's really hard for us and anyone else to understand. And that's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching.
Now, they went and took $27 million. You thought Trayvon had it rough with a half a mil? They voided $27 million in guarantees, and Shanahan said, "I've never seen that done in 20 years of coaching." And then Brandon Ayuk completely disappeared. He's the dang it, who's been that pain in the ass DN? Jets, Eagles, we talked about.
Hassan Reddick.
This is like the Hassan Reddick of receivers.
Yeah,
that's what this seems like.
It's like a Reddick Diggs baby. It's Ayuk's situation there in San Francisco.
I'll say that. Good God. He is. I mean, he's a good player when he's out there. I don't understand, that the way they did their offseason anyway, it was like they were trying to just blow the team up, and they stayed around with him.
Okay. People are asking me, why did I stop down when I almost had to interrupt RJ's topic. Ready?
Yep.
I think Matt Stafford is a Hall of Famer already. Quote, but if he wins this game and then wins the Super Bowl, I think he gets into the conversation for top 10 to 15 of all time.
Are you asking who said that?
I'm not asking who said it. You know who said it.
Was that Dan?
Walchuk or Orlovsky?
Orlovsky.
All right.
Choppy's thinking about it. Bobby gave me the response I was waiting for with the shutdown face. RJ's thinking. Choppy, top 10 to 15 all time?
I mean, the 15, you can... With the 10 through 15, I think you can...
You can argue it?
You can probably talk. I can talk myself into it, maybe. Let me just run down them.
Okay.
You could talk yourself into it. I could not.
Bobby, let's
38 now.
That's not a conspiracy.
I know.
Let's just knock the easy ones out. Or let's just knock some out.
Okay.
Well, let me start here. Aaron Rodgers is over him, right?
Yeah.
I would put Aaron Rodgers over him, yeah.
Okay, Brady, Peyton,
yep,
Mahomes,
yep,
Aikman,
yep.
Ooh, Choppy gave me a look.
Okay, if you're going to listen to Michael Irvin about Rod Woodson, you got to listen to him about Troy Aikman, too. Marino's above him. Jim Kelly's above him.
Ooh, Jim Kelly's
Jim Kelly?
And I love Jim
Kelly's above him. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna write Jim Kelly over here.
Let me test Bobby here.
Uh-huh.
I already know your answer.
What?
Elway. You're going to say they're the same guy? What about Steve Young?
Sort of.
What about Steve Young?
Steve Young's above him.
I think Steve Young's above him.
Okay, he's not.
But I think Steve Young is above Kelly, Marino, and Elway.
Staubach's above him.
Yeah.
Bradshaw?
Get out of here.
Oh wait, Montana. Sorry,
Montana.
Okay, so
Favre's above him.
Are you willing to give Favre chop? I am.
I love Favre.
Josh Allen?
No, Allen's career still needs to flesh out. I believe he's a better player. I don't know what his resume at the end may not stack up the same. I don't know.
So right now that's like 9 that we definitely agree on.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into
Breeze.
Breeze.
You could argue Kurt Warner.
I like Kurt.
And we're not even getting into.
We haven't even gotten into Sid Luckman yet.
That's the thing. You haven't gotten into like originators like Autogram and Johnny Unitas. Unitas is up. Unitas is above him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 11.
Autogram.
I'm not going to include.
I'm throwing.
I got 11.
Norm Van Brocklin, Y.A. Tittle.
I can name.
I'm throwing them up there too.
I can name Sports Century lists as well. I didn't see him play.
I did.
If you add
Tarkenton.
If you add Aikman, Kelly, Marino, and Elway to the list that we already have, that's 15.
Fouts is above him.
Absolutely not. I could make a case that he's better than one or two of those guys to get him in the top 50. I can't give him the top 10.
What about Lamar?
No, it's not even close.
It's not even close. One's going. I mean, Lamar's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Stafford maybe.
He's Jameis Winston with an SEC ego.
What about Eli?
Oh, no.
He's better than Eli.
I mean, I'm taking Stafford.
Stafford's above Eli.
Okay. So, were Rivers, Ben?
No.
Ben's resume is better. I don't know that Ben was a better player. I don't know.
All right, so this just came out. Top 10, 15, more Orlovsky slobbering over one of his boys.
Zach Walchuk. Stafford clearly a top 5 quarterback right now, which I was right about, but all-time top 15, 10, 15, hell no.
By the way, and I'm going to sound like RJ here, so forgive me. Matt Stafford has not played well in any of these playoff games.
No.
Okay? But here we are. We're not looking at how it's getting done. We're just going to say, all right, all he's got to do now is get there if he plays well in these two. He did not play great against Carolina. He did not play great against Chicago. He was a problem in the Bears game. But that's not going to get factored in? It has to get factored in.
4 of his last 5 games, he's had completion percentage under 60%.
But nuance has never mattered in football. It's only been about, do you win a ring?
Well, it has mattered to Eli. Eli didn't get in.
It has. We are fickle with that.
I'm not.
People in general, because Tom's went 9-0 in his first 9 playoff games. I think 6 of them he threw for less than 205 yards. But we don't care.
So, okay.
Yeah, but then he had an all-time offense.
Of course. Yeah. But we still don't.
And he has all the a bunch of records.
He's got everything. He finished. But we don't care.
You love Matt Ryan. Is Matt Ryan better than Matthew Stafford?
Yes.
Even though he doesn't have a ring, you just said what matters is.
I'm saying we know what matters to these guys, to the Hall of Fame guys.
You think Matt Ryan's better than Josh Allen?
Josh Allen's more of a freak, but Matt Ryan's a better quarterback.
Well, who would you take?
Tomorrow
you're one of the franchise owners, and you got an all-time draft, and those two are on the board.
Josh's peak, I think, is probably Matt's peak was a MVP. Josh has got 1. And I'd probably take Josh peak.
Let's say you're up 28
so then
to 3 in a Super Bowl.
Then you have to take Josh over Stafford.
Transitive property? I don't know.
Well, I don't know if I have to
What do you mean?
We're
literally just comparing them as who would you take?
You
Why would it be?
You just took Ryan over him, and then you took Allen over Ryan. There's no way to get out of this.
I'm nowhere to get out of this. Corner here.
I know you so well. Your out was supposed to be Matt should have won a title. Matt has a title.
Matt
they were
does have a title. He's 28-3.
At least he got there.
1,000%.
Hey,
I don't need a title to know you won a title.
There it is. I know you better than you know yourself. The college football apology everybody was waiting for, and what's a better job? Cowboys DC or Eagles OC? The Red Zone is next.
the Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. This is the Red Zone, your football fix every day at this time here on Shan and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo on DFW Sports Station. I was eating up the Buffalo Bills press conference with the disaster, making me feel good about the Jones guys, the Jones fellas there in Frisco, hearing Terry Pagula and their GM throw their current receiver under the bus and just contradict themselves over and over on the firing of Sean McDermott. Bobby was eating up this football clip that the entire college world was waiting for from Paul Feinbaum.
There can be debate on whether Indiana had the best season in college football history, but there can be no debate. It is the greatest story in the history of the game. And what made it even more amazing is how people misunderstood what Curt Cignetti was doing in Bloomington. But let me assure you, nobody was more incorrect in understanding that process than me. Almost everything I said throughout the season about him and about Indiana was wrong, and it was an epic failure on my part. There was no question Indiana was the best team, and yes, the Big Ten is the best conference in the country. We congratulate Coach Cignetti, Indiana, and the Big Ten for an extraordinary run.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. This is him resigning from the presidency, that statement he just gave.
He's treating this like it actually matters what he said.
He was about to cry. He was about to cry when he went, the Big Ten is the best conference in college football. It was Romo's little, football is a meritocracy, and I don't have the job anymore. And it's just, that was so sweet. What? I loved every second of that.
But nobody, what you said doesn't matter. Who cares? Say you were wrong. Just say, oh man, congratulations Indiana. That hurts.
Had to sound sincere. Had to sound sincere. And what does hurt is the money lost in the national championship.
Dude, so one of my favorite websites that's out there now is Foyaball, which we read from one of those days that Sean was out.
Foyaball?
Freedom of Information.
FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. It is this writer who he found himself out of a job, and he started this website where he now just uses Freedom of Information Act requests to find out how public colleges are spending their money on football.
See, this is 2026 right here. Most people, when they're out of a job, look for a job.
This is a job.
This guy, when he's out of a job, he's like, I'm just going to go and do a bit on the Freedom of Information Act. I'm going to write a website about it.
Not a bit, because he's got subscribers. I'm a paid subscriber now. I'm all about it. Love it. He had the great information a couple weeks ago about how much teams spend on their balloons every year and how the University of Texas blew $150,000 on them.
You paid
last
for
year.
that?
He had some great stuff the other day about how Nebraska is basically spying on people who walk into their stadiums, so that's great. But he did say, he broke down, he was looking at different items coming from Freedom of Information Acts about how much money it costs to actually go on a playoff run. Like when we're talking about NIL budgets and different things like that. So it cost the University of Miami, based on lodging, getting a charter to the games, different events that they have to host, different people that they have to travel, all those sort of things. It cost the University of Miami $10 million to get to and lose the national championship. That's just their expenses of going around.
How did it cost the University of Miami $10 million to drive to Coral Gables?
No, this is just total over the history of the CFP. They say each round of the CFP on average costs a team north of $1 million to travel. To do various things. They found a lot of different things that were run up by different universities. So they've got there was one that was Kalen DeBoer, for instance, miscellaneous expenses, $7,000 in catering for Kalen DeBoer and former AD Troy Dannon suite for the University of Washington. It was $3,900 for pom-poms for the University of Washington throughout the playoffs, and it was $2,000 to Rice University to do the team's laundry. Like, these are just general like costs that exist throughout college football that then if you extrapolate them out to adding an extra week and throwing all the travel and different things on top of it. So they said Indiana probably spent around $8 million and that it was $10 million for the University of Miami. But that's what you're looking at spending if you go through the entire playoff is that these schools, now they end up making more money back. So it ends up being a positive for them, but it's a lot of spending.
Yeah, the ACC allowed Miami to keep all their money. So usually the conference, so let's say you get, I think you get like $4 million per round. All right. So, and the conference usually takes like a percentage of it and doles it out to the rest of the schools. The ACC was like, no, we're going to let Miami keep all the money.
Who do you think Notre Dame's biggest gripe was over being left out for?
Miami.
Do you think there is a chance that Notre Dame, they won't, but do you think that they think, okay, like this, we got to take this on the chin. They got it right.
From what I saw,
self-reflection.
What I saw on social media was Notre Dame was most upset about Miami. I'm sorry, Alabama.
Well, their argument the whole time was just that they had because they had lost earlier in the year, and then their argument was that they.
It's still difficult to argue against the team that beat you head to head. You could argue with Alabama because of a number of things, 3 losses, whatever. But their argument needs to be with the format still.
And then you got some Peyton audio that he'll love, the Cavender twins.
Yes, this is so Carson. I love a good Carson Beck story, and apparently I didn't know he was dating a Bella Danger.
What?
That's the rumor out there. That's what is.
No, I am. There's no way.
I was gonna say there's a lot of people dating a Bella Danger.
That was one of the. So
the porn star.
Yeah, and the girl who doesn't want to be
Is
seen.
that what she does?
No,
I just thought she was a Miami fan.
Yeah, she's.
I'll send you a link, Bobby.
She's an actress. Big fan of her work. But the Cavender twins are hanging out.
She's an active performer?
I think she's retired.
In college?
Oh, no, she's older than college.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not a current college student?
No.
No.
Oh, I thought she was at Miami
Let's
right
see
now.
how old she is. I'm going to Google a Bella Danger right now.
Just bring Aiden in.
There you go.
She's 30 years old.
Oh.
But she did go to the University of Miami. So, and then she doesn't want to be seen on camera.
I guess not.
She's like, no face shots for me.
So this is the Cavender. Now, remember, the Cavender that's not engaged to Jake Ferguson was dating Carson Beck. And then the story came out that they split up, and then the word came out that he cheated on her. Well, this is the Cavender twins hanging out at a UFC event with Kai Trump, and basically was like, yeah, nobody likes this dude.
But like, does he have like friends? No, like nobody likes it. And he wouldn't talk to people. He's like an ego. He's like he wanted people to stop him and like take a picture. He would like flip off people in the bar, and I'd be embarrassed. Like I'm sorry. Like I'd be like very embarrassed, and I was like, oh my god, how are you? And so like I broke up with him, and then I broke up with him, and like all these cheating came out. I had no idea. I didn't break up with him because of cheating. I broke up with him because of like who he was.
Broke up with him because who he was. Nobody likes him.
Isn't this really old?
This clip?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Is it? I
thought it was because I remember this really loud audio at some party. But anyway,
so there were, obviously, and this is how I stumbled on this. I was reading an article about the Cavender twins' glute routine. Sorry, Ferg. It's true. But this totally tracks. Like this could see. You go to a bar, and he would go to a bar, and he's on his phone, wanting people to take pictures with him. No one wants to take pictures with him, apparently. He had no friends, and, I guess now he has a Bella Danger. So I can see it. I'm glad they got rid of him.
Dez kind of got like that a little bit. I feel fine taking that shot after Dez came after me. But he just felt like, and it was a man of the people type thing, but he was more than happy. I don't know. I didn't see it, so I can't speak to a desperation. But Dez was kind of like walking around restaurants. Kind of felt like it was
hey guys,
like,
hey, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's super. They lost 2 games during the regular season. He caused controversy both times with talking trash about people on his team. He's like, receivers got to catch the ball. That was the first loss. And then when they lost to SMU, and he said, yeah, I don't know, SMU's defense was running the same thing out there. I just run the plays that are called, dude. Like, that's the way he's such a douchebag. And that note that I loved, he lost 6 games in his college career. 4 of them the final offensive play was him throwing an interception on a drive that could have taken the lead.
Kurt Signetti has beer for life.
Oh, baby.
He talked about cracking open a Hoosier Game Day Lager from Upland Brewing. Said it's the best beer I've ever had in my life. Well, they rewarded him with a lifetime supply. Now, he says he only has one post-game beer. He's too old, so he doesn't fall asleep. But Hoosier Game Day Lager blowing up, and they've hooked up Signetti forever.
Good for him.
Google me.
Good for him. That is. He's like, I think on Google it's like, yep, we Googled, you won. Yeah, he is. He's on such a miraculous run of success, and he is the untouchable. You can't say anything bad about him.
And what did I tell you guys about next year? The Heisman hype is here again. Arch Manning is the favorite for the Heisman Trophy from BetOnline at plus 650. Any guesses after?
Julian Sayin.
He is fifth.
Dante Moore.
Dante Moore is third.
Crap. I can't remember who the other quarterback is.
We were just talking about this school kind of being a crybaby.
John Mateer.
Oh, man. Look at
CJ Carr.
CJ Carr.
Carter's not here anymore to bitch about it. Don't worry.
Arch Manning, then CJ Carr, Dante Moore, Jeremiah Smith, Julian Sayin, Josh Hoover, Gunnar Stockton, Sam Levitt. John Mateer, 16-1. Marcel Reed, 16-1. And Sorsby, 18-1.
Who would ever put money on Marcel Reed after watching him in some big games this year?
That's right. All right, there it is. The Red Zone Football Fix every day at this time with Shan and RJ. Let's crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece after this.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Is that a Kevin nod?
So we were talking about this before the show.
It is.
Do you think that orange juice had an uptick in sales or a downturn in 94, 95 because of O.J. Simpson?
Oh, wow. That's a
don't look it up.
Tremendous question.
Yeah, what's your wild
What's your
thought?
guess?
Uptick.
Okay.
I would say uptick, but only pulp free.
Interesting.
Went up.
All right. So what does it say by how much?
69%.
God. So Corey looked it up, and he found that it said no study was available about that. But then it said orange juice sales went up 1.5% at the time. But the orange juice industry said that was because people were trying to live healthier. And I was like, BS!
Mm-hmm.
They did not want to give O.J. Simpson credit for the increase in orange juice sales.
Right.
Because orange juice isn't really that healthy, right? So it's loaded with sugar.
Right. Like, I love McDonald's orange juice.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Yeah.
And when I sit there and like peanut butter and jelly,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, peanut butter and jelly is so good, but so terrible for you. And then orange juice,
Same
terrible
thing.
for you.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Cranberry juice got a ton of sugar.
What do you need to drink that for?
Your kidneys.
Yeah, kidneys.
And vodka.
Flush them.
And for women, their periods.
Wow.
That's what it is. That's what he was getting at. I was answering the question.
Isn't it for, like, UTIs?
And how did this
that's what I thought.
I think it's for UTIs, right?
How did this come
It's
up?
also when you're on there.
like that?
How did you come up on this subject?
It was just going through my head. I don't know why.
He said
There had to be a why.
He said something about OJ, and then I said O.J. Simpson, and then that question happened.
Was he on that whole rant again that he keeps doing about how like
He's
OJ
dead.
did not do it?
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, he kept going. The
What?
glove didn't fit.
He just won't stop talking about
He
it.
almost.
It's been 30 years, Hagee.
He almost let that get by him.
That'd fit.
Now, do
Let's
you
quit.
think that the increase was OJ support or just subconsciously OJ just was there in the news so much? People are like,
I think it's probably
OJ.
the second. I think it's probably the second one more.
Subliminal advertising.
Yeah.
This was a whole Tropicana thing, that whole trial. That's what that was about.
I think other
AC, you know
people.
who I am.
I think people also went out there to buy some for bits. They were like, I'm gonna have a joke. I got a joke. Somebody's gonna come to the house. I got OJ. in
Did
the
he
fridge.
ever get an OJ sponsorship?
Even as a
think
player?
so, because I had a friend who machine gunned a whole bunch of orange juice after this happened.
Kid Rock?
I'm just kidding. That didn't happen.
Yeah. I still think that that's the subject matter that generated my best ever poll question on the fan text of whether you would have taken a selfie with him and posted it.
Yes, absolutely.
RJ says yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I missed it by a day. We were in Vegas. Missed it by
At what restaurant?
yeah, see, there you go.
Knife.
So my buddy went to this one
Oh,
restaurant.
shut
Hang
up.
on.
Are you
It's
serious?
not called Knife. He went to this one restaurant all the time, and OJ, he's
John
like, we're going
Tazar's
there
not
the
gonna
next
be happy
day.
with you over that.
And OJ was there all the time, and OJ was there the night before, and so he got a photo with OJ, not me.
What was it? It was Cleaver.
It was Cleaver.
Cleaver. Yeah.
That was the restaurant.
Yeah.
That's
So you're in front of the Cleaver sign,
That's unfortunate.
and you
I
can
feel
take
like
a selfie with him. Would you post? There's
I
no
don't
way you
think
would,
so.
Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think
No,
so.
and I don't think you would either, Corey.
Why not?
You have some morals. You have some principle.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
he didn't do
It was not
was
guilty
acquitted.
individual. What am I worried about?
Hey, your joke should have been applied over here instead of Kevin.
I missed it. I was trying to see what restaurant Ron Goldman worked at. I thought we were going to tie it in
What's
that way.
coming up?
Mezzaluna Tricino.
What's coming up on the
Sunny
show?
D was terrible. Tang was awesome.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I love Sunny
stand by
D.
that.
I love Tang.
Did
You
everyone
don't love
just like-
Tang?
I don't know that I really had it that much.
So you like?
You better mark that.
Yeah. I love Tang.
Yeah. I try to get it as often as possible.
I know that you do, brother.
You can walk him to water.
Yeah,
He'll drink.
expect a little more
Guys,
from you,
at
Kevin.
10:20 today,
Oh, that's your mistake.
U.S. Olympic gold medal hockey player and 10-time world champion
What?
Hillary Knight joins the show.
Did we just do that interview today?
No,
Okay.
You pre-recorded that?
like 2 weeks ago. It's been embargoed.
More like Hillary Fortnite, am I right?
Oh, I like like that.
She's awesome though, dude. She's essentially
She's a legend.
the best female hockey player
for
ever.
a really long time.
Did it 2 weeks ago.
Yes. He's not kidding about that.
Did you tell her how to chew gum too, or
No, we asked her about the medal exchange because I've always thought, RJ, I'm going to give a shot with you. I don't know if this is going to work.
are you guys doing Unrivaled commercials too?
No, but I love those commercials so much. I love
Appreciate
them.
that.
RJ believes what he believes. If you had 3 gold medals and like 5 silver medals, would you try to trade a silver medal off for 2 bronzes so you can have all of the medals?
Oh, so really, it's
and
kind
what's the conversion
Is
rate?
this is it the feng shui? Is that like where everything's like got to be, calming and soothing? No, I'd be happy with what I got.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to trade for something that I don't have. I earned these.
Okay.
If I had 7 bronze, I wouldn't trade them for 1 gold.
You won a Mavs.
You wouldn't?
You won a Mavs championship ring. You didn't earn that.
Of course I did. I did the broadcast. Did Sandler get a World Series ring?
He shouldn't have got one either.
Oh, but he did.
Did he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He got one. Bassett got one.
I'll ask Peyton about those World Series rings and contributing. He loves that topic.
Yeah, Jeff Carroll got one. Unbelievable.
Who's that?
Is that the
Carroll was
anime
the board
kid?
op.
That's the anime kid.
All right, it's time for another giveaway.
Did he get one?
He got a replica, I think. It wasn't, but
he crying about that.
But he was mad. He's like,
got one.
you didn't contribute. You don't act like you. He got mad about a social media post about it.
Was he the board op for like every Ranger game?
just about every postseason game.
Yeah, and I was on the network, so it wasn't like I wouldn't have gotten a ring. It would have been a watch. That's what they gave the ring. They gave like I think Cooperstein got a watch. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a ring.
What else is coming up besides 2-week-old interview?
Hey, there's lots of cutting edge questions in there.
We dive in.
OJ, I like it.
We dive in on Caleb Downs today at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we dive in on Caleb Downs to try and do more of our NFL draft focus.
12:20 is your favorite segment, right?
I saw this yesterday during Crosstalk on Facebook. The Rangers fan page on Facebook had a big picture and it said, "What's your Rangers story?" And I love how
what that tease was.
I love how vague that is. Like just what's your Rangers story? And I think everybody has that one that really sticks out. And for somebody like Sean, I think it's interesting too because when he got here, you probably weren't a Rangers fan when you got here, so you kind of grew in. When I would hear you and Jasmine and all them going out to opening day and hanging out all day, I would be like, dang, I wish I could be there right now. I thought the energy was great.
Oh my God. Leaving those games, easily the highlight, even over us going to the NBA Finals for me, of
the World Series games.
Lee. I'll never forget Napa Lee.
Awesome.
Walking down the steps.
Going by the youth field. I mean, just awesome, right? That Dr. Pepper Youth Ballpark.
Youth field's seen a lot.
I don't think anything, though, could kind of top, like...
You're so wrong for this.
This Rangers story.
And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me.
So wrong, man. He just doesn't give a damn.
There's no way. Is
that it? Did it go longer than that?
Oh yeah,
Jared keeps going,
but that was it.
Mike's done with his crinkling at that point. There's
What was that?
He was
Popcorn,
opening like
Skinny Pop.
Yeah, it was like opening Skinny Pop. There's no words he could have said that would have been more dismissive to Jared when he's crying.
Killed me.
I give a damn about
The video's better. Because he's not even looking. He's looking at the TV, just not even listening to Jared cry.
You can see me too. Me and Kevin are like, what the hell is happening right now?
He's like, it's not my time to talk.
And Mike is
so good, so good.
Peyton, play it one more time.
Let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me.
That is the most finicky bag of all time, dude. He's just
Jared's just powering through it too. He's like, "What is that sound?" But I
you
gotta
think
get this
Jared
out.
heard it, or like was he looking at side-eyeing Mike?
No,
I don't think so.
They were still at the stadium, right? Like they were still gone. So
that's not cool, guys.
Crying.
That's only the second best audio or video of the night, though, thanks to Bobby, who showed me some other video that we don't replay.
Oh, was it Eric spinning the towel?
Eric just fired up.
Eric Chiafalo?
Yeah, and Zach having to go,
thanks for calling. Go Rangers.
it's not.
something got dumped.
Somebody said a really bad word on the air.
All right. Either of you messing with generators for this weekend?
I'm going off the fact that every time it's frozen so far, I'm on a fire station grid.
Oh,
so every house we've lived in Plano, we've been right near the fire station.
Does it cut out and come immediately back on, or does it not even cut out?
We're good. We've been cruising.
Wow.
I also have solar and a backup battery. Didn't buy it, like it bought the house that already had it. So I do have that. But yeah, we're on the fire station grid, so I feel pretty confident.
Did you get...
No. What's your approach?
I'll be fine.
What do you mean you'll be fine?
I'll be fine.
Did you lose power 5 years ago?
No, we ended up being
Really?
the house that people came to.
Oh man,
to
I
gather.
lost power for days. I was
and your pipes burst.
Yeah, my pipe. No, my mom's pipe burst.
your
My pipes
mom.
froze. My pipes froze. I slept. The house got down to about in the 20. I slept in my snowboard gear.
Wow.
Okay.
So
and covers.
Your
and
wife
covers on top of that.
Your wife isn't paranoid about it, like having the little ones?
No, because luckily there's a lot of places that we could go around here, friends and family and
What
stuff.
if they don't have power?
Yeah, what if
The
they all
whole
lose power?
city is going to lose power?
It happened once.
When?
5 years ago.
I didn't lose power.
No, but
That's not the whole city.
your whole section, there were definitely, I would bet that if you're just limited to I got 4 people that I can go to, there was a chance that 4 people would have had their power knocked out. 5 years
Power rank
ago.
the top 3 places you would go. I want to hear who's third.
Ooh, probably my mom's house.
1?
Because she wouldn't bother us.
Where she live?
She lives over by Richardson.
Okay.
Our friends who did our wedding, they have a really nice place in Dallas.
Okay.
Like Dallas.
Well.
Oh.
And then maybe her best friend who lives kind of on the Richardson-Plano border. I mean, look, it could definitely happen. I have not taken generator precautions.
Yeah.
But also, did you get good answers this morning? Because I saw all these people posting on your post, and some of them were like, you're doing the wrong thing. And
I know.
I'm like, so you're not really helping him
My
out
pool
at
is
all.
my biggest concern. Just the pool itself.
Is it winterized? Does he have
It's good, but I just in
what
case.
does that mean, winterized?
I don't know, but they know.
It's a freeze guard. There's a freeze guard, and once the temperature drops a certain thing, the pumps turn on and they just stay on.
Right.
And they never stop going.
What's your problem?
Christian McCaffrey is believed to be the first player in history nominated for MVP Offensive Player of the Year and Comeback Player of the Year.
That's right.
He's so angry at
He's the
Christian
greatest player of this
McCaffrey.
generation.
Dak Prescott didn't make MVP final.
But he did make Comeback Player of the Year finalist.
Yeah, good for him.
We're back tomorrow.
He's the best overall player of this generation.
Yeah, old Tom Rathman back there for the 49ers.
The K&C Masterpiece is next on the Fan.
Disagree with the boys? Who hasn't? Let them know by using our Franklin Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. This is Shan and RJ on 1053 The Fan and on our Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Buffalo Bills made the right move in firing head coach Sean McDermott. Couldn't get the team over the hump. But promoting general manager Brandon Beane in the wake of all of this does feel a little odd. And then in the press conference announcing the firing of McDermott, Bills owner Terry Pagula defended the drafting of wide receiver Keon Coleman, saying the coaching staff wanted to do it despite there being video of Beane wanting him. What gives? I'm Nick Costos.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, Tolo, Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Underdog Fantasy, and it is playoff time, boys and girls. You want to get in on this playoff action, and why wouldn't you? It's the best time of the year for this. You're going to make plays on Underdog. Using it is super easy. You pick your favorite player. We'll go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rush yards, receptions, receiving yards, and more. You get them right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Underdog, promo code TOLO. Download it right now with the Underdog app.
So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best 5G network and Frontier's lightning fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Rankings based on root metrics, United States root score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the K&C Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football.
information for me to take in, on top of the fact that I got to convince Corey how to be a Cowboys fan in 2026. I got a lot to think about today, and I don't know if I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, we are in trouble from the 469. I'm doing great this morning, guys. I'm just waiting for a Kevin joke that silences his coworkers. Oh,
it's destined to happen.
Why?
That's what you do.
Well, I think my jokes are very funny.
Of course you do.
Is when you go see a comedian and he starts laughing before he can deliver the joke, do you think this is going to be an awesome joke, or do you think this is going to be the worst?
No, I do usually think it's going to be an awesome joke. Quick comedy story. When Brandon and I went to go see Jerry Seinfeld.
Why?
What's the deal with shaving? On an airplane. So this was at the WinStar, and he had an opening act, and the guy goes, man, how about President Trump, huh? And I was like, man, I don't think this is going to go the way you think. And everyone in the casino was like, this is the first term. And I was like, bro, you're in Oklahoma. Like, this is one of the reddest states we got. And he backtracks so fast, and he goes, no, I know, but it's just like he does some crazy stuff, huh? And I was thinking, man, if that is the only material you got, you are going to be in trouble. You picked the wrong room for that. But then he quickly pivoted, and I was glad he had other material.
Does it matter, the room? Like, do you need to placate to the room, or are they there for you? Because that's one of the things I like about Anthony Jeselnik. He's like, all right, I'm going to see how cool of a room you are real fast by telling you a joke that's going to make everybody in the room go, what? And so, I kind of like that. He's like, you paid to come to my show.
Yeah.
But I guess that dude was the opening act, so he's not the one that's like, you paid to come to me. You paid to see Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, and I don't feel like Jerry Seinfeld is that in-your-face comedian that you're like, I'm here to be challenged today. It was kind of like when Jim Gaffigan started doing politics and everyone hated it, and he's like, Hot Pockets. And I was like, yeah, because that's what people are there for, is they need the nice, fun, safe humor.
From the 858, I'm doing great, boys. Got a big sales meeting at 10:30, and the only thing I'm concerned about is being out in time for my Rangers story. So I'm excited about that. That's fun.
All right.
Good.
I am very...
It's 12:20 today.
Okay. I'm very excited about that. Now, Alec, I'm in a bit of a conundrum because the cut sheet you gave me I left over there. So I don't know which cut to call for. Could you play me an NFL playoff? I dropped the ball on this, all right? Alec did everything he was supposed to, and I was too dumb to carry over a sheet of paper. Luckily, Corey has saved the day. Can you give me cut number 1, please?
Second and goal. Fake. Darnold looking, firing, end zone. It is caught! Touchdown! Jackson Smith and Jigba!
I like this from the 806. Corey and Alec go home and study prospects and watch film. Kevin goes and looks up dad jokes. Fair.
That's right.
That is a fair breakdown. All right. What is the matchup you want for Super Bowl 60? So we're putting aside who you think's going to win, what you think's going to happen. If you had your preference of who wins either game, what is the Super Bowl matchup you want for Super Bowl 60?
This was before the injury, and I think it's still that way now because I just don't want to see the Patriots there.
Okay.
Not because of Alec. It has nothing to do with his love for the Patriots.
Yes, he does.
It's more like I wanted to see. I like Sean Payton. I think that he's a really good coach. And I know that the Cowboys have often been flirting with the idea of having him around. I'd like to see that happen. So it would be the Broncos headed by Stiddy and or potentially DiNucci or Ellinger, whichever one they want to roll out there.
I told Mike this morning that's all I was rooting for now is Ben DiNucci in his Denver scramble.
I want Denver to be in it, and then I want the Rams. Because we've seen that Denver and Seattle game before. As we found out yesterday, Seattle did have a team prior to this year.
They did.
So I want, but it's nothing. I think Seattle, based on that one playoff game, looks like a juggernaut. I've also seen them play throughout the year and seen moments where they didn't look like that.
Yeah.
But I think Rams-Broncos would be the one that I like the most.
Alec, what is your preferred Super Bowl matchup?
Give me Rams Patriots because I think it would be kind of poetic to get the number 1 and number 2 in my mind in MVP voting against each other. That would be pretty cool. You're getting 2 of the better quarterbacks in the entire playoff field going against each other, 2 good defenses going against each other, and then the tale that is as old as time, the offensive head coach versus the defensive head coach. Do we finally see another defensive head coach win a Super Bowl? It feels like offensive head coaches and play callers are always taking the cake here in the past few years. Do we finally get another defensive head coach? You could also say that with the Seattle Seahawks and Mike McDonald. That would be pretty cool too. But I think that's just going to be the best matchup. I think they're pretty evenly matched up. They have the quarterback play. They have the elite level coaching. But I do think they have enough marquee names that can show up at any given time. You know, Puka Nacua is the star of the Rams, but don't forget, Devontae Adams still exists. Don't forget, Kyron Williams can go off for 100-plus yards per game at times. So I feel like they both have a lot to offer, and it would be the most entertaining.
Now, I'm going to give a breakdown of what the people of America have said they're rooting for. Corey, we go to you first. Of the 50 states, how many are rooting for the Broncos?
12.
You think 38 states are rooting for the Patriots?
Oh, in that game, I was rooting all 4 of them. I think that it's 25.
Oh,
split in half. Yeah,
Alec,
we'll have to have a runoff.
Okay, well, Washington, D.C. can get the vote on
Actually,
this.
we just acquired Greenland, so they count now.
If that is accurate or not, we'll look into that. That'll be our next segment. Alec, Broncos, Patriots, how many states are rooting for the Broncos?
This is tough because I feel like a lot of people are just naturally going against the Patriots, kind of like Corey, but the quarterback situation, I wonder if that changes anything. So I'm still going to say a majority is going for the Broncos. Give me 30.
41 of the states are rooting for the Broncos. The 9 that are not: Vermont, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Maine, Connecticut. All right, so you're talking about your New England states. The other 3, Kansas, the Chiefs, they hate the Broncos. Same thing with Missouri. And then Nevada, Raiders, I guess they hate the Broncos as well. Now it's closer.
It is fascinating, though, how many people hate the Patriots.
Oh, sure. Because we hate success.
That goes back to they got that good, and then it became less of a fun story. Obviously, the Tuck rule was where it all started. Everybody hated that, but it is fascinating how they're just like, nah, I still don't like the Patriots.
What do you think the breakdown is for the NFC game?
I think that most people don't know the Seahawks exist.
They do!
So I'm going to say 49 states are pulling for the Rams.
Okay. Alec, do you think
Washington is one of them?
How many states do you, that is not fair. How many states do you think are rooting for the Rams?
Ooh, this is tougher than I thought it would be. Because how many people actually know that Seattle is a state, let alone has a football team?
Not right.
I'm taking the Blake Elliott route here. But I really don't know on this, so I'm going to say 35.
Okay. Oh, the correct answer, 34.
Dang it.
Are rooting for the Seahawks and 16 for the Rams.
Not good.
So the People's Super Bowl is the Broncos against the Rams. Here is the issue with a potential Broncos Super Bowl. Wanted to take a look at the look-ahead line. Now, the look-ahead line doesn't always stay exactly accurate. We've talked about it. Seattle propped up in the look-ahead line against the Rams because they totally dismantled San Francisco. If you get the Patriots, it's going to be a pretty close spread. Seahawks by 3.5 over the Patriots, Rams by 3 over the Patriots. if you get the Broncos, the look-ahead line says Rams -8 over the Broncos and Seahawks -9 over the Broncos.
Really?
Which is obviously a pretty hefty spread.
Which one do you want?
I probably, God, this is tough because like you guys are saying, I don't want to say the Patriots just because, you know what, suffer for 5 minutes like most sports fans. But it does feel like it would be a significantly more compelling game. I will kind of go off the idea that I think right now these are the best two teams, and I'll say Seahawks and Patriots would probably be my preferred. And then hopefully you can fix a wrong from several years ago with the dumbest play call in the history of organized football.
Man,
I feel that to my soul.
Bill Belichick completely tricked Pete Carroll.
Sure, because Pete Carroll was too dumb to run the ball. Oh, hey, it's 1st and goal from the 5. We got 4 yards with an unstoppable running back. Let's pass it. Like, you have 3 plays
Pete
to
Carroll,
get 1 yard.
Pete Carroll was looking for something, trying to get the call in, and it got too late. It got too late because Bill Belichick was waiting on him. He was like, I'm waiting on personnel. And once he sent in the wrong personnel, he goes, all right, send in our guy. That was brilliant stuff, dude.
No, it is brilliant because he was given the opportunity to be brilliant versus, I don't know how to stop Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
So something at stake, by the way, in the AFC game, that the Patriots and Broncos have been to the 2 most Super Bowls. Now, the Broncos are in a group that's tied. The Patriots have been to 11 Super Bowls. The Broncos have been to 8, tied with the Steelers, Cowboys, and 49ers. So if the Patriots win and go to the Super Bowl, they'll just expand that out. They'll have been to 4 more Super Bowls than any other franchise. But if the Broncos win, they will now have sole possession of the 2nd most Super Bowl appearances.
You just wait because Jerry has a goal. Jerry next year starts the run of 4 straight Super Bowls because Jerry said he wants to finish with
doesn't.
the most.
It doesn't. And you know how I know it doesn't? Because even when the Cowboys were better at drafting and thinking and innovating than everybody in the NFL, they didn't make it to 4 straight Super Bowls. Now that they're subpar at all of those things.
That was before they had Shoddy and Dak together.
The Shoddy and Dak were together this year, and they won 7 games.
That was the warm-up.
Okay.
Is what I'm thinking.
Ooh, because you know what? If you think about it, that 90 Cowboys team went 7-9.
Mm-hmm.
This is before we had the extra game. So next year, 11-5-1. And then we got to keep the tie. And then in 2 years, 13-3-1, win the Super Bowl, start your run. Look, I'll tell Jerry every single Friday that he's on. Sorry, I doubted you. If we make it to the freaking Super Bowl,
we'll go get that audio of you going 0.00000%. It's never
absolutely. I will do that for sure. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll try to do a little Mavs mid-season report, but also we've got U.S. Olympic gold medal hockey player, 10-time world champion Hillary Knight next right here on The Fan.
Olympics in Dallas.
All right, K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're here with Olympic gold medalist, 4-time Olympic medalist, 10-time world champion. Whoo, that's a lot. Hillary Knight, how are you today?
Super happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Now, you are on the Olympic team for the 2026 Olympics coming up in just a few weeks. With all those accolades I just said, were you nervous that you might not make the team?
You're always nervous until your name is officially there and your boots are on the ground at the Olympics. It never feels real, you know? So we have a super grueling competitive process to even be named to that team. And it's a tremendous honor, and really looking forward to getting to work together when we get there in February.
So I've always had this feeling like, what's the place or percentage does physicality have in the game? Like leaning on somebody versus going through them?
Yeah. So I think you do get away with some of the going through them, but any of those like big open ice hits, like you're probably not going to see that. And I don't know if you necessarily want to either. With best on best, you want to see the skill, the speed, the creativity. Obviously, it's going to be a physical game, just like naturally people are going to get blown up here and there. But yeah, I think the more like white space on the ice to play with is really exciting for us as competitors, but also for fans.
Well, as I told you, I do watch a lot of Shoresy, and they're always yelling out, "Who's going to set the tone? Who's going to set the tone?" And I'm always like, do you know who's going to set the tone on any given night, or is there just every once in a while somebody steps on the ice and they're like, "Oh, they're going to do it"?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have those players, right? That they're just like archetypes of, you know, people who are going to infuse energy into the squad, people you can just like build off energy from. So we have a handful of players, and I think there's just different ways to draw that energy out there. And so, you know, we've got a young, talented Abby Murphy, for example, who she just hops on the ice. She's so skilled. And you just don't know what she's going to sort of bring next. Right. And it just fires everybody up on the bench and the crowd. And it's really easy to get behind players like that, but they're so important to our team, not only from like the skill that she brings, but just like that presence that she has on the ice.
Is being a captain a title or a job?
I'd say a little bit of both. Definitely there's more on your plate, right? It's a different kind of role. And one that, I mean, it's a huge honor, right? I think if you think back just in the sport, like you don't just get captaincy, right? Like it's a body of work. It's you know, relationships with other people in your team, and you know, the way, you know, you hold yourself and you know, move through different spaces. But, you know, thankfully Team USA is just like the highest honor to be able to lead that group. And you know, while I do have the C, we have a very, very talented leadership group that, you know, if it weren't for sort of our veteran core and some of those leaders, you know, it would be a lot more challenging.
Now, I don't want to spoil the Olympics for anybody, but in 2022, you guys lost to Canada in the gold medal game 3-2. The Olympics before, you beat Canada in the gold medal game 3-2, and the Olympics before, you lost to Canada in the gold medal game 3-2. Should I consider that perhaps it will be the United States and Canada in the gold medal game, and one way or another, it could be 3-2 again?
Listen, I just want to find us as Team USA in the gold medal game, you know, and then I want to win the gold medal game. You know, the margins are just, it's tight. Now, but yeah, no, I want to win. We want to win.
I have a ridiculous theory that I've been trying to convince people of for a really long time, and I'm hoping that you'll be on my side, because I have not found a lot of people on my side. You have a gold medal, and is it 3 silver medals? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Your partner
has 2 bronze medals. Would you ever consider a trade of 1 silver medal for 2 bronze medals so you could have all of the medals and then your partner would have leveled up to a silver? I've really had a hard time convincing people to go along with this, but I like the uniformity of having all of the medals.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. I've never thought about it. It seems like we're kind of playing like some Ages of Empires thing here with the exchange.
It is, yes. Or it could be my OCD and I need one of everything. It's one of the others. And if so, if you could help us eventually come up with a medal trade system of what is equivalent to what, I would really appreciate
some medals
that.
could be worth more from other countries because of the experience,
For
it just
sure.
means more.
So I just something to think about. Obviously, you're going to add a second gold. You'll feel like you have a little bit more leeway after this Olympiad, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, please check back in. Maybe we'll put together a nice spreadsheet.
Okay, great.
I like this idea. Hey, can you talk a little bit about working with Hershey's and their Hershey's is Your Happy Place campaign? Tell us a little more about what that's all about.
Yeah, working with Hershey's is like happiness is the real gold. Being able to have those quiet moments with people who have been a part of this journey, I think is just super important to me. As you watch us on, the biggest stages, right? And like the Olympics is, yes, while we're these amazing competitors, it's best on best tournament play. It's also about the people who got us there. And I think that's what makes the Olympics so special. And so to share that with my family is just so incredible. And they were able to be a part of the content day. So they had a full production day and it was funny. They were like, oh my gosh, so this is what you do? Like when you aren't playing hockey? And I'm like, yeah, it's quite difficult, but it's really fun, right? And they're like, oh, this is great.
That's awesome.
Do you get a truckload of Hershey's products, but they wait until after the Olympics because they're like, you're in training?
Yeah, no, they gave us these Hershey's medals. They were so cool. Yeah.
Do you take it everywhere with you, or is it?
I ate it.
You'll need to factor that into the sheet as well when we make the determination of. So you're in the midst of obviously your other professional season while also getting ready for the Olympics. What is that level of staying ready and training while doing one and preparing for the others and knowing that it's your last Olympic Games?
Yeah, it's being able to compartmentalize really well. I think is sort of like the name of the game right now because, we've got our professional systems and stuff that's going on here. We're on this crazy like road trip right now and trying to just take care of your body, take care of the mentals. And then also in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, like Team USA preparing for that as well because we get together in a few weeks and it's go time, right? So it's a really exciting balancing act right now, I'd say. But at the very least, we're playing some great hockey professionally, and that's preparing us extremely well.
Well, we appreciate your time. Best of luck. And let's revisit after the Olympics when you've added that extra gold, and then we'll go through the chart again and really figure out what we need to do.
Bring Britt on here. Let's really hash this thing out.
Yes!
I love this idea.
I love it. Thank you very much, Hillary. Best of luck. We know you got a tight schedule today. Appreciate your time very, very much.
Thank you.
There you go, Hillary Knight right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that was her partner that she just mentioned. And so post this Olympiad, we could have both of them on the show. We could do the medal count and the medal table, although I did just finally see this Hershey commercial, and a lot of people ate their medals.
Dude, I'm not lying about this. During this Olympic run, if the women win gold, it will be one of the best moments of my life. If the men win, it will be the best moment. But if the women win, it will be one of them for sure. And I'm looking forward to that.
Now, because of you, I know that is from Shoresy. And that guy, he got in trouble because he was like, women's hockey is too slow. And then they were like, well, what do you want us to do? Play on smaller ice and the men on bigger ice? And he goes, yeah, they do. That's what Olympic hockey is. And so, like, he almost got out of it by saying it was one of the greatest moments of my life. And one of the ladies was like, oh, that's kind of sweet. And then he was like, and then the men winning was the greatest moment.
He has to be honest, dude.
He's
an honest guy.
Really just undercut everything he was going for.
I'll say this, though. Hillary Knight, in the conversation we had with her, even when we were off air, we had a lot of time to chat with her. She was awesome. She's really cool. Like, you can totally understand rooting for her her greatness. Like, she's been at that level for that long. She's amazing.
I'm predicting America wins the gold medal over Canada 3-2 in the final.
I think so. I think that could happen, man.
All right, real quick, can you go ahead and give me cut number 2 because I want to throw this out into the world.
Oh, hit the underside of the backboard, and the Mavs are running again. Christie setting up.
Got it.
Max Christie going nuclear at the Garden.
So before the season started, the Mavs were projected by science to win 40.5 games. Now that projection is down to 32.7 games. So you've seen a major drop. Obviously, the injuries to Anthony Davis haven't helped. If you had to give the Mavs a midseason grade, what do you think would be fair? Because ESPN gave them a D.
Okay, that seems fair.
And yeah, I was thinking maybe D+ or C-, so I don't think it's egregiously different.
The reality is they have a lot of talent on that team. It's
sure
it's not healthy.
A lot of it can't play.
It's not healthy, but they do have a lot of talent, and they should be better than they are. They underperform mostly because of the health of the talent.
Right?
They underperform a lot. So, man, the Anthony Davis thing just. And Derek Lively, like, oh my gosh.
Yes, and obviously you're still waiting on Kyrie. You've had injuries, especially earlier in the season with Daniel Gafford. We've talked about this plenty. I have been in awe of Cooper Flagg so far this season. I think Najee has leveled up his game. Max Christie has clearly leveled up his game. You even saw a good run, and we had him on the show where Brandon Williams was making an impact. It feels like Nembhard has made an impact at various times. I get it. You're still losing. You still look so far away from being a real playoff team.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's why I was like, maybe a C-, D+, but a D is probably
You
fair.
feel like you have good bones on this house right now. You know, the building structure for the future is good. You're having to tear the walls down, though. You know, like you're having to go through that part of the process and then trying to figure out exactly how you're going to do that and navigate it, and who's going to be the one that's actually going to have the plan laid out for you as you do that.
Well, the good news about that is, as you're rebuilding, I found out from my contractor yesterday, I asked him how much it would cost to add a chimney, and he said it was on the house. So that's positive. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105. You guys are jerks. 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. Peralta to the Mets, and another way the Dodgers are outsmarting the system. Next on The Fan.
Coming.
Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
2-2 the count on Kike Hernandez. Edmund at second, and a swing and a miss. Big, slow curveball from Freddie Peralta. Inning is over.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it is time to fire up some baseball nuggets. And let's start with the aforementioned Freddie Peralta. Freddie Peralta has been picked up by the New York Mets in a multiplayer trade with the Brewers. One of the things that's interesting about this, besides like just the move itself and him going to the Mets, is the Athletic had previously reported that the Dodgers were in on Freddie Peralta as well. And as things continue to build for the, quote, evil empire, just feels like this would be yet another thing that people be like, are you effing kidding me?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
You can't have all of the players, and they're like, ha ha, yes, we can. But they didn't get them.
Who is the Dodgers, the evil empire right now?
Yes.
The Yankees always have been.
Sure.
Will they be again?
I could see that.
You think so?
Yeah.
Huh.
But it just feels like we're in the era, at least for one more year, where the Dodgers spend a lot of money, but they're willing to do so.
And they're cheating the system.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to tell you something about that in just a second that I think is really clever. But Peralta and Tobias Myers from the Brewers for Brandon Sproat and Jet Williams, two of the Mets' top prospects. So the Mets make that deal, big addition for them, two-time All-Star in Peralta. Now, you talked about cheating the system or working around the system. Sorry, paraphrasing there.
Massaging the system.
Yes. Here's another example of that. Kyle Tucker. I didn't get this at the time. I had a couple of conversations with some people, and then it was laid out for me exactly. For the longest time, I don't remember signing bonuses being like a huge part of MLB contracts,
no, me either.
Right? So Kyle Tucker, we talked about this, 4 years, $240 million with the Dodgers. It also comes with $64 million in signing bonus.
So he gets that immediately.
Correct. But why he gets that immediately, we'll talk about in just a second. And $30 million deferred. And we've talked about the deferred money a whole lot. But why the $64 million signing bonus? You have a theory?
I mean, I did see what they're paying $3 million for Shohei and Kyle Tucker, right?
True.
So that's, I have no clue what because it feels like that $64 million should go on this year.
It does. Now, well, it's still spread out much like the NFL, but it's not a way for the Dodgers to circumvent the tax. It's a way for him to circumvent the tax because
he's currently residing in Chicago, right?
And I actually think he has a home in Houston, which is what I would claim for tax purposes. But signing bonus can be claimed by your, I guess I'll say homestead, for lack of a better explanation for tax purposes, whereas your annual contract cannot. It is broken up to the tax laws that we've talked about in the past. So,
holy cow.
The Dodgers, Kyle Tucker's agent and Kyle Tucker himself worked out, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you an exorbitant contract that is $60 million per year, but we're going to give you a chunk, or they agreed when the agent said, we want a chunk in signing bonus so we can mark that down under Texas tax laws as opposed to California laws, which along with New York have the most stringent tax laws, or pretty much the most stringent tax laws there are.
Who do you think presented this idea first?
I think it was Tucker's agent.
Think so?
But if it was the Dodgers, good
if this
for
is the
them.
Dodgers, then they are now out in front.
They're brilliant.
On everything.
Yes.
Hey guys, we've even put this much thought into it, and all of it. Like everybody should be considering those things. Now, I could also see it being Kyle Tucker's accountant. You know, maybe he was the one that was like, "Hey guys, ask for this also." But the simple fact is, as you pointed out, signing bonuses haven't been a big factor.
Yeah.
Nobody's discussed them. But now this might become a new thing for other clubs around the country because, Kevin, we can't get that benefit. We're in Texas.
Yeah, look, and that's what we talked about. When people want the Rangers to defer money, what's the benefit to the player about that? But you're right. Man, you're so right. If the Dodgers are the one who suggested this, and they're like, we know another way that you can circumvent tax issues with playing here in California to a certain extent.
Yeah, we know Gavin Newcom's trying to take all your money, so
good job using the nickname there. But that's absolutely brilliant. All jokes aside, absolutely brilliant that financial manipulation of the numbers is how the Dodgers get further ahead.
Wow.
The two-time defending champions. So just wanted to throw that out to the world.
They had an amazing team last year.
They did.
This team's going to be better.
It would seem logical.
And we got to go see them. And on Teoscar Hernandez bobblehead night, he did not play. Like, that's how good that team was. Because they didn't even need him to play on the night of his bobblehead.
Yeah. They took, like, the greatest closer we ever had. And they're like, you can be a setup guy.
But that being said, like, are you looking at this season thinking to yourself, they might run the world? Like, they might... They're wanting to go 162-0.
See, I don't think so because they perfected the pattern last year, right? You care about the regular season enough to make it. Now, I realize part of that was injury-based as well, but I think the Dodgers learned a very unfortunate lesson for baseball last year is we can care the minimum amount about the regular season and still make it to the playoffs. Exactly. And then turn it up, which that sucks for everybody else that's a fan of any other team.
They did almost fall in the World Series. Like, it came down.
True.
It was close.
They were on the brink twice. You're right. Yeah. Absolutely. And then from the 817, he should be charged with tax evasion. Any of us commoners would be. And see, that is one of the unfortunate parts about, or unfortunate for us versus the rich and powerful, is you see this in business all of the time. Yeah. That's why people set up their corporations to be this place or that place and the other. And I will say that's one reason that Texas has really excelled at being a business hub, because we have far less stringent tax laws in place.
The 817, if only the Cowboys could figure out ways to circumvent.
Dude, I've been thinking about that for years and years. What I wish they would have done years ago, I mean, I'm sure there's investigators, but I would have set up kickbacks for all of the projects up and around the Star to free agents that you would have brought in, and you could have enough accountants that are smart enough to try to figure out a way to cover it up. And you're like, hey, here's what you're getting, just like you would most other places. But also, I'm giving you a share in this Star project that will be worth at least $25 million by the time you're retired. Really wish that
either A, that would have been under consideration, or they would have figured out a way to do it because straight up Cowboys management can't compete. Now, and another question is, do we agree Kyle Tucker is not worth $60 million per year? Yes, agreed. I think that was part of the shift that we talked about with Bo Bichette as well. You get higher annual value for a shorter contract. Now, he will not be wearing his usual number 30 because Dave Roberts wants to keep number 30. And so they had a conversation about it, and Kyle Tucker's like, I get it, totally understandable. So instead this year, Kyle Tucker is going to be number 23, not because of Michael Jordan, but
Michael Brantley.
Yes,
his mentor.
Correct. That is correct, which is very similar to why Dave Roberts wanted to keep number 30 because it goes back with his relationship with Maury Willis, the old Dodger shortstop. So that number is like very personally important to him.
When it comes to numbers and teammates coming in and being like, hey, I'd love this number, what do you think the best solution is? Because I'll be honest, man, paying somebody, kind of boring.
Sure.
Arm wrestling, more fun, team orientation.
I get it.
Fight to the death in the middle of a kiddie pool. I don't know.
You might think this is boring too. I would ask for a supermarket sweep style trip to the card store.
Oh, okay.
You know, like you give me 60 seconds or whatever, and whatever I can gather in my basket, I get that.
But you have to go with me.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
I don't want you
sure.
just to give me some cash and say, go do it.
No, absolutely.
I want you to go with me and
absolutely.
experience this with me, and then let's open these cards together.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think it's more fun to actually do something like that. I do like this story. It's a cool little story for Dave Roberts and for Tucker, who I'm, again, very happy that he was absolutely useless to Houston during the ALCS and the Rangers defeated them. But, like, I love these things, but instead of being like, give me $100,000, I'll give you that. I want something fun out of this.
Yeah,
thing.
no, I get it. A couple more things. Forgot to mention this yesterday, but the Rangers did bring back Josh Spores on a minor league deal, and then Yadier Molina is being hired by the Cardinals to be their special assistant to their president of baseball operations. So a couple more transactions for you right there. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm so excited. Our NFL draft focus continues with a breakdown of super safety in person that I really hope Corey and Alec will tell me we can get. Caleb Downs next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, have you ever seen the television show Brockmire? Because I keep seeing the previews and stuff, and I know it's been out for a while, and I like Hank Azaria, but I've never seen it, and I just wanted to get some feedback.
I'm glad you asked that, because if you didn't, that's what I was going to ask.
Oh, great.
Hey, one other thing I wanted to share real quick, if I can, Kevin. We share this frequently, so I think it's okay to share if you're all right with it.
I have no idea what you're going to say, so sure.
The weather's going to be bad this weekend.
Right.
So if you have a chance and you're looking like, hey, I would like to help somebody out.
Yes.
Sharing Life Texas is always a great way to help out. They're in Mesquite. We were over at a Buffalo Wild Wings one day, and I stopped in and checked out Sharing Life. Their wish list, I know they're accepting things: adult underwear, Band-Aids, beanie hats, coats, gloves, pop-top meals, sweatpants, snacks, women's hygiene products. They will accept those. Sharing Life, if you need help, you can go there, get some stuff to help you on your way. And they always do their warm weather activated relief for Mesquite. So get in with them if you can. If you can help out, please do. It would be awesome. So that's something I wanted to share there, Kevin.
I think that is a great idea. Man, you've seen... it's really weird on the social media front. Obviously, we saw a lot of projections, but then a whole lot of people have posted, or meteorologists have posted things they were angry about what they thought were too early projections. And so you've seen it all over the place. And so obviously you're just hoping, if nothing else, the grid is fine and people can stay
for sure.
safe.
Yeah.
And relatively warm, but you just talked about a big subsection of people who do not necessarily have a place to stay safe and warm in temperatures like this.
Yeah.
Now,
by the way, everybody's saying that Brockmire's hilarious on the text. So
okay, great.
It's my time now.
And I like Hank Azaria very much. All right, so I have loved the start of y'all's draft breakdowns. I have to admit, this is the player that I covet. And there was a time where I know he's a safety. I thought for sure he was a top 5 pick. I still think he should be a lock for a top 5 pick. I realize that is not necessarily how the NFL draft works and what they value. But when you see these mock drafts that say, Caleb Downs, maybe he could be pick 10, I'm like, we have to find a way to get him. But I wanted to see, what did the tape tell you guys? What did your breakdown tell you about Caleb Downs, the player, and the hype?
I texted you and Alec last night, and I said this is probably the most instinctual player I've ever watched. Like, this dude he knows what the game, how it's supposed to be played.
Okay.
And he sees the game before anybody else.
Yes.
He sees the play before anybody else. And one of the things, like, this dude has probably the fastest processor in all of football. And when I talk about that, it's, what do I see? How do I react? How do I recognize? How do I react to it? When you're processing, it's watch the Cowboys last year. Their processors were slow.
Yeah.
A lot of times, like, Kenneth Murray would be getting pushed out of a play before he realized what was happening.
Yeah.
And you don't want that. You want to be the one that's on the other side, that you're making the other side look foolish because you've already figured out what's going on. And when I watch Caleb Downs, that's the first thing I noticed about him. It does not matter the size of the opponent. He is tackling you. It does not matter who you are. You are being tackled by him. You could be 6'5", 285 pounds. You will be tackled by him, and he uses low leverage to do that too. At 6 foot, he's not he's not a guy that plays very high. That's a great thing. He can play around the line. He can play. I want to see him do a little more deep stuff, but he's really good in coverage as well. He understands the game at the highest level. This is one thing that I will say is kind of a knock for him. You know how Diggs is a master at baiting?
All right.
By saying that, Kevin, what I mean is Diggs would, when he still had the catch-up speed.
No, I understand.
And Jerry talked about this. Jerry talked about this a lot because he was like, this is why we're going to move on from Diggs.
Right.
But he would say what his biggest tool was that he could sit just a little bit longer and make a quarterback think there's space.
Right.
And then, bam, he's on it because he had that catch-up speed. One of the things about Caleb Downs is he does kind of sit a little bit longer, and I would like him to be a little tighter with stuff. But that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to convince quarterbacks there's space to go here.
Okay.
He's violent and not reckless. There's some recklessness about his violence because he will go and try to make a big hit. He does make big hits.
Do you think that's built into being a violent player, to a certain level of maybe kind of sort of recklessness?
Yeah. It's he wants to make the big splashy hit, and he's probably going to do it, but sometimes that can get him in a little bit of trouble.
Okay.
So, but other than that, like everything I saw about this kid is. Let me restart here.
Oh.
From the 214. He has talked about safety all year long.
Oh, yes, that guy for sure.
I just want you to know, like, he has talked about safety all year long. And we didn't dismiss it because we agree. Safety is a problem for this team.
Yes.
Cowboys, since Roy Williams, haven't really, invested and loved it. They did a couple years while Dan Quinn was here with Hooker and Curse and Wilson. Like, we had a good trio. We had a three-headed monster there. And now the safety play is a little limited. This is one of those where you look back and you go, I'm not saying he's going to be Darren Woodson, but he is a Swiss Army knife that you can put all over the field. And that's the thing that what we saw yesterday. Bobby posted it, and it was Nate Newton saying, we didn't have to do these certain things because we had Darren Woodson. This is a kind of player, Kevin, that I believe if you are there and you can get him, you can do so many different things and just trust. I got him on the field. It's taken care of.
Now, Alec, we're going to get around to the part where I'm going to try to convince you guys that maybe if it's close enough, we can make a trade. I don't know how that's going to go. But yesterday, I said, I think this is the player who has the absolute highest floor in this NFL draft. What do you think about that statement? And then, can you give us your report?
It's true because his floor is a multi-year starter in the NFL. Wow. His ceiling is something crazy that I don't even know if I want to say on 100,000 watts. Because he could be that good one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I wrote down, Corey, about the violence, I put down controlled violence.
Yeah.
He is very specific with when he chooses to be as aggressive and as physical as he has shown multiple times. And the easy recent comparison for somebody that's still playing in the NFL that people can maybe go, okay, I understand what his versatility looks like, is Kyle Hamilton. The way that he is able to line up at the line of scrimmage, the way that he can play almost as a stand-up linebacker at sometimes and drop back, or he can play a deep safety. He can play pretty much any position you ask him to in any sort of alignment. But on top of that, it's because of his movement. He has precision with his hips and his feet like a corner does. He can turn his hips quick, he can go laterally, and he can come down and play the run game. He can do anything that you ask him to do pretty much at this point. The only thing is, I wouldn't ask him to be a single high safety. He's played predominantly in two safety looks, which is fine. I think that's what you would be asking him to do no matter the defensive coordinator here. But the reason the idea of bringing him to this team here in Dallas makes me excited is because all the candidates that we're hearing a lot about for defensive coordinator, what are their backgrounds? DB coach, passing game coordinator, DB coach.
Yeah.
They specialize in working with defensive backs, and it feels like
this would be their field general.
This would be their field general. I mean, I bet there's more than enough teams out there that would put a green dot on his helmet. That would say, we trust him.
Yeah.
We trust him to make the call and get guys aligned in the right spot, because he's not always going to be playing deep. He might be playing with the linebackers in that same level, 5 to 8 yards off the ball. So I think there's going to be teams that have this idea that he is going to be a true field general because he's just that good. The communication's great. The range is there. And like Corey said, the instincts. He's got like that Ed Reed kind of diagnosis to him. Whenever he sees the ball snap, he already knows what's coming most times.
Yeah, the other thing too, like when you see how he plays, it's the style in which teammates love, and teammates love him. Like, that's the thing I know. He makes a tackle, everybody's on him, dude. They love how this dude hits. They want to be around him. Leadership is a plus also. But what Alec is saying here, too, is, that's the thing that they said about Darren Woodson, Kevin. It was because he could tackle at the linebacker position, cover, be a safety deep as well, because he could do all those things. You were able to build your defense correctly. You didn't have to say, well, I have to take him off the field for this instance to put in a nickel cornerback. No, just bring him down and let him do the coverage. So this now helps you disguise your defense even better, because if you have a guy like this, you can move him in certain areas, and now you've confused a quarterback.
Now, we're going to continue to talk about this player, but we're going to expand the context of where you would be willing to take him, because this is an issue that obviously the Cowboys don't talk about. I think we all understand why they don't talk about it. But from the 817, how about you move up by giving them your second? Now, there's more to the plan after that, but let's just stop right there. You don't have a second-round pick. You also don't have a third-round pick. Yeah. And that's one of the things. When the Cowboys talk about this plethora of draft picks they have, it is true.
They have premium.
Yeah, and having 2 first, if you look at the chart, the old one or the new one, it's better than having a first, second, and third. But the Cowboys act like they have 2 firsts and a second and a third and blah, blah, blah. And so that's the issue. If you're looking to make a move, like, for example, let's just say, and Corey, I don't think you're going to be in favor of this, but let's just say you wanted to try to move up from 12 to 10. You would have to give up probably next year's third, because that's a proportionate amount of value that you would need to move up to those spots. And the reason why I said 10th is because yesterday Mel Kiper had Caleb Downs in his mock draft at 10. So that's just an issue that I have with the way the Cowboys talk about this draft. And that's where I find myself in a difficult decision to make up my mind, because I covet Caleb Downs. I really do. But this team...
As much as Cooper Flagg?
No, I mean, probably not.
Okay.
But
close.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think I'm serious.
He's pretty high up on my list. Just because you've seen him be so good. Like elite, in an elite program at a continuously elite level. He might be the most pro-ready player.
And here's the other thing, dude. You want the best player at positions, right?
Sure.
On one of the sites that I go to get kind of like background information, because I want to know these dudes' stories too.
For sure.
Like, who are they? Oh yeah, his dad, former NFL running back. That kind of helps.
His brother, yeah.
But they have their position rankings. The second-ranked safety is Kamari Ramsey out of USC. He has a score of 86.2.
Okay.
The third is Dylan Feynman out of Oregon. He has an 86. All right?
Yep.
0.2 difference in their score. Caleb Downs is a 92.
Oh, man.
Like his
so he's only 30 times higher.
His separation between the next best safety is that different. So it's not like, hey, we're going to be fine if we just take the next guy. This is one of those where you're like, no, we got the best possible one we could get. And we moved on. Now, you came in this morning, and I was kind of doing some more of my notes and rewatching some of the stuff that I was looking at last night, going, did I really see this? Like, is this all real, or was I? And so you came in and you said, looking at my guy, huh? And I was like, yeah. And you said, ready to trade up for him? And I said, no. I don't want to trade up for him.
Is that because of the same basic idea?
I want him to land in our lap, and also we don't have the ability to do that.
See, and I'm with you on that, because the Cowboys, they're just not in a position to be trading away more picks, whether it's this year or this year you just don't really have the picks, but you don't want to start trading away picks for next year's draft because you have too many holes. So yes, we've already kind of kicked around the idea
of trading down, and that makes a lot of sense given how many holes you have. If Caleb Downs is there at 12 and they don't draft him and we haven't found out some like shocking medical information about him, I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think you would have the right to be pissed there.
Alec, the trade as I have constructed it, you move up to 9 or more likely 10 and give up next year's third for Caleb Downs. You in or no?
I'm in for a couple different reasons. One, I always take the approach that I think a lot of people in the league do, that a next year's pick, you always just equate it to 1 round lower than this year.
Right.
So, if you're telling me it's technically in that thought process a first this year and a fourth, then I'm like, absolutely, he's worth those 2 picks. But I also think this team just hasn't been very good at drafting defenders lately. So if you tell me that I'm getting a surefire multi-year starter and a guy that is going to change the look of this defense for the foreseeable future, I'm in, because I know I'm not rolling the dice there. I'm not gambling. And that 3rd round pick next year is not going to be anywhere near the player that he is. I would put money on that right now.
Yeah.
The one thing I think Alec said, and I'm sorry if you've already said this, the league doesn't value safety.
For sure.
You said that earlier. I think it was off air.
Yeah.
But he's dead on about that. So that could be the difference, is that a guy like that could slide no matter how talented he is because of that. Now we got to figure out who in front of you that is somebody that's like, that's the position we need and that's the player we want.
From the 216, y'all are funny. Cowboys take 2 offensive linemen in the first round, and we all know it. There is no chance in hell
I don't know,
that
man.
is going to happen.
I think they're right. That can definitely happen.
There is no chance in hell.
Backup center at 20?
That is going to happen. No. All right. So the hierarchy, because a couple of people are like, well, if he's not available, who else are you looking at? Well, I feel like the way we started is 3 particular players that could be like sort of circulating around that number 12 pick. What is your hierarchy? Ignoring who's probably going to be there or not. Just the player you like the most.
Out of the 3 we've gone through so far, him.
And then?
Then I would take the linebacker.
Okay, then Styles, then Falk.
Yeah, so Ohio State mostly. Just whoever's at Ohio State, I'll take them. And then Falk. I like Falk.
Yeah.
It's just that these 2 players. I need the linebacker a little more, and in my opinion.
Yeah.
But a player like Downs, like that could change my team.
Alec, do you go Downs, Styles, Falk as well?
That exact order.
Okay. All right. I like it. I've been loving these breakdowns so far. I'm excited for the next one. But I'm also excited for the next segment because it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus a multi-year-old video Fernando Mendoza that tells you everything you need to know about his commitment to this game. Next on The Fan. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I've got AM on the FM in just 1 second. But first, I believe I need to go to Corey Major.
This isn't like a new breaking news or anything like that, Kevin, but I did start running a draft simulator.
Oh.
Bain went 1.
Oh, well, that's not going to happen.
Mendoza goes to the Jets at 2. I'm
sure they would love that.
Keldrick Falk goes 7. And Caleb Downs went 8 to the New Orleans Saints. So, Kevin, well, hopefully things will turn around. At this moment, Sonny Styles way down. He actually didn't even go in the first round. So,
all right, I'll take him at 20.
So we'll see how things go there.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day that you can find on Twitter each morning at Alec on the Radio. And going to hear from pre-Indiana Fernando Mendoza when he was with Cal, talking about some reasons that he isn't so social. We will get to that here in just a little bit. And he predicted his future. I'm impressed. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, National Day calendar today. If you remember, just 24 hours ago, yesterday, it was National Grandma Day.
Yes.
Today is National Grandpa Day.
My grandpas are dead, too.
Okay.
One of my grandfathers is still kicking it. He's at the home, and the old folks' home, if you will. And he is 96.
It's a good run.
Rocking along.
Yeah.
I will say this. I've had the great fortune of having 2 wonderful grandfathers who were great guides to me. Showed me a lot of things like working on cars, like just the ability to do man things.
Sounded so weird.
I know what you mean. But
man things.
Yeah. He's a man. They were both men.
And I apologize, Alec. I was showing Corey on my computer that there is a new trading card out of Jimmy Butler from Immaculate. It's their pristine patches, 1 of 1. And on the patch that's on there says poo. And it is rocketed up to number 2 on the Athletics unflattering cards. But I will tell you, the one they've underrated is the 1991 Fleer Bill Picotta card, P-E-C-O-T-A, 1991 Fleer. He's swinging at a ball. He's missed it by far. It's past him. He's missed. I think that's way too low on the list. And then right after that, it's the Rich Gannon one, where it looks like he's getting murdered by 3 different Jacksonville Jaguars. And I'm like, why did they pick that for the trading card?
Oh, man.
The one that says bum on it's hilarious.
Yes, I love that one.
That one is
so good.
Is in fact number 1.
Just bum. I like it. It is also Answer Your Cat's Questions Day. So talk to your cat, I guess. I don't know why that's a thing.
I used to have a cat, and we talked about international politics, and I was like, oh, yeah, Chairman Mayo. And my cat was like, meow. That was from Family Guy.
It is also National Blonde Brownie Day. So good day to have a brownie.
Dude, I love the half and halves.
The brookie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll eat the chocolate part, save the blonde part, and then eat that one by itself. So maybe I should just get 2.
Is that another man thing you got to talk about your grandfather?
Somebody goes, yeah, take that, women mechanics. Dude. Well, I don't know. At my house, I'm in charge of teaching my kids how to do those things. Adrian's like, you do the cars. I will take care of everything in the house.
Okay. Open your eyes, women.
There we go. But we're going to focus in before this gets any dumber on National Hot Sauce Day. So the question of the day, 877-881-1053. What is the dumbest thing you have ever eaten? And I will start because it actually happened on these airwaves.
Oh, maybe Corey's this too.
Yeah, it was when I used to produce the night show a lot for one Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo. And knowing them, and especially Chiafalo, the food challenges were always a thing, and we would close the show out with food challenges every now and then during One More Thing. And during the pandemic, everybody was bored. Everybody picked up a new hobby. So my father picked up making his own beef jerky. And he was like, that's cool and all. How about I make the most devastating and pointless beef jerky ever?
Oh.
Where it is so unbearably spicy.
Oh.
With blends of like ghost pepper, Carolina Reaper, like all of the hottest things he could find put together. And he made a paste out of it too. So he's like, you're going to take this, eat it on air. But not just that. You're going to put a little bit of the paste on top of it too, that it was already marinated in. So you're going to get that extra heat. So all 3 of us did that. We took a little dab of the marinade, we put it on a strip of beef jerky, and we all consumed one and tried to do a 15-minute radio segment after.
Whoa.
Spoiler, it did not go well.
Yeah.
And I believe I got a text, I think it was from Chiafalo at like 3 a.m. that was like, my stomach is doing insane things.
Yeah.
And as soon as the red light went off and we went to satellite radio, sprinting to the fridge to get milk and just coughing and stomach aches, it was bad. It was not pretty.
All right, so we did eat cat food once for the stars. But the dumbest thing I've ever eaten, and I'm glad you brought this up. I was talking about this weekend.
Oh. A
rhino beetle.
Oh,
now, why would you do that?
For the show, because the Wheel of Misfortune is
content.
A jerk. So we were talking about it, and somebody texted me, a guy that I worked with it on the border. He was like, "Hey, my brother runs a beef jerky shop, and they have novelty things like that too. He's got bugs, crickets, and stuff like that. So he's going to give you a box of things if you wouldn't mind using those on the show. Like, go ahead." And I was like, "Awesome, thank you very much." And so I went there and I saw this rhino beetle, and this thing has 2 horns, on its nose, and I was just like, "Okay, what's happening here?" And I put that thing in, and it was bacon and cheese flavored. So they had they dusted it with bacon cheese flavoring, and it wasn't the initial crunch, all right? It wasn't the legs falling off and, floating around. It wasn't even the horn.
Oh, my gosh.
It wasn't the horn. It was the wings.
Oh.
You could not
gross.
crush these things up enough. They wouldn't break. They just sat there in my mouth, and I would chew and chew and chew, and it didn't break down like a cookie or something like that. A brownie.
Yeah.
Those things they'll dissolve. They'll dissolve in the spit. This thing didn't dissolve. It just, you had to crush it into tiny little pieces to get it down. I eventually had to spit it out because I couldn't actually even get it, swallow it, because it felt like it was going to get stuck in the throat, and I didn't want that to happen. So that was the dumbest thing I've ever eaten. But I did it.
Proud of you, I guess.
For love of the game.
Yeah.
That is so gross.
I would never love the game that much.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, Alec. I'm not coming up with anything.
Somebody texted in from the 903 and said, all us guys had a bite of Beggin strips as a kid, right?
Yep.
No, I haven't.
I have.
But my son.
Me too.
Every time we get a dog treat, my son is like, I want to try that. I'm like, why? Why? That is for the dog.
Yeah, mine was, I took a bite of the pepperoni because I thought, oh, that looks like... it was not good.
See, that's how my dad tries to prove that they're like healthy snacks and treats for the dogs. He's like, no, there's no like chemicals or weird stuff in it. It's good for humans too. And he'll just take a bite out of it and be like, yeah, it tastes like bacon. And I'm like, there's no way.
But that commercial was really effective too because that dog was like, it's bacon!
Let's see. For the 214, I ate some live mealworms once. Why would you do that?
I ate dry ones. Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either. Let's see.
I have somebody said they took a minnow shot once. I have had the minnow shot. Chris Arnold was there with me.
Is that where the lady spanked your behind?
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Same place too.
Yeah.
Different day. I think Jesse Holly.
Oh, that was a different day?
Yeah, I think Jesse Holly and Chris Arnold and Jeff were all with me. We were watching Seattle and Green Bay play in the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
And we were all hanging out, and I did it.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad as people thought. Like, it just went down into the stomach, and I was kind of concerned. Like, is it alive? Is it okay? Is it swimming around in my stomach acids and not slowly dying?
Right.
Man, you're killing people in this segment.
Yeah, this is and fish. And then from the 817, eating shrooms was the dumbest or the smartest thing I've eaten at the same time. I appreciate that level of thought there. And I appreciate the level of thought that Fernando Mendoza gave his social life. This was years ago when he was still at Cal. He was training, and a local YouTuber was interviewing him and was talking about, like, give a message about the work ethic and stuff and whatnot. And, he mentioned, you don't have a girlfriend, right? And he said, no. And he was like, well, why don't you? And here's what he said.
I know myself, and I know that it was such a short period of time that if I have a really, really good next 2 years, I can make it to the NFL, and I believe that I will make it to the NFL. However, at this point, I got to limit all distractions. I live a 3-minute walk from the facility where we have our weight room, our practice facility, and our stadium. So I think that's very important living close, especially with the girls. It can be very distracting now. You might find your first love in college and stuff like that. But I know that if I finish past that 6, like everything, I'm going to give everything my all. So if I have a girlfriend, I'm going to give her my all. And that means I'm going to go back from 6 to 9. Just go, hang out with her and, maybe get dinner or something rather than maybe picking up dinner on the way back from class and watching extra film for the game week.
Fernando Mendoza is just good at everything. He said, I give everything my all, so I choose not to have a girlfriend in this state of California at the time where, the University of California might have some talent. And he said, no. He said, I'm going to watch film instead of socializing. But at the beginning, he said, I will make it to the NFL. If I have a good next year and couple of years. Well, I think he had a pretty good couple of years.
I love him.
And he's so committed to I almost said a bit, but it's not a bit. Like this personality that he has where he's posting about winning the national championship on LinkedIn. And he posted bullet points yesterday about what did I learn from this experience. And he posted
amazing.
4 talking points about what he learned emotionally and that he can take into the next phase of his career, as if he has a quote unquote normal job from winning the national title. He's not bragging. He's like, here's what I learned about myself and my teammates. Like he's one of one. He is truly one of one. I don't know how else to describe him other than there is nobody else like him on this planet, and it's incredible to hear him speak.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these QBs primed to take the next step next season? Plus, a substation investigation update. Next on The Fan.
2 to 7 here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody. Listen, when it comes to retirement, a lot of people stress out about, how much money they're actually going to have, how much money they get to keep, and how and with MoneyWorks Group can help you keep more of what you've earned. David's helped tons of folks right here in DFW.
Get to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Chuck. Oh, here they come up the middle. He got away from one. He got away from Villa. Here he goes. No. Touchdown! His second touchdown run today. Chuck from 13.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Gridiron in just a second. Couple of injury or status updates for you for the Mavs this evening. Daniel Gafford is doubtful. Mikko Rantanen remains out for the Stars tonight. And Casey DeSmith will be between the pipes for the Stars as they look to try to build up some momentum. Now, let's go around the entire NFL, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and men's tea it.
Ooh, I like that. Now, we have to start with this. We have a substation investigation update. As Corey Majors, you're the one who brought this to my consciousness.
You're welcome, America.
And John Lynch, while he was in the midst of saying something that we've all known for a while, he said, yeah, I think it's safe to say Brandon Ayuk has played his last snap with the 49ers, which, you know, we've seen that writing on the wall. But he says they are going to investigate everything, including the viral conspiracy theory that the electrical substation near their training facility and Levi Stadium is contributing to injuries. But John Lynch did add a caveat. Why would you investigate that? Because it deals with, allegedly, the health and safety of our players. I think you have to look into everything. We've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see, does a study exist other than a guy sticking an apparatus underneath the fence and coming up with a number that I have no idea what it means?
That's true.
That's what we know exists.
Yeah, there's the one dude is the guy who's like, hey, he gave really good facts or ideas of facts.
Right.
You know, like, I don't know if it's a fact or not.
I gotcha.
He presented it as if it was. I think as the GM, you have to talk about that and say yes, because do you think any of the players saw this and were like, hey,
for sure.
Think about this for a second. Any news we see, we immediately bring it to the boss. Hey, what's your thought on this?
Yeah.
You know, so I'm sure. Yeah. Now, my question for this is this a, do you need a third party to come in and do this? Are you trusting the Niners when they run this this investigation?
I think, man, that would be fun. NFL versus Big Energy. Ooh.
You remember Damages? Remember how you never watched Damages?
Is that the Glenn
Close and Rose Byrne?
Never seen it.
First season, awesome.
Okay.
From there on, don't worry about it.
Hey,
a lot of shows like that.
That's what I told Jess when we watched Westworld. We finished the first season. I was like, just pretend.
That was it.
Right,
that was the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good times. But yeah, I think you absolutely have to look into it because players are probably interested in wanting to know the outcome.
Things continue to truck along very, very well for the NFL on the ratings front. Let's talk about the Bills and the Broncos. That game averaged 39.6 million viewers on Saturday. It peaked in overtime with more than 51 million viewers. CBS says that is the most watched Saturday afternoon telecast of any network since the 1994 Winter Olympics. And if you remember, the 1994 Winter Olympics were powered by
Christy Yamaguchi.
No, Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That was that one. But yeah, for a Saturday afternoon, and I obviously I know it bleeds over into the evening time, but that is incredible. It is also a 17% jump over last year's divisional round opener between the Texans and the Chiefs. But there is so much more positive news coming out for the NFL. The Rams and Bears game on Sunday night drew 45.4 million viewers. It was the biggest divisional round number for NBC since 1988.
Wow.
It beat the previous record holder in 94 by more than 4 million viewers, and it is almost an 8% increase year over year. So people are invested in the playoffs, or at least part of that. You can kick around to the discussion that we've had many times, including with an executive from the NFL, about getting a better monitor, or what the NFL feels like is a better representation of their actual rating.
That too. I also think like there is having the Bears in as energy. You know, like there's an
That's
energy.
a huge market.
Watching a team and rooting for a team like that. Ben Johnson's exciting in his first season as the head coach there. Caleb Williams, people want to see him succeed and fail. Like it's the perfect thing.
Do you think more? I know, Alec. You said, hey, like let's play football in normal people conditions and figure out who's the best. Do you think for the general viewing audience that ice or snow or whatever might
it's a good element.
Grab a tiny bit more of your attention?
It definitely does, and I hate that the general public thinks that way because I want good football.
Yeah.
It's an element that definitely is aesthetically pleasing.
And if you wanted to know about Texans Patriots on Sunday afternoon, 37.9 million people watched that. That is the most for any show televised by ABC in more than 11 years.
Wow.
So
who was the last one that did that? 11 years ago?
I think that's when they had the Super Bowl.
Oh.
So, I mean, look, one might feel like it's a no-brainer that the Super Bowl will probably smash some records as well.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't,
this year?
Yeah. I don't feel like that's...
All right, Jarrett Stidham.
Much of a stretch. Against Sam Darnold?
Yeah. Oof. Who cares, right? Old Stiddy.
We'll figure out a way.
And old Sammy.
They'll figure out a way to make it interesting.
Slinging Sammy Darnold is what they always called him.
No, that is a different person. You know what? Speaking of Jarrett Stidham, I appreciate this.
Stiddy.
Okay, speaking of Stiddy, I appreciate what Milton Williams said about him. So this is the Patriots defensive tackle and Super Bowl hero in his own right. What do you know about Jarrett Stidham was the question. Quote, nothing.
Okay.
I ain't going to lie. Nothing. We're going to watch the tape on him and figure out what he liked to do. But no, they didn't like him over Bo Nix. So, but I appreciate the honesty of nothing. I ain't going to lie. Nothing, which is fair. He hasn't played in an NFL game in more than 2 years. So, like, why would you have that encyclopedic knowledge of somebody who was never, like, really, really good and hasn't played in the NFL in more than 2 years? All right, a few more things for you. We might have to pick up the QB's prime to take that leap at another time. Jake Ferguson has been added to the NFL Pro Bowl roster. Congratulations to him.
A lot of catches this year.
Absolutely, and a lot of touchdowns. It could be worse. I'm glad Brian Flores is not going to like a nemesis team. He did, in fact, agree to a contract extension with the Minnesota Vikings. And then Christian McCaffrey, yes.
I want to discuss, maybe we can do that during the C block. I want to discuss that a little more.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, sure. And then Christian McCaffrey was one of the 5 finalists for MVP. He joins Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, and Matthew Stafford as the finalists for MVP. McCaffrey and May are also finalists for Offensive Player of the Year, and McCaffrey and Lawrence are also finalists for Comeback Player of the Year, as is Dak Prescott. ESPN says that, I guess they're fact-checking and stuff, that Christian McCaffrey is only the second player to ever be a finalist for 3 AP NFL awards in the same year. So good for him.
The overall greatest player of this generation.
I'm not trying to piss Bobby off. And by the way, Myles Garrett is a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year because he's going to win. So he is a finalist.
He broke the sack record.
Yes.
If he didn't win,
he is
what are we
going
even doing
to
here,
win.
guys?
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you know what, Corey, if you want, maybe we could pick up some more Flores talk on the other side, because I also want to talk about this. How bad can your offense be and you still win the Super Bowl? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on...
low, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where never mind what we were going to talk about. Because, ladies and gentlemen, per multiple sources, we have kind of breaking news. Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero in the commercial break Rappaported that the Cowboys are currently working on hiring Christian Parker as their new defensive coordinator. The Eagles secondary coach and passing game coordinator was interviewed by the Cowboys. This is somebody that I think we all like a whole lot, and he's somebody who feels like he has been moving up in the coaching world for some time, had a lot of talented players and all pros already in the secondary. That is the report that the Cowboys have targeted, zeroed in on him, and they are working on the deal right now.
It's not done.
It is not done, but the hope is that it will be, and that Christian Parker would be the next defensive coordinator for your Dallas Cowboys.
I think it's fascinating how quickly this dude became the favorite amongst the at least our station.
Sure.
Immediately hearing about him. Listening to Broadus and his gang of seven, and the communication, the teacher that this guy is, this is a positive thing. I don't know. I'm interested to know how many people are like, oh my gosh, this is going to help us against the Eagles. Like that kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
The tree that he comes out of, really good. I'm very excited about this. Christian Parker, if they can get this deal done. Don't you get the sense that like they would not have tweeted this out if they were not uber confident? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, this is the thing too, though. Like when it comes to we've given Shoddy a lot of credit on this and the speed at which they are working. Now maybe Steven is like, hey, I'm here too. But it feels like Schottenheimer's like, and when you go back to the first coaching search with his staff that he had last year, Eberflus wasn't the one that he was like, let me go grind this interview out.
Right.
It was kind of like all right, Jerry and Steven want him, and I'll give him the thumbs up. But all these other guys, he did some real distinct research to make sure that he got these guys in here. This seems and feels like another one to say, hey, we're adding this guy. Now, somebody said Jerry's just making headlines for this weekend. There's a lot of other coaches getting hired. Like seems like it's the cycle that's happening at the yesterday when we saw the Flores news, and then as we're moving forward here, I don't think this is them trying to get a headline.
Yeah,
this is smart.
I think that text is so off base because this is one of the worst people to hire for that. Who is Christian Parker?
Yeah.
In terms of name value.
Yeah, it's not Brian Flores.
Yeah, you would have paid all of the money to get Brian Flores. Hell, you would have paid, or you would have just hired Jonathan Gannon, right?
Yep.
And you'd have been like, oh, look at the Cowboys. They just picked up a former NFL head coach from like 5 seconds ago. No. Instead, you're going with somebody who a little bit more than a decade ago was the defensive backs coach for Virginia State. He got into the NFL with the Packers 6 years ago as a defensive quality control coach. This
in 19, yeah.
This feels like the opposite of what the Cowboys always do. Hey, look at what they did last year. They got Eberflus, and you're like, wow, what a name. Is he still good at coaching? I don't know about that.
This guy was a defensive analyst for A&M.
Yeah!
What a bunch of chumps.
Hey, shut up.
All right.
That's your guy now. You have to support him. But with Christian Parker feels like somebody who, for the general public, I know people in the football know. Obviously, they know him. They know all about him. They're like, who?
Yeah.
But I think of all the candidates, this is the person that I wanted the most. He feels like the right decision football-wise. And how often over the years have the Cowboys not picked the right person football-wise because we felt like they picked the bigger name?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Or somebody that they're just comfortable with.
Yes.
Somebody that's been a head coach before. Like, that's always been a stat that that guy, he could be a head coach anywhere. We love doing that. I get that part of it, but this is I like this a lot. Their defense, 24 forward. Yards, Philadelphia was 1 in 24. They were 2 in points given up.
I accept.
As they go win a Super Bowl.
Hell, you could add a 1 before both of those numbers, and I accept for this defense.
This year in points, they were 5, and they were 13 in yards. I think there's a little bit to do with that offense there,
Sorry,
too.
say again what the numbers
5 and 13 this year. Still really good. I'm going to go look at some more information there, too, but this is a name that I like, and a dude that has a lot of respect around the league already at 34 years old.
Yeah, absolutely. From the 806, talking about Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and then I do see some other people asking if he's benefited from the talent acquisitions. Look, I always think it's a combination, not just one thing or the other. And just 1 second from the 469, no, the Cowboys needed to get Gannon as the defensive coordinator. This sucks, but they said they're an Eagles fan. So that is good news.
Right? That person's been on for a while now.
Now, we bring on from Shan and RJ, it is in fact Bobby Belt. Bobby, the news is trickling in. The deal is not official, but the reason they tweeted it out is because Christian Parker is going to be the Dallas Cowboys' next defensive coordinator. Your thoughts?
Very, very exciting. He is a real up and coming ascending coaching star. People absolutely love him. Mike Pettin, who had been on staff with Shoddy with the Jets years ago when Shoddy was offensive coordinator, Pettin was the defensive coordinator for the Jets, and they would have their practice battles and chirp at each other, got really competitive. But Pettin had put Christian Parker on staff in Green Bay a few years ago and had raved about him and how bright he is and how sharp he is and how he just sees everything, every individual job and every individual part of a defense and how it's supposed to come together. And then, I mean, you heard throughout the year, whenever those Eagles games would come up, Schottenheimer could not say enough glowing things about Vic Fangio, and Fangio had kept him on staff 4 years in a row and had continued to increase his responsibilities. I mean, I think it's a really, really great hire.
How do you feel about the fact that, I mean, look, I'm sorry, I know we've picked on this individual, but Christian Parker, who is ascending through the coaching ranks, as opposed to going with somebody like Jonathan Gannon, who, like Eberflus before, had a bigger name, bigger national profile, but felt like somebody who was descending in the NFL world?
Yeah, I think that there's something to be said for, I always believe people didn't, because they have a bad stop somewhere or have a negative experience somewhere, I don't think they become bad coaches overnight. So if Jonathan Gannon had 8 years of everybody going like, this is the next guy up and he's super sharp and great defensive mind, I don't think Arizona just ends that, just like it didn't end Dan Quinn in Atlanta. Like, he could come here and be a good defensive coordinator. So I thought any of the 4 candidates would have been good options, including Jonathan Gannon. But if you want to talk about what they were looking for in terms of communicator and somebody who holds people accountable and flexible forward thinker, like, that's all Christian Parker. Christian Parker, there's no, you hear about in school, they talk about show your work. Like, here's the stuff that show your work. Christian Parker's very big on that. You can read profiles of him that have been written in The Athletic and other places, and they talk specifically about Christian Parker saying nobody gets to just sit in the meeting rooms. Even if you have the right answer, you need to tell me why that's the right answer. We need to know that you understand it. So there's a lot of accountability there. He is considered just a total savant and religious note taker. There was something he had told The Athletic that every new experience he encounters in football, he makes a journal entry of it and details what happened so that if a situation comes up in the future, he can go to his organized tabs, reference what his experience was with it, instead of just relying on his memory. He's very, very detail-oriented, very bright, and comes from that Fangio coaching tree and some of those coaching systems and concepts that Shoddy is clearly very big on. And I think it also speaks to hiring a 34-year-old first-time defensive coordinator. As much as people wanted to chirp that it was just, Shoddy's a puppet and this will be a Jones hire, I promise the Joneses didn't identify and seek out Christian Parker from the jump as their old school hire. So this was 100% Shoddy's hire, as they had said it was going to be, and as we had talked about on the station for weeks now.
The Cooper DeJean says, I don't think I'd be the player I am, or I'd have the success that I've had without him. Specifically,
I love that.
He said I could say a lot of things about him. Him and Quinyon Mitchell developed into all-pro cornerbacks, thanks to what they say is thanks to Christian Parker. A lot of people saying, "Hey guys, let's be real. This isn't the same talent on this roster, though, right now."
Sure,
so,
I concede.
So, Bobby, as far as like developing and how that goes, they still have to add talent for this guy, correct?
Yeah, they still have to add talent, but I think it's important to look at, you look at Savone Revel and Kalen Carson, and you feel like they haven't been maximized. Whether Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell are really, really talented, he clearly has started to max out their ability. That's what matters.
Yes.
Are you getting the most out of them? Matt Eberflus was not getting the most out of anybody, and that was a problem. And, one of the things we heard about is it seemed like there was feedback, whether it be from teachers about them wanting to play coverage or that kind of falling on deaf ears and not getting the things they wanted out of the defense, the things they were comfortable with out of the defense. That, again, is not Christian Parker. Christian Parker talks about that when he was in Green Bay early in his career, he saw the way that Tramon Williams had studied film and was really impressed by it and saw he had a very detailed process, so he started asking him about it and learning from it. And Christian Parker said from that he developed the philosophy that he needed to meet people where they were. And so a big part of it is he would ask every player he was working with, what is your most comfortable way of learning? How do you feel you learn best? What's the comfortability of your process? And then he tailors the things they're learning to that process. And so he's very person-to-person, tailored and uniquely coached. And I think that that's going to be a big thing for them. And I also think, remember, he's a secondary guy. He's going to deal with a lot of that. He still has others on staff, and all likelihood, I would imagine guys like Aaron White-Cotton will be back, and those guys will continue to build on some of the things that worked for Jadeveon Clowney or Donovan Ezeraku or Quinnen Williams when he returned.
Now, I know you made reference to some people thought, or probably still do think, that Shoddy was a puppet. This feels like a very un-Cowboys-like hire. Are you surprised that this ended up being the selection?
I thought that the bigger, they all clearly, a lot of people in that organization have thought really, really highly of Jim Leonhard for a long time.
Yeah.
That's why his name came up as quickly as it did. So Leonhard, I thought, was the guy they targeted early from the beginning. I had heard his interview, the initial one. It wasn't bad. I just heard it was decent. It was like, yeah, it was good. I don't think he necessarily blew them away. I think Christian Parker really impressed them. I think Durante Jones really impressed them. I think Gannon impressed them with certain things. But I think in the end, I'm not surprised that he got into the final stage. From there, it's just a matter of who won out. But I don't think I was surprised about him being one of the final four candidates. I'm surprised they're moving maybe as quickly to just go ahead and name him before getting a face-to-face with Jim Leonhard. But no, I think this was someone that very early on had a really strong shot at the job.
Now, I know we've been over all of the reasons why Al Harris...
It's still not done, so let's make sure it's still not done yet.
It's done.
Okay.
So I know we've gone over all the reasons why Al Harris wasn't going to be back, despite some people wanting that, but the timing of this is very interesting to me, is Al Harris is also interviewing for the Packers defensive coordinator job, right kind of at the same time that the Cowboys are like, don't worry about it, we found our guy anyway. So I like that. Man, thank you very much for jumping on with us and giving us your thoughts about the breaking news, Bobby.
I love you all.
We love you back.
Did your thoughts on Christian McCaffrey?
He's gone.
All right.
Christian McCaffrey is terrible.
Okay.
He is terrible. Tom Rath. He's basically a less durable Tom Rathman.
Tom Rathman was a good player. Couldn't you just say you don't think he's...
I know. Yeah, he should be a top 5 finalist for MVP too.
Love you, Bobby.
There you go.
Love you. Bye.
Bobby Bell. Surely next time we talk to Bobby, we can find middle ground between top 5 finalists for MVP and terrible, right?
Yeah, Tom Rathman.
Okay. All right. So coming up next, we're going to talk more
about this breaking news with the Cowboys finalizing the deal to have Christian Parker as their next defensive coordinator. But here's what I really want to talk about as well. I see a lot of people on the fan text that are dumping all over this move. Yeah. If you're one of those people, can you tell me who you would have preferred or why? Because I want to dive into some of the reasons why.
Chuck Noll.
And I see, okay, well, I have terrible news for you. He has passed away. What? But I think there's a lot of people out there who've been so beaten down by the Cowboys, and I think we all understand that nobody that they would have picked right now would have done anything. So let's talk about that, especially if you're against this move. Next, right here on The Fan.
is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
January football is here. DFW. Don't fumble the food. Dominate the spread with Wild Fork savory picanha, wings, and burgers. Hit our 9 DFW locations now or visit wildforkfoods.com for next day delivery options. Plus, frozen freshness wins every time.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Cowboys are zeroing in. Looking to dot those I's and cross those T's. Picking up Christian Parker as their new defensive coordinator. And I'm just going to give you a sampling of this from the 214. Who? LMAO from the 214. Corey brought this one up. Cowboys players not the same level as the Eagles players. From the 901. Let's be real. Jerry didn't want to spend the money to bring in one of those big names. From the another 214. So a mid-head coach with a no-name defensive coordinator sounds like a winning combination. So a lot of Cowboys fans are dumping early on this move that I think we're all super in favor of. And so my question for them, my question for, obviously, if any of y'all disagree, who would you rather have had? Or are we just to the point in this place as a franchise where it's been 30 years and you're like, that's great. You could have got the greatest. Tom Landry could have come back from the grave in his prime and said, I got a new version of the flex defense you're not going to believe. And people would have been like, meh. Mm-hmm. Is that just where we are as a franchise because you've had so many years of nothing that you're like, whatever. The move they made is probably the wrong one.
I think you're onto something there. There's a lot of people who are just down on this team. Believe
we certainly haven't helped.
It's very fair. It's a very fair feeling, but for Cowboys fans. But they're down on it and they don't believe in it. I think Schottenheimer believes in himself and what he's trying to accomplish. I think, and we got Eric Chiafalo in studio with us right now too. I think that he's at the forefront of, hey, we got to move on things, and I want fresh ideas around here. Mm-hmm. And I think that he's really the one, I feel, that's trying to make some change happen around that organization right now.
Yeah, Shotty for sure. And this is clearly a Shotty kind of hire, and that's what we thought
Feels
it was
like
going to be.
A win for him, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a win for him. And you saw the way he built out the offensive staff last year, which was not a bunch of household names that have a bunch of NFL skins on the wall. He dipped into the college ranks. I mean, Clayton Adams was a guy that once you started to investigate a little bit, you're like, okay, he clearly can build a rushing attack, but he wasn't like a household name either until he kind of popped up on the radar a little bit. So, and you saw how successful the offense was able to be. So, I mean, it's an inexact science. It's very, very difficult. Like trying to identify a quarterback, very difficult. Trying to figure out who's going to be a good head coach, very difficult. So, it's hard to know for sure. But I mean, there were times when McCarthy brought in Mike Nolan. It was like, okay, this guy's been a head coach. He's done a lot of things as a defensive coordinator. You can respect it. That fell flat. And then Dan Quinn. I think I was a part of the brigade that was like, really, we're going to go Dan Quinn, we're going to recycle this guy, but he reinvented himself in a way that nobody really could have anticipated, and so that worked out. Eberflus, skins on the wall, totally failed. So you don't really know, but just the track record of this guy and Fangio loving him the way that he did, and you get to steal from Philadelphia a little bit.
Yes,
I am excited about it,
and I will tell you the fact that, like, to your point, the fact that it is a name that just your casual fan would not know, I think that's a great thing. Mm-hmm. I think that's a great sign that the Cowboys are doing things differently. And I said before the season, I thought there was no chance in hell that the Cowboys would trade Mike Parsons, right? Mm-hmm. That's just not their MO. And then they did. And now, oh my goodness, are you actually letting a head coach pick more of his coordinators, which seems like the lowest possible bar, mm-hmm. but yet it's one we haven't been able to clear for a long time. And that's where we are. Jerry did not pick a name that people know, and that's one of the many reasons that I love it, and I talked about this with you in the last segment. This feels like a coach that is on the ascension. Now, whether or not he topped out already, well, we'll find out, obviously. But I like this much better than, hey, I couldn't cut it as a head coach, or I failed as a defensive coordinator somewhere else, but I got a good name. Give me a shot.
The 979, are we that unorganized? I think it's disorganized, by the way, that we have to hire someone to coordinate our defense, and I think that's a hilarious text. I appreciate that.
But not our offense. We do not need to hire somebody to coordinate our offense, so that's a good thing.
I got very excited when I was driving home listening to Broadus talk about what he was hearing from the Gang of Seven about him, about Parker specifically. And so, like, I had already was looking at the Fangio tree and, like, what that looked like, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then hearing Broadus, what was it that, like, caught you that you were like, okay, that's something I can key in on? Because it was the teacher communicator thing that I heard that I was like, man, that's something that there was definitely a disconnect with this group and their defensive coordinator last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing right there. And there, when you read different sort of deep dive articles on this guy, one of the things that he has is like the communication factor, where like he's calling guys out in meetings. Like he wants to know what you have to say, and he wants you to come into his office with questions.
Yeah.
Like he wants you and him to be on an extreme level of understanding. And if you have an idea, he's interested in it. And his ideas, he want to make sure that you know exactly what they are. So you can just randomly get called out in a meeting and be like, do you know what's going on right now? And so I think that's a big one. And then just the way that he apparently like knew he wanted to be a coach by the time he was in like 7th grade. Like everyone around him was like, yo, you kind of see the game a little bit differently, and you like standing on the sidelines more than you even want to be out there.
I want to be a star quarterback. You're like, great, I'll coach against you and figure out how to stop you.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the freaking book at you, and I'm going to put you in the blender.
Now, Chiafalo, I'm a dreamer. And I realized this dream.
I learned that about you because you have like an America's Got Talent dream that is so ridiculous.
And very specific.
Very impossibly specific.
He hopes one day you'll join him.
Yeah.
On that
and the
thought,
world will live as one.
Yeah, that was from Imagine. So my dream here is you've picked up a young coach. He's going to be your next defensive coordinator. He was the passing game coordinator with the Eagles. He was also the defensive backs coach. And my dream, if you will, is there's a safety in this draft that you would think would be a no-brainer top 5 pick, but you keep seeing all these mock drafts where he's 8, 9, 10 for some reason.
Excuse me, I get emotional when I talk about Caleb Downs.
I get it.
I see a lot of 10s. I see a lot of Cincinnati Bengals trying to keep him in Ohio, and they need defensive help more than anyone, even more than the Cowboys.
Caleb Downs might be the safest pick in this draft.
He's the safetiest pick.
Yeah,
they had Jesse Bates at one point when they went to the Super Bowls, and they don't have him anymore, so it seems like that would be the perfect guy to replace him.
I don't know what the path is, especially since you don't actually have a 2nd and 3rd round draft pick. Maybe we could make a whole lot of other moves, but is there any way that we could match Christian Parker with his magical new safety of Caleb Downs?
I think there is a chance. There's always a chance. And the CeeDee Lamb one is the one that we always kind of harp on of like anything can happen.
Yeah.
Does it feel far-fetched? It does, because he's the consensus like top 2 or 3 defensive player in this draft. Yes. And like you said, just safe. Like, you know, like this is going to be
with still a high ceiling, though.
Yes, like could be great and definitely will be good.
Yeah.
But the position, I think that's the safety position, not one of the like premium conventional wisdom positions like an edge rusher or something like that. So like when you talk about some of these guys that you hope to fall to you, Ruben Bain, the edge rusher, probably less likely because of the position.
I think you're right
and
about that.
And the safety position is
I
one.
would jump at that too.
Yes, no question. Like Derwin James.
Yes.
How many teams are kicking themselves right now that they didn't jump on Derwin James before he went off the board at like pick 17 or whatever?
It was
right before us.
Yeah, and we talked about Derwin James forever. Now, I like this. They're starting to get some pushback from the 401 Christian Parker. I effing love it. Maybe Jerry is moving different this year. And then we should be excited that this team is going away from the norm.
I don't think he ever had a coach that was this motivated. And I think that Schottenheimer, while he was here, he was observing and he was going, I don't like the way that they do things.
Yes.
And I'm going to have to be the one. They want somebody to do those things. They want somebody to say, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get these interviews set up. I think McCarthy was more than happy to be like, I'll coach, just let me know when you guys need me. You know, and Jason Garrett was, right in line with the Cowboys. Let's work together, but their timeline is what their timeline is. I think Schottenheimer's like, I understand this timeline has to go fast, and we need to move quickly.
Yeah, and he's just willing to get out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
Like, too often you see it's just, who have I worked with before? Who do I know has, done something before? And
doing real interviews.
Yeah, Schotty's like, no, let me get a full landscape here of the football world, and let me dig deep, and whether it's guys that I've worked with before or I know, it doesn't matter.
Or coached against.
Yeah.
I wonder how much that had to, that conversation with Schottenheimer going, man, I was trying to come up with some plays, and you guys, this was fun.
Yes.
This was, you gave me hell.
Yes.
And I wonder what that conversation was like in the interview.
That's a great point, where it's like, whether it's the Vikings guy or obviously this dude with the Eagles, you're like, hey, what when you saw my offense, how are you trying to attack it, and how can that even just make the Cowboys offense that much better here moving forward?
I'm in the midst of a mini conversation with this person from the 214, and I just want to throw this out there. Was talking about, hey, I'm not into it because you still have the same GM. And I was like, well, the GM's never going to change, and it's never going to change out of the family. And they said, exactly, which is why they quit watching in 2009, stop feeding the problem. So we get new listeners all of the time. I'm going to say this again. For everyone who is able to quit this team or just root for a different team magically, I envy that. I wish for that all of the time. Sports fandom, especially around DFW, includes so much sadness. But the other thing is, I'm not going to quit supporting the Cowboys, and it has nothing to do with Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, or anybody else involved with the Jones family. I've talked about this before. I will say it again. I grew up falling in love with sports by watching the Rangers and the Cowboys with my mom. I got Brandon into sports by watching the Dallas Cowboys. That is part of my family, and my family has been supporting and watching the Cowboys since before Jerry Jones, and we'll do it long after he is gone. All right? And so I'm not watching and supporting the Cowboys to support Jerry Jones. It's because this is where I was born, and this is my effing team, for better or worse. Sometimes I hate it.
Yeah, but what about the fact that the Cowboys pay you to talk about opinions?
Oh, man. Yeah. Let me tell you something. You would know if the Cowboys paid me. I would make it very clear. All right? The whole reason that you should know the Cowboys don't pay us is because Jerry's swearing at Corey. He's hanging up the phone. He's threatening to fire Shan and RJ. And a couple of months ago, he was like, oh, you'd rather us not win those games? And I was like, yeah, because your team's not good, and I wish you had better draft picks. And he just sat there and he was like, huh. Well, I'll be sure to write that down and attach your name to it. If we were getting paid by the Cowboys, you're damn right I would let you know from my giant mansion.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, that would definitely
I have a nice house, but not Cowboys money nice.
Marble floors.
Yeah. They're just regular floors.
Yeah.
Trust me, I would tell you if we had heated bathroom floors and a heated toilet seat because the Cowboys paid us.
You have Hawaiian Punch coming out of your water fountain.
So true.
Gosh,
and unlimited Hawaiian rolls.
Yeah, the Hawaiian rolls.
Yes,
the pretzel
absolutely.
ones. The pretzel Hawaiian rolls are amazing. Obviously, I have work to do, but I just want to leave you with this. And hey, I know you would agree. With Parker, I think we can all get on board with having a Christian in a leadership role.
Nice work, man. Nice work. I appreciate it.
Very well done.
Kevin,
Eric Chiafalo.
Hey, geniuses. Mad because Parker had more talent with Philly. No coach they hired was going to have worse talent than the Cowboys. This was a bottom talent team. Yes, absolute fact. As far as offense goes, this team was very good there.
Sure.
They were, and obviously we had the discussion this week about some of the shortcomings of the offense, and mostly it was we just like them to be a little more aggressive. Like that's really the whole factor there. But when it comes to the defense, we pointed out time and time and time again how little they had of talent they had. we're like, who are our linebackers here? Two of the things that I'd like to talk about when it comes to Parker, develop. That's something he likes to do. He likes to teach and develop players. Cooper DeJean has said, I wouldn't be the player I am without him. Quinyon Mitchell, same thing. That's 2 stars. Yes, they're talented, but because they give the credit to the coach they have and the work that he did helping develop them. This is now a draft that the Cowboys need to make sure they add some young prospect talent that he can help develop and mold. They also need to go spend in free agency. We're not letting them off the hook on that too.
Yeah.
That's not like we're still demanding. That has to happen. You can't just say coach hired, everything's fixed. That's not how it's going to work. You have to give the coach the talent to work with. That's the next phase. They can't get there yet. First thing they have to do was make sure they have their coaching staff. Then they go acquire the talent for it.
Yeah, and
now that's the question though, Kevin. We don't know if they'll answer for us.
Yeah, man. Look, and that's part of the thing about being a fan, right? Like, no matter how many times your team has let you down, and with this franchise, it has been a lot. I've definitely seen the people who are like, oh, when I die, I want the Dallas Cowboys to be one of my pallbearers so they can let me down one more time. And, like, I think that's a funny bit. I really, really do. Is Christian Parker in and of himself going to fix anything? Everything? Absolutely not. Could he fix some things just by himself and his coaching acumen? I hope so. Could the Cowboys help fill some of the gaps with the overwhelming amount of salary cap money that they could create? I hope so as well. I think this team is better off with Christian Parker as their defensive coordinator than Matt Eberflus, or if it would have been somebody like Jonathan Gannon, all right? And so for me, that's a win of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Does that put you anywhere close to the Super Bowl? No. But I think it makes you potentially better.
You're saying because they still have Dak as the quarterback?
Because of all of the things that we talked about in this segment. There are so many other issues on this team as well. And so I think you took a tiny step towards getting better, all right? And I think that's a lot better than the alternative of staying in the exact same spot or taking another step backwards.
From the 682, you could drop a development hurricane on that defense and it won't matter. We need players, not coach. You needed a coach.
You need... No, yeah. No. And I disagree with that so much.
You need both.
You needed a coordinator who had a clear vision. But you're right. If you don't get the right players who match what the coach's vision is, then what the hell are we doing?
And how much to it? You hear Chiafalo saying, hey, he'll call you out in a meeting. Do you think that he's going to sit back quietly while they're getting players, or he's going to raise his hand and say, I need this?
Well, I mean, I feel like definitely the second one, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think today, look.
I don't think I think you hire people that have opinions that might be similar to yours, but also that are different as well, that you can have conversations because those conversations make you better. And that's Shoddy's talked about that constantly. He talked about it with Shan and RJ. Hey, we can have these conversations because we're honest with each other about it. And I want a coach. If I'm Shoddy, I want a coach that's telling me, I got to get this instead of, give me whatever and I'll figure it out.
Yes, because isn't that at least what you thought your coordinator was last year? Sounds good, boss.
Yeah.
And, like, you know what? It might not make a difference. Christian Parker might be like, are you kidding me? Let's just use this for example. Caleb Downs is available at 12. What are we talking about? This is insanity not to take him. And then the powers that be might be like, hey, appreciate your feedback. We're not doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that same thing might happen to Brian Schottenheimer. But I like it a lot better than the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you say, Mr. Jones, you're a Hall of Famer. That's fine. You could be a Hall of Famer, and I could still disagree with your opinion.
Somebody did ask this question. I think it's a fair question. Are we considering that no other big-name defensive coordinators wanted to interview with Dallas or be in Dallas?
I think Brian Flores is a great example of somebody who might not want to interview here. I'm just being honest. I think Brian Flores is a great example of we might have made a call, and he's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
That's just the reality that we're living in, right?
I think there's a possibility that you look at the Cowboys and you're like, man, there's a lot. I think there's a possibility you look at the Eagles right now and you go, is that place toxic? Is that an environment that I want to be coaching in right now?
It's a fair question.
Is Sirianni the coach I want to be coaching with?
Yeah.
Go Birds. Okay. All right. I don't even remember saying that.
Hold on, Alec. Oh, I remember. Is that why Corey really likes this move? Because we picked up a coach from the Philadelphia Eagles.
You guys are a mess.
I get what you're saying.
I see right through you, Majors.
No, you don't.
I'm
very thick.
And for the record,
okay.
I want to read this one. I don't think this is wrong, the first part. I disagree with the second part. But the first part, sorry to be the voice of opposition. I don't like the choice because the Cowboys torch the Eagles' defense. People laugh at that thought, but I've said it many times before. I don't disagree, or I don't have a problem with anybody who doesn't like the choice. It's the people who come in and they're like, you guys are asshats for liking this, with no logic behind it. Like, I might not agree with that person's logic because then they said they wanted Rex Ryan. I want anybody but Rex Ryan, but that's just me. But I at least appreciate that you gave us some logic instead of being like, you guys are stupid. It's okay if you disagree, and it's also okay if multiple things are true. I can love the Cowboys even though they piss me off. I can love this hire even though I kind of feel like our front office will drop the ball when it comes to the players needed to make this defense go anywhere. All of those things can be true at the same time.
According to Fox Sports, which I don't typically go use, the Eagles' passing defense was ranked 8th this year.
Great. What were you, 48?
They gave up 14 passing touchdowns this year.
We did that in a couple games.
The Cowboys, well, let me keep scrolling here. And scrolling.
If it's better than 32, I'll be impressed.
Cowboys' passing defense was ranked 32 this year, giving up 251 yards per game. By the way, the Eagles gave up 189 passing yards per game this year. Cowboys gave up 251. Cowboys gave up 35 passing touchdowns. More than doubled the amount of passing touchdowns the Eagles gave up.
You said the Eagles were 14?
14.
That's 2.5 times as many passing touchdowns.
Kevin, do you know who had the least passing touchdowns given up this year?
Oh, the Eagles?
Eagles.
Hell yeah.
The second least, the Vikings at 15.
And Brian Flores is the man.
So, and again,
I agree. Brian Flores is the man.
Fangio is the architect of that defense. And Fangio has had a lot of success shutting down the best offenses on the planet. And he's been around for a while because of what his defense is. This is a guy that's been with him for a couple of years, understands the structure of that defense, probably has his own ideas on it, but understands the basics and what that defense is and how it can be used. What's happened? This Fangio-style defense has slowed down Patrick Mahomes. There've been other things that have been problems. So we're looking at a guy that his passing defense gave up 14. Again, had elite talent.
Great talent.
That he worked with, too.
Sure.
This Cowboys defense, absolutely, they have to go get more talent. That's what they have 2 first-round picks for, if they want to do that. And that's what they have, an extra $40 million that they are sitting on right
70.
now. Potentially 70.
Easy.
With Pickens?
I can free up your Pickens money somewhere else.
Okay. Oh. They have $70 million then that they can go add some defensive players if they want to.
Yeah. No,
and I would imagine Christian Parker walks in the door during that meeting and says, "We got to figure out how to, we have to figure out how to make this how to spend some money on this defense."
And don't you hope that's how the interview went? He probably didn't use my vernacular, but I'll throw it out there. Oh, what do you think we need to do to fix up our defense? Your defense is a train wreck right now. Quite frankly, you guys sucked last year, and I'm still mad that we weren't able to put more points on you guys.
Yeah.
I would love it if it starts with that, because obviously that's going to be a lot of talent centric. I'm also excited about this going forward. I think we're probably going to talk about Jeremiah Love tomorrow, but I'm excited about this from a draft speculation point of view, because now you have a better idea of the person's vision, who you're going to be using as the defensive coordinator, and can figure out maybe better talent fits appropriately.
I really do. I'd love to hear. I hope Shan and RJ and Bobby are able to ask about the interview with between the two.
Sure.
Because I do think that Schottenheimer is looking at that going, hey man, I built an offense to beat you. And it wasn't easy. And you were a chore. You were a chore to deal with. I have 2 elite receivers, and I had to figure out ways to get them the ball against your passing defense. I think there's a lot of respect from this guy to that guy, in that respect. So and when you're hiring and you're going through that interview process, that definitely has to be one of those, hey, I know what I'm getting out of you because I went up against it twice this year, and I've gone up against it before as well. So I'm excited about this. I hope the deal gets done. It's not done yet. All right, don't forget that.
Hey, on Wikipedia, it's done. Christian Parker is the new defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, somebody said, I hope Christian Parker asked for 3 first-round draft picks as part of his contract. Hey, if you want, I can figure out a way to get you 3 first-round draft picks. All right? One of them, they're going to be lower, and you're going to have to deal 12 away. But I could probably figure out a way to make that happen.
He interviewed yesterday. And they knew. And they got done with that interview, and they said, all right.
Because let's be honest about something. Like, especially in situations like this, before the person you're interviewing walks in the door in a lot of cases what you hope happens.
Well, that
right?
was their in-person interview with them too also. So yes.
And I'm
you're
sure
right.
before they even talked to him one time, they're like, man, I think this guy fits a lot of what we're looking to do. I hope he crushes the interview. And then if he does well in the interview and then you do the in-person, you got to be like, hey, this is the guy I want. And hopefully other people were like, me too. I just hope he does well in this interview. And apparently that was the case.
Our friend Ted Wynn, who we've had on the show a couple different times, when it comes to X's and O's,
unbelievable.
Brilliant. He quote tweeted Diana Rossini's tweet and said, I think this is going to be a great hire. Schematically, Dallas defense has been through a roller coaster, but he said he thinks this is going to be a great hire with the Fangio 2-high defense being part of something that's going to be implemented here.
But if we're being really, really fair about all this, it's okay if you don't think that.
Yeah.
Totally.
Think whatever you want.
You know what? As long as we're talking about adding more draft picks real quick, because this one just popped into my head. Would you trade pick 12 for pick 28 and 37? Or excuse me, 28 and 38. Those are Houston's picks. So end of the first rounder, early second rounder for pick 12. The math would essentially work. It would work on that one. It's not 3 first-round picks, but it's getting closer.
I'm not doing it today.
Okay.
But I will say this. Make sure those phones work whenever we get to pick 10.
Okay.
And then we'll thank you for bringing that to my attention. Make sure those phones are ready. Let's go ahead and give a pre-call just to see where they're sitting on that.
Right.
And then at 10, if Cincinnati takes my guy,
okay,
then I might make a move.
Yeah.
And if I don't have the other guy sitting there, I might go ahead and make that move too.
Yeah. I might.
That's part of the game is I need to know exactly because if I got a chance to put Downs with Parker and say, all right, for the next 2 to 3 years, you guys are together and y'all get to lead this defense.
Yeah, and so I might occasionally throw some of those things out at you because on the one hand, you're losing your most premium pick, but the person who said they wanted 3 first-round picks, this is the closest for now I can get for you as you now have 3 picks in the top 38. So if you're like just saying, hey, we need as much frickin' talent as possible added to this team, this is the scenario I would throw out. And if you don't like it, that's totally fine as well. I'm just saying that those are the kind of deals I think you'll be offered up, is something like that. We're the K&C Masterpiece. Whew, what a freaking hour right there. Thank you very much to Bobby Bell and Eric Chiafalo for jumping on. Thank you to the Cowboys for making a move that a lot of us think makes sense. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What?
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you thought F1 being nominated for Best Picture was going to be the biggest sports news of the day, you're wrong. Because of probably a lot of things. But also because the Cowboys are going to hire, probably, Christian Parker as their next defensive coordinator.
Did you watch F1?
I did. I really liked it.
I did too. You know what? I'm really sad. I never got to talk to you about that.
Yeah.
Because you had mentioned that you were like, I would like to see that.
Yes.
And so I got home one day and was like, I'm going to watch this. And I watched it and I was like, man, that was fun.
I do want to know from like hardcore F1 people if they didn't like it, because I heard some things like it's not really what it's like and it's unrealistic. And as somebody who doesn't have like a huge breadth of knowledge about F1, I found it very enjoyable versus like other movies that you know more about and you're like, that's not what happened.
So you're telling me a movie wasn't real life?
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Shocking.
Cool. Would you like to introduce the C Block, Kevin?
Kind of felt like we had already started it. Right now, it's time for the Please Let's Talk About Jonathan Kuminga C Block starring Corey Majors.
Before we do, Zach Wolchuk is very excited, by the way. He's sitting out there and he's pumping his fist as you made the announcement about
If he was really that excited, feels like he'd be on.
Well, it's up to him. He's a very busy man. He's got 5 hours of radio.
That's a good point.
The other thing too is he was house hunting.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday. That's fun.
Do you know the last time I went house hunting was the day that you asked Jerry if he was embarrassed?
Oh yeah.
And he started swearing and hung up the phone.
Yeah.
I guess we hung up on him.
I turned my phone off, not thinking, because I was going on a family vacation that day. And we had left and went to Broken Bow, and I was just like, no big deal. Hung up, turned the phone off. Want to focus on the family.
Yeah.
I turned my phone on and had over 1,000 messages, and one of them was from Forbes magazine.
Yes.
Evidently they got Kevin to do the interview, so that was weird.
And they asked me, did you guys have this all planned out for the day? And I said, definitely not, or else I would not have scheduled looking for houses today.
So, by the way, on Tom Pelissero's tweet about Christian Parker, Cooper DeJean quote tweeted it.
Oh, I hope he's sad.
Man with 4 N's and then a sad face emoji.
Good.
They got a great one. Wouldn't be the player I am without CP, the salute emoji.
Hell yeah! And he's a white cornerback.
What does that have to do with anything?
The fact that almost nobody is good at that position for white people. It's like him and Jason Sehorn in like the last 40 years.
Is there a dude in Denver also? Am I wrong about this?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm right?
I forget his name, but yeah.
Oh, I thought he was just agreeing that there
Moss?
was a dude in Denver.
There is a guy in Denver.
I'm just having some fun about that. I hope people don't get bent out of shape.
All right. Before we get to Jonathan Kuminga, 877-881-1053. If you, I want you guys to do this too. We'll talk about Kuminga and then we'll get to this. But, hold on. Kevin, can you confirm this?
Oh.
Todd Archer evidently is saying the deal is done.
Yes!
Let me confirm. Yep. John Machota, the Cowboys, and Christian Parker have now agreed upon a deal.
It's official.
That will make him the defensive coordinator in Dallas. So there we go, guys. You got a DC.
We don't have to pretend like it's not official anymore.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
From the 469, Parker will do you good. Hate this, LOL. So they must be an Eagles fan.
Or they hate the Cowboys.
Yes.
No, they are an Eagles fan.
Okay. This kind of kills my segment.
Oh.
Because I'm excited again.
Oh, okay.
But let's say I have never picked a team to root for football.
Okay.
I've never picked an NFL team before. I am new to the game. Why should I be a Dallas Cowboys fan? What is it about being a Cowboys fan that makes this thing? I'm looking, and it looks like y'all have roller coaster years. Why should I be a Cowboys fan?
Okay, quick question I should ask you earlier. Do you want Kevin's opinion, or do you want like?
No, really, yeah. I want you to sell me.
Okay.
Like why? I know why I am. And
Yeah.
somebody earlier texted in and they said, listen, man, I could try to pitch you the team, but that would be useless. I can't come up with any good ideas. However, aesthetically, it's beautiful to look at.
All right, I'll give it a
The cheerleaders, the stadium, the uniforms, everything about it is that.
I'll give it a shot.
But the football is the tough part to sell.
Unknown person. You probably shouldn't become a Cowboys fan. Their owner, their GM, it's the same person. He will infuriate you time and time again. After he's not the owner and GM, it will most likely be his son who will also infuriate you time and time again. The Dallas Cowboys will find new and exciting ways to disappoint you year after year after year. There are so many reasons you should not become a Cowboys fan. But if you do, someday the payoff will be greater than just about anything in all of sports. The NFL was very rarely higher than when the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones ran this thing. Whether you think it's driven by cult of personality, the fact that they have the biggest fan base in the world, or the fact that they have the biggest group of haters in the world as well. Nobody cares about any team on the face of planet Earth, one way or another, more than the Dallas Cowboys. And someday, I truly believe, somehow, some way, they will do it. They will get back to the, I'm going to say Super Bowl, to the Super Bowl, and somehow, some way, someday, they will win it. And it will be a euphoria like very few have ever experienced in sports. You're going to have to eat a lot of your vegetables before you get there. But once you do, it is going to be effing spectacular.
Well, that is fair because as with the Rangers and as with the Mavericks, I often said this.
Yes.
You have to go through the pain to love the glory. I really do believe that. It's so much sweeter. Life is so much sweeter when you have had to dig through something, and then you come out on top. So that's fair. Alec, I don't even think you were alive when the Cowboys were at their peak. Were you?
Nope.
Wow.
You want to know what's really sad? You're 25?
About to be.
Okay, about to be. Sure. About to be 25. That means he was a good 6 years removed from the end of their peak.
You've never seen the best version of this team.
Not even close.
Nope.
And you're a Cowboys fan, right?
True.
All you've experienced is this utter disappointment that he's discussing. Why should I be a Cowboys fan if I'm new to the game?
There's something that is always enticing and almost intoxicating about a circus. There's something really... Anytime you see one of those that are set up outside of the outlet mall, that you see off the side of the highway, you see the big tent, you're always like, part of you wants to stop and go look, right? Every time. Are you actually going to do it? Who knows?
Right.
But you see the flags on top of the tent and you're like, that would be so fun. There's probably some cool elephants or something in there. I gotta go. It's like a car wreck. You see it happen and you're like, I gotta see what happens next. Like, is everybody okay? Like, you can't take your eyes off of that. It's so entertaining, sometimes in the worst ways. Like this past season, it was entertaining as hell. It was a bad season, but it was entertaining. Jerry made some big trades. Jerry said some interesting things on these airwaves. The players did and said interesting things. Trayvon Diggs was asked about every single week of the season, even when he wasn't here. After he was gone off the team, he was still talked about almost daily. We brought him up again this week because he got cut by a different team. There is always something going on. It commands your attention like no other team, like no other franchise can. It's always entertaining.
There's an old Roddy Piper quote, and this is what I would say to go along with Alec. So you're bored, are you? Let me introduce you to the Dallas Cowboys and allow them to break your monotony. Because... man, he's not wrong about that.
From the 469, if you're new, don't be a Cowboys fan. I was born into this life.
I get it.
I didn't choose it, but I'm loyal, and I'll die a Cowboys fan, probably sad, and I'm 35 years old.
I get it.
From the 214, but if you're right, then it makes it all worth it. From the 469, I've also ruined my 9-year-old boy because he's following in my tracks.
Same with me and my boys.
From the 469, is Kevin on drugs right now? Probably. Knowing him.
Days ago, maybe.
From the 817, I love this team. I love my children more. I do not encourage them to be Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
From the 214, this is pastry chef Eric. Do you hate America? No? Then be a Cowboys fan. Period. From the 214, my advice, if you're a new football fan, don't pick the Cowboys as your team.
I get it.
It's going to be a struggle selling the Cowboys on a stranger. What I would ask them is if they've heard about the sport of hockey in our local juggernaut Dallas Stars.
Man.
From the 817.
These are very fair responses.
Brought a little tear to my eye, Kevin. The wait. I was a kid watching the 90s, but man, when it happens again, it will be euphoric. So the reason we haven't gotten to the Super Bowl these past 30 years is because Kevin does eat his vegetables. That makes sense. So you're gonna have to eat the vegetables, Kevin, is what you're saying. Alec making me not want to be a fan. I was born in October '95, so I never experienced the height of the Cowboys.
Oh,
either.
that sucks.
I'm 46 years old now. Had the privilege to see 3 Cowboys Super Bowls, but nothing since '95. Last greatest win I've had was with Tony Romo. Threw that touchdown to beat the Lions, and DeMarcus Lawrence recovered the fumble in the playoffs. I was at that game. So this is.
Can we pause on that?
Yeah.
That's part of the pitch. And this might be the same thing.
There's a lot of pessimism around
but
this.
think about it. And this might be the same thing for every other sports team, or at least you think it is. It would be different here. Think about how excited you got in 2016 when it looked like Dak and Zeke were here to run the NFL. And then think about that moment in 2014 that Dez caught it when you started to think, oh my gosh, are we going to go to the NFC Championship game? Or think about prior to how everything unfolded in 2007, how excited you got with that Cowboys juggernaut-looking team. That was to get into the game, to get to the Super Bowl. This city, as I've said before, will absolutely shut down if the Cowboys make it to the NFC Championship game. And if they make it to the Super Bowl, everyone's going to lose their mind, and the parade would be so staggering if they were to win. I can't even begin to fathom how to plan it.
In the 214, I've been a Rangers fan my whole life. Being a Cowboys fan is less disappointing. Oh, dang! Yeah, they did win the one World Series. From the 817, you should love the Cowboys because at least we have a local team. You could be like Seattle and not even have a team to root for.
They have a team. They are 2 games away from winning the Super Bowl. In fact, they're odds-on favorite to do so.
I mean, I think that has been confirmed.
By David Koechner. And me.
From the
you saw Seattle win a Super Bowl before.
682, y'all are like my sports therapists, and you're great at it. Thank you very much. You have no idea what y'all do to some of us listening. I truly do appreciate it.
Can I tell you why?
Appreciate y'all. Much love and respect.
Sorry to jump in on that. Can I tell you why we do understand? Because we're the same.
We're sports fans.
Yes, we are. You just heard Alex's sad story about never even seeing this team get anywhere near. And the thing about for Alec is, man, you go back to the 92 Super Bowl or for the 93 season once you re-signed Emmett, it wasn't the Cowboys could win the Super Bowl. It was who the F is going to stop them. Mm-hmm. So, just think about it now. We're flipping out about maybe making the playoffs and trying to win. You go back to that Cowboys team, you were going to lose. If you're playing the Cowboys, you were going to lose.
Romo did drop that snap.
Fair. That was the year before.
And somebody said, so what's next for the defensive coaches? We'll get the next process here, but I think what's really fun now,
locking in your staff.
Now you have a defensive coordinator that you kind of have an idea of what he's going to want. And Kevin, I feel like you have the defensive interior that he needs. Now we can really start diving in and dialing in on what it is that he's going to need edge-wise, what he's going to need at the linebacker level and the safety level as well. So that's something else we can dive in on. Real quick, Kevin, I wanted to get to this story. You know what? I need to save this for tomorrow.
What?
Well, we're out of time. I'm looking at the clock right now, and we'll have to do the
Or you should maybe do it in crosstalk too. This feels like a story. At least a couple of those.
I need to see if they've checked in on this one already. So yeah, we can do this during crosstalk.
And then somebody asked, "There's not Kuminga news per se."
Oh, here it is. Jonathan Kuminga. It was Mike Dunleavy Jr. He was sitting up there. Kuminga has demanded a trade, and when asked about it, Mike Dunleavy Jr. said, "To make a demand, there needs to be a demand, and there is no demand out there for you." So,
how cold were those last three words? In case he wasn't sure if people got it, he said, "I'm aware of that." Talking about the trade, and he goes, "In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be a demand on the market." And so, like, in case you didn't get it,
yeah.
There's the words of it. Man, that has to hurt Kuminga's feeling. That was more vicious than anything that got said about Keon Coleman. Yeah. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's dive into the campus. Man, see, I'm conflicted. I'm going to give you guys a chance to vote. Maybe we'll try to do both of them. The campus connection, or I want to talk about how bad your offense can be and still win the Super Bowl.
I like it.
We have the options for both. Maybe we'll do both.
Let's do that.
Okay. On the Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're going to try to cram as much conceivable information into this segment as possible. And we're going to start.
Very important text that just came in. Late to the party, just heard the breaking news. Is anyone else reporting on Seattle having a professional football team? In your face, Adam Schefter.
You guys saw them win a Super Bowl.
That has been confirmed.
Lose another one.
Yeah, that has been confirmed.
Okay, man. Yeah, start blowing up Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport with that news. See if you can get them to bite on that. I would love that. All right. So there's 32 NFL teams. How bad do you think your offense can be and still win the Super Bowl?
I think you can be a 22.
Okay.
Now, is it like ranked 22nd? I think. Okay. I think you have to be better.
For sure.
But I think you can, like, depending on how good your defense is. We have seen defenses be that effective.
Do you think the offenses remaining in this playoffs are good?
I've seen Seattle's offense be very bad.
Yes.
I think that the Rams' offense is pretty good. This is just kind of just thinking.
Yeah.
The Broncos are middling, and with Stiddy, I don't know how that thing's going to go at all. And I feel
Stiddy.
The Patriots' offense is okay.
Okay.
But maybe around rank 15 in the league, middle of the pack. So, but I don't know.
Okay. So I wanted to ask y'all this because I wanted to break this down. So offensive EPA ranks.
Okay.
And so both of the Broncos and the Seahawks are outside the top 10 in EPA, which is kind of odd given that they're both the number one seeds, but not unprecedented whatsoever. So the Rams, they are number one in offensive EPA, and that is stretching throughout the regular season and into the playoffs, even though obviously the Rams have had their share of offensive struggles there. The Patriots, they are third in offensive EPA. The Broncos are 12th, and the Seattle Seahawks are 18.
Okay, let's look at this number then real quick. Points per game.
Okay.
Because all that matters is how much you score.
I mean, I do care
and
about
how much do you slow people down from scoring.
Okay.
The Broncos, you say, Kevin?
Yes.
They are middle of the pack.
That tracks.
At 23.6 points a game.
Okay.
The number one team, Los Angeles Rams, 30.5. Number two team, the New England Patriots, 28.5. Number three team, Seattle Seahawks, 28.4.
Really?
So your top three scoring teams this year. Cowboys,
in the regular season?
In the regular season.
Wow.
The 2025 regular season.
Good for Seattle.
Points per game style.
Man, EPA hates Seattle then.
Here's the thing, they had a 10-6 game. They also had the Washington game where Sam Darnold had 4 touchdowns at the halftime.
Right.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba had a hell of a season, too. So, offensively, I just didn't think the Patriots were that. Man, I was way off.
So
they picked it up for sure.
The interesting thing about this is you said maybe you can be as bad as 22nd. So, since 2002, here are the worst teams offensively to win the Super Bowl. The 2008 Steelers, they were 21st. The 2002 Bucks, they were 23rd. And the 2015 Broncos, they were 25th offensively. Now, part of the reason that every single one of those teams was able to win the Super Bowl, their defensive EPA, and by the way, I have a feeling that's going to come in, expected points added, and they basically they basically break it down every single play and move it one way or another. Here's those defensive ranks, 2, 1, and 1.
Oh, wow.
So that gives you insight into how this could go. And that's why I'm so fascinated by this study, because the Patriots are better offensively than they are defensively. Same with the Rams. The Patriots are third offensively and 11 defensively. The Rams are first offensively and 7th defensively. So those are respective +8 and +6.
in terms of how much better your offense is than your defense. The Broncos, 12th offensively and 7th defensively. That puts them at a -5. But then you get to Seattle. Seattle has by far the biggest discrepancy of the bunch. They're 18th offensively and number 1 defensively. That means that their offense is 17 spots worse than their defense.
17.2 points per game given up.
Their defense is tremendous.
The number 1 points per game defense. Houston Texans at number 2 at 17.4.
That shouldn't surprise
you. You
anybody.
didn't run on those two teams either. Right. And then the third and fourth, 18.3, 18.8, Denver and New England.
Yeah. I mean,
that the separation of we score points, you don't score against us.
Now, the good news for the Seahawks.
But we also know the Patriots had the worst strength of schedule.
That is true.
They played nobodies.
And then, unfortunately, in the playoffs, Drake May and the team in general has turned over into a turnover machine. Mm-hmm. Now, I got great news if you're a Seahawks fan. I told you -17. The defensive rating is 17 positions better than their offense. All 3 of those other teams that I mentioned to you, the 2015 Broncos, the 2002 Bucks, and the 2008 Steelers, they all had a worse split. The Steelers' offense was 19 spots worse than their defense. The Bucks, 22 spots, and the Broncos, 24 spots. So, while it does seem like, whether you think it's overall offensively or strictly sticking with Sam Darnold, and it feels like, well, the Seattle Seahawks just might not have the offensive firepower to get the job done. There are 3 examples right there of teams that won the Super Bowl. And then if you want to include some other teams that lost the Super Bowl, like the 2006 Bears are there, the 2010 Steelers. Heck, you can even go back to another team that won the Super Bowl with the 2003 Patriots. They all have equally big discrepancies, or almost equal, in terms of their defense being so much better than their offense. So I know we've talked about the combination of you got to have good defense and great quarterback play, or some variation of that. There is a track record in the past 25 years.
Strong quarterback play is what I always say.
Well, there is track record in the last 25 years that your offense in general could be not that great if it's balanced out by an elite defense. Not a good defense, elite.
I still don't think, yes, elite defense.
And don't you think Seattle has an elite defense?
Yes, they do. I don't think you can have a complete imbecile at quarterback. I think you have to have somebody that understands how to control the game. You know, that's something that's definitely got to. Yes, the Cowboys did just hire Christian Parker as a defensive coordinator.
I said about 2 hours ago.
Yeah. One of the things that I wanted to clear up real quick, Kevin, if that's okay. The joke we've been making about Seattle started with Kevin pointing out on a weekly basis that you keep forgetting about Seattle.
Yes.
Not just me.
No.
Everybody out there just kept forgetting that Seattle's doing this. You'd go through the rankings and you'd ask certain questions and you'd be like, by the way, who do you think this? We'd be like, oh, this team. And you'd go, yeah, keep naming teams. Don't forget about Seattle.
Yeah.
And we all
Mike McDonald, too.
So then we started making this joke about that. That's where that came from. And then I think it really capsized whenever you asked me to do the power rankings for the playoffs. And I went through it and left them off my top 10 list. And I was like, Kevin, this is hilarious. You're never going to guess what happened. And you went, yeah, I bet I can. And I left them off. So that's where the joke came from. They might wind up winning this thing and make it look easy, you know?
And that's the weird thing, because they feel like the most nondescript 14-3 team ever. Well, I realize with the expanded schedule, you get what I'm saying. And a lot of people thought it would be similar to the Vikings last year. Well, then what does Seattle do? They come out and just annihilate the 49ers. Well, what do? Now they're going to host what a lot of people think is the best team in football, and they're the favorite. Mm-hmm. And if they make it to the Super Bowl without additional injuries, they're going to be big favorites if they make it to the Super Bowl. And that's just amazing to me.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
Now, wanted to run through one reason why and why not each team can win the Super Bowl.
Let's do it.
So let's start with Seattle, since we were just discussing them. Why they will win? Well, it probably shouldn't surprise you since we were just talking about this. They have an unreal defense.
Yes.
And we've discussed that, so I think we can skip to the next part. Why they won't win? It's not necessarily just Sam Darnold, although he does turn the ball over a lot. The Seattle Seahawks in general turn the ball over a lot. And of course, that starts with Darnold. He has 14 interceptions and 6 lost fumbles. Only the Vikings turn the ball over more than the Seahawks during the regular season, 30-28. So just watch for that. Sam Darnold, of course, becomes the focus, but this is a Seahawks team that has turned the ball over a lot.
He's kind of fascinating in that, like, some of the big games, like he had a big game, 330 yards, 4 touchdowns against Washington, also threw an interception in the game. Then he'll have a 100-yard game, a 128-yard game against Minnesota, which Brian Flores made him look bad. And Brian Flores said, we're going to blitz off the bus. And they did. And that's what's going on there. So, like, he has games against big, good teams that he flops on.
Yeah.
That is a reality. And then there's some other ones like that Washington game where you're like, or the Tampa game. He goes out there 340 yards, 4 touchdowns. Awesome game. So I'm very interested to see which Sam Darnold shows up.
Now, I'm going to pivot on that statement you just made. I'm fascinated to see which Matthew Stafford shows up. Consider this. Why the Rams can win the Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford and his core group of players. Why they cannot? Matthew Stafford and his core group of players. So he's probably already a Hall of Famer, but if you don't think he is, certainly right on the cusp of becoming a Hall of Famer. We know how freaking good Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams can be. They averaged 37 points a game in the last 5 weeks of the regular season. But then there's the playoffs. Matthew Stafford is completing 52.4% of his passes this postseason.
Didn't have a touchdown against the Bears.
Yeah. Devontae Adams has been thrown the ball 19 times. You know how many of those he's caught? 7. Now, but I don't want to make it sound like that's just on Devontae Adams. Absolutely, that is on Matthew Stafford as well. It feels like at times Matthew Stafford was off against Carolina, especially when it looked like they were going to annihilate Carolina, and they allowed him to creep back into the game, even though I know he had the game-winning drive. But then you've seen those times kind of trickle over to Chicago, and I know he says it's not an issue, but there are still some people who are curious about his finger and how bad that injury really is.
Yeah.
So I think the answer is actually the same for both of them. Now, for the Broncos, you can probably guess why they won't win. The quarterback situation.
Old Stiddy.
I get it. Why do you think the Broncos can win the Super Bowl?
The defense.
The defense, specifically
pass rush.
The pass rush. They had 68 sacks this season. In their last 3 home games, they have 12 sacks. So you look at this as another home game, and I realize the reason why they're underdogs. We've discussed that all week. But that pass rush could be an equalizer, especially against a Drake May that has had some of that fumbleitis in the postseason. So watch that. You're going to need to get at least one, probably strip sack, but certainly at least one fumble recovery if you're Denver and you want to win this game.
You say at least.
At least.
Yeah,
don't you think?
I feel like more too.
You could very well be
I think
right.
the defense is going to have to carry this one for, in my mind, defense in the run game.
Yeah.
And did we just see J.K. Dobbins was cleared? I'm trying to.
Was he cleared? I know they had talked about his progress.
Yeah, they were talking about that. Like they're going to have to lean in on that a little bit, unless Sean Payton's like, no, doesn't matter. I trust Stiddy, and we're going to go out there. We're going to let him ride, man. That being said, again, I go on the Taysom Hill with Sean Payton.
Sure.
Like he's a creative guy, but that team this year has relied heavily on that defense.
Now, Alec, I'm going to let you take a wild guess at the reason why the Patriots would not be able to win the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Because they played nobody
Says other people. I am no longer part of that group. I told you definitively that I thought the Texans were a good team. I realized the flaws they come along with, and the Patriots beat them. I thought that was a huge step in the right direction. But why they can win? The defense. Look at the defense in the playoffs. Because let's be honest, Drake May might be the next big thing. He has not looked great in these playoffs. But you know what has looked great? Their defense. In their last 4 games, they're giving up an average of 9.75 points per game. They got 5 takeaways in that game against Houston. You want to lay a lot on that on CJ Stroud? I get it. He threw up at least 2 passes. You're like, the hell was that? But still, the ability to see that and go get the ball is a huge deal. That Patriots defense has been rocking and rolling. And if Drake May comes around, I get it, Alec. I really do. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
One other name I wanted to throw in with the Christian Parker conversation, Kevin.
Okay.
He also was around whenever Patrick Surtain was there.
That's good. That's another one.
He's a pretty good player, I feel like.
Yeah, really wish we could have ended up getting him after all. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, who is going to the Super Bowl? We'll make our conference championship picks at 8 o'clock, worst take of the week at 9, and another Charlie Puth ticket giveaway in the Expressway. It's a Football Friday on The Fan.
How about a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE